This story follows a typical transmigration plot, where a game developer is reincarnated as the villain character in the very game he created with his own hands. But before diving into the thick of it, let's get a bit of background on the game and the unfortunate developer whose fate is about to take a twisted turn. It's the middle of the night, and Kim Woo-jin has finally fixed the bug that had been bugging the hell out of him for weeks. He just finished the game route of a side character known as Vilain von Grahan Euclean. Vilain is one of the intermediate bosses in the game and a named villain. There were countless errors Woo-jin had to fix because he needed to optimize the game so that no matter what route the player chose, Vilain's death was inevitable. Just as he's done grinding his ass off to complete the work, his ex walks in. She also happens to be the team leader of the development team. Woo-jin had a good time with her when they were together, but their relationship grew distant as their personalities clashed. While he was a lazy ass who did nothing but procrastinate, she was a workaholic. She was so ambitious that it even helped him become a better person. However, their relationship still ended in a breakup, and he ultimately couldn't change despite her efforts. 6 months later, he heard she had someone new by her side. Anyhow, as she notices him working on Vilain, she casually drops a bomb that Vilain's character design was based on Woo-jin himself. Even Vilain's traits and skills perfectly complemented Woo-jin's personality. She suddenly notices her boyfriend waiting outside, so she leaves. It's almost 2 a.m., and Woo-jin is still testing Vilain over and over to make sure everything is perfect. Woo-jin doesn't like the fact that Vilain is supposed to resemble him. See, when Vilain was a child, he was called a magical genius and put on a pedestal. But in reality, he was more mid-core than anyone could have. His arrogance and noble background shaped him into someone with the worst personality. Vilain's character is so twisted that even calling him human would be a compliment. As the story progresses, Vilain is supposed to get stronger, and throughout the game, he is surrounded by people who love to hate him. Woo-jin decides to add another personality trait, something special and distinct only to Vilain. Given that this villain takes after him, he adds an attribute called comprehension. Not only that, Woo-jin sneaks in a few of his favorite attributes: wealth, Midas touch, sharp eyesight, and iron will. After stuffing him with all these goodies, Woo-jin realizes he might have gone overboard. He quickly decides to revert Vilain back to how he was originally supposed to be, because the last thing he wants is another bug popping up right before the release date. But just as he's about to fix it, he gets a text message from someone telling him to look outside. When Woo-jin does, he sees a massive hole in the sky. The last thing he remembers is a lightning strike descending toward him. In the next moment, he wakes up inside the very game world he created. It's already been a few days since he possessed the body of Vilain, a man fated to die no matter what. That's when Vilain's sister suddenly barges in and berates him for slacking off instead of fulfilling his duties as a distinguished professor. She's annoyed that he's cooped up in his room over a damn woman. After dumping a pile of documents that Vilain is supposed to process, she leaves in a grumpy mood, not before warning him to get his act together. She won't stand for him shaming the household's name. At first, Woo-jin thought this was just a twisted dream, but as days passed, the realistic sensation of life forced him to accept the harsh reality. He still doesn't know if this is some kind of afterlife since he did die from that lightning strike. Whatever the case, one thing is certain: he has now literally become the villain of the game he once developed. Vilain von Grahan Euclean. If you've forgotten, let me remind you, he's the middle boss in the game. No matter which route you take, he is the root of all problems and the ultimate enemy of everyone. He is responsible for causing pain to countless characters. Another thing Woo-jin is concerned about is that he has no clue which part of the story he's currently in. The only thing he knows is how much mana he possesses. Even so, he has no idea how fast it runs out. He's not joking when he says that everyone, including himself, tested the game around 1,000 times during development, and this character only barely survived once. Vilain was created solely to die and serve his purpose as the middle boss. Woo-jin then glances at the documents Vilain's sister threw at him before storming out. Her name is Yariel von Grahan Euclean, Vilain's half-sister, and the one currently serving as the head of House Euclean in his stead. And it just so happens that Vilain doesn't share a typical sibling bond with her. Vilain also has a fiancée, and her name is Julie. Given how Yariel mentioned Julie in such a bad tone, Woo-jin suspects something must have happened between him and her. The document in his hand turns out to be a contract. Apparently, he has already signed himself up as Professor Vilain at the Impartial University, responsible for teaching basic magic and mana mindset. Looks like he has no choice but to attend the lectures he's supposed to deliver. While he has zero experience teaching, This opportunity also allows him to step outside and gather intel on the current circumstances of this world. A system notification pops up, blinking in front of him. It shows that his primary survival goal is to become necessary to the game. For the side quest, he is supposed to deliver a lecture in university. If he completes the quest, he'll be granted 0.5 store currency. He recalls how there are routes where Vilain dies because of Uriel's actions. To avoid that, he gets up to fulfill his current mission. Not to mention, that store currency will be crucial for his survival. Though he's not quite sure which topic he's supposed to deliver a lecture on, he figures he doesn't have to worry about it. After all, he has the comprehension skill he added before being transmigrated into the game. This attribute helps him understand literally anything. The only thing he needs is a little mana to activate it. As he prepares and changes into something more formal, he notices how drastically different this place is from where he used to live. Yet, at the same time, he moves through everything effortlessly, as if he had lived his entire life as Vilain. Under normal circumstances, he would have felt out of place wearing clothes like these, but now they feel elegant and bring him comfort. And it's all thanks to one of Vilain's attributes: intimidation, dignity, and aesthetic sense. It's as if Vilain is allowing him to completely take over this body. Woojin doesn't even feel the urge to say anything that would be considered rude. The formality that Kim Woojin once found rigid now feels natural. Although his main purpose is to gather information, this walk toward his first lecture feels completely normal, as if he's always belonged here. He can absolutely feel himself fulfilling the role of a noble, one of the superior members of the aristocracy. It's a stark contrast to the life he originally had. Kim Woojin was a nobody from South Korea, with fairly average looks, a lazy, supposedly pathetic guy who was even dumped by a girl. But now, as Vilain, he wants to embody the role of a noble properly. As he proceeds to enter his car, he recalls that he has never been in such a luxurious vehicle before. Speaking of nice cars, he remembers his ex's boyfriend, who also had one just to flex. Suddenly, he notices a young boy sitting in the adjacent seat. When the boy realizes Vilain is there, he frantically greets the professor and proceeds to hand over some documents. Seeing this, Vilain entertains the possibility that this person is perhaps his assistant, or maybe even his secretary. Vilain questions him about his identity, which causes the boy to get a little startled, especially since he has already been serving Vilain for 3 years. Vilain soon realizes that the document he assumed was lecture material is actually just a script for him to read. It contains all the information needed for the lecture, down to every detail. He isn't surprised though. Given Vilain's nature, there was no way he would have been capable of preparing material himself, considering how prideful and untalented he is. Which means this boy has done all the work. So, Woojin feels more than obliged to use a few words of appreciation. The boy is startled upon receiving a compliment. Even the driver is bewildered to hear his master saying something nice for once. Woojin also feels the recoil of this body after offering praise. It's a literal physical reaction. He actually feels sick after complimenting someone, which only makes Woojin question just how terrible of a person this guy Vilain really is. He felt this same sickening sensation when leaving the manor earlier. It seems that Vilain's consciousness is trying to invade his own. After their short journey, they finally arrive at the Imperial University, a place bustling with life. Now that he's here, his next task is to find the area mentioned in the documents, Roteo Hall. Once we arrive at the designated place, we see that the students have already taken their seats. And surprisingly, they seem eager to attend Professor Vilain's lecture. Rumor has it that Vilain is a master of spell interpretation, a talent that once earned him the title of Child Prodigy at a young age. Once our guy finally graces the class with his presence, he calls for their attention, introducing himself as Vilain von Grahan Klein. He is here to lead this class as the head professor of the university's magic tower. With the formalities out of the way, he begins the lecture. The female students are absolutely smitten by how handsome and imposing Vilain is. But one particular female student does not share the same sentiment. As far as she is concerned, Vilain is an enemy of her father, nothing more than a piece of trash in her eyes. To understand why she harbors such resentment, we need to look into the past. Almost 3 years ago, her father took his own life. For many years, he dedicated himself to researching spell interpretation. But when someone extorted his thesis from him, he fell into complete despair and ultimately chose death. The person who robbed her father of his life's work was the one everyone called a genius spell interpreter. And that despicable person was Vilain. With the loss of her father, she was powerless to do anything. In the end, she lost everything, including her family's house and territory. becoming an orphan with nowhere to call home. So she made a vow, a promise to take revenge on that bastard. To fulfill that pledge, she fought her way into the Empire's Royal University, where Vilain is a professor. While other students may not know the truth, she is determined to expose the fact that Vilain's so-called spell interpretation skills are nothing more than a stolen bluff, achievements that rightfully belong to her father. She can't stand seeing him occupy a place that was supposed to be her father's. But as much as she wants to expose him right away, she knows she needs to stay calm, because the only way to take him down is to orchestrate her revenge meticulously. Vilain once again commands the room's attention, introducing himself as the head professor of the Magic Tower and a monarch mage who controls the elements. With that, he begins his lecture. He starts by explaining the fundamentals of magic, its 3 major attributes and 9 types. Attributes are the origin and source of magic, while elements are the materials that make up objects. The 9 types include summoning, spirits, destruction, support, enchantment, manipulation, ductility, bewitchment, and lastly, harmony. As Vilain continues delivering the lecture, he realizes that this job is actually much easier than he initially thought. It's his first time teaching, and he is unfamiliar with the theory of magic. Yet even though he is simply reading from a script, he understands everything perfectly. Not only that, but Vilain's natural presence and overwhelming grace make the students hang on to his every word. Even the burdensome traits of elitism, like maintaining interest and eye contact, feel natural rather than oppressive. Perhaps the current Vilain truly possesses the qualities of a great teacher. We then return to the lecture's content, where we learn how the use of mana differs depending on where it is stored in the body. Normally, mages store mana in their heads, as it is the easiest place to imagine spells. Knights store mana in their hearts, allowing them to emit it through their blood vessels. Lastly, there is the inner core, which combines internal and external mana, making it the most universally effective storage method. In simple terms, hard work is important, but if one lacks talent, they need to choose a path and focus. Speaking of focusing, Vilain reflects on how Vilain's talents aren't that impressive either. His current mana is around 3,500. If you need a comparison to understand how small this mana pool is, consider this. There's a mage whose primary mana is at 30,000. So Vilain finds it quite ironic that he's lecturing students about something he should be implementing in his own life. In any case, he concludes the lecture, but there's still one particular line he's hesitating to deliver. He's sure that if it were the original Vilain, he wouldn't have read this sentence. And that line is, if there are any students who want to ask questions. It seems like the students were thoroughly absorbed in the lecture, so there aren't any lingering doubts they have regarding the lecture topic. Even Vilain feels relieved that there are no questions. But just as he thinks this, that same student who has a grudge against Vilain stands up. She recalls an event from last night, where a mysterious spell was discovered in the dormitories. It's assumed to be the work of the devil, but she wants to hear Vilain's thoughts on the matter. Before answering her query, Vilain can't help but call her out for her lack of ethics. She was supposed to mention her name and affiliation before asking any questions. He's not willing to respond to someone who doesn't even know basic classroom etiquette. With that said, he begins to leave. Not because he cares about etiquette, but because he's not in the condition to respond to her question. After all, his comprehension skills consume a huge amount of mana, and he currently has only 2,000 left in reserve out of the 3,375 he originally had. Just understanding the script cost him 1,300 mana, so he's unsure how much mana it'll take to learn about a spell he's never seen before. Meanwhile, the students are snickering under their breath after seeing how she made a fool of herself. They think she was trying to get the professor's attention, but it backfired. The poor girl is stung by the humiliation caused by the professor's words, but she still tries to persist, hoping to get a response from him. According to her, the Magic Tower is refusing to analyze the situation, believing it's just a rumor. But if it's Professor Vilain, she's sure they might be able to figure out what kind of magic was used. She casts a spell herself and requests Vilain to interpret it. With no choice, Vilain examines the spell, which instantly costs him around 1,700 mana. She reveals that several remaining debutantes at the dormitory are analyzing it, but they found absolutely no leads. So she's hoping that Professor Vilain can at least take a glance at it. Without hesitation, Vilain declares that it's barrier magic, and his sudden response catches her off guard. He continues to elaborate that it's a bewitchment-type barrier spell, which means the caster of this spell intended to trap everyone in the dormitory. Now that he's answered her query, he dismisses her, telling her not to persist further. Since the side quest has been cleared, Decaline collects the reward currency he was promised. The scene then cuts to the university's Magic Tower cafeteria, where we meet that girl again, eating without much regard for table manners. By the way, her name is Ephorine. The only reason she had asked that question was to expose that Decaline's spell interpretation skills are a lie. But instead, she became the clown, and the embarrassment she endured was crushing. She's still convinced that Decaline didn't know what he was talking about and just said whatever came to his mind. You see, bewitchment magic is extremely difficult, and most spells require parameters. So, Decaline calling the spell bewitchment magic without mentioning any parameters seems like a stretch. What she showed him was a direct copy of the unknown magic circle that was drawn on the front door of the dormitory last night. While everyone was initially astounded by the unknown spell, it quickly became research material for the new students. So she knew from the start that Decaline was full of it, making up the claim that the spell was bewitchment magic. But then, one of her friends rushes to her to report that the magic circle on the dorm's front door yesterday is indeed a barrier spell. And they figured it out after collective research. Basically, what Professor Decaline said about that spell was, in fact, true. Ephorine is in absolute disbelief. She refuses to accept that it was actually barrier magic. After all, she doesn't want to acknowledge Decaline as a legitimate master of spell interpretation. Her friend, after rattling off endless praises for Professor Decaline and his capabilities, eventually decides to leave. Before going, she thanks Ephorine for asking the professor about the spell since no one else had the guts to question him. Even so, Ephorine remains unconvinced that Decaline gave the correct answer on purpose. She believes it was just a fluke. What frustrates her even more is that she ended up making him stand out even more. Now everyone is convinced Decaline is a capable professor. She then begins reading through a document detailing the accomplishments of their prestigious professor Decaline. She's digging deep, trying to learn more about Decaline. After all, there's a famous saying, if you know the enemy and yourself, you will never be defeated. She decides to steel herself. If she has to face that jackass daily, she'll make sure to expose him hard enough to ruin his reputation completely. The scene shifts to Decaline, who is still dreading the worst possible outcome that could have occurred in the classroom. You see, the moment he looked at that spell, his comprehension skill activated automatically. Just looking at the spell circle, with its tangled lines and intricate structure, was enough to drain every bit of mana he had left. And most importantly, even after sacrificing all that mana, he was unable to understand what the spell actually was. Even if he had twice the mana he has now, he wouldn't have been able to grasp the principles behind it. But for now, he's just relieved that everything worked out in his favor. Just as he continues walking, his path is suddenly blocked by a woman clad in white knight armor. With white hair and light-colored eyes, she's a familiar sight. Decaline immediately recognizes her because he's seen her countless times while working on this game. She is Julie von Dea Freyden, his supposed fiancée, and a named character who will eventually become the pinnacle of knighthood, though he wasn't expecting to cross paths with her this early. Regardless, he responds to her greeting promptly, claiming that he's doing fine. But Julie doesn't seem convinced. She questions how he can be doing fine after breaking the promise they made a week ago. Of course, Woojin has no clue what promise she's talking about. Since he wants to avoid unnecessary drama this early on, he decides to brush it off. He tries to walk past her, casually claiming that he doesn't recall making any promise. But Julie quickly blocks his path again. She won't let him run away like last time. Seeing how serious she is about this promise thing, Decaline realizes she won't let him go without an answer. So he reiterates the same thing, claiming to have forgotten and using his recent fever as an excuse. He requests that she remind him exactly which promise she's talking about. At this point, the story flashes back to 1 week ago. Julie had made a promise to him. If he was truthful to himself and confessed his pretenses and arrogance to everyone, she would always be by his side, even if the world crumbled. Back in the present, poor Julie is on the brink of tears. She wonders if she placed her trust in the wrong person. With a sulking expression, she steps aside, giving him permission to leave. Decaline doesn't even bother to ask what's bothering her and simply walks away, something that, of course, annoys the hell out of Julie, though she doesn't voice it. Their engagement was purely out of convenience. With the union of Decaline, a talented mage, and Julie, a talented knight, the heads of their families believed that it would greatly benefit both sides, expanding their influence. The Euclines and the Freydens, two powerful noble bloodlines, would dominate together. For this reason alone, there was no one to object the marriage, and this is why Julie has been roped to marry him, even though she does not love him a single bit. However, The two households later realized that Decaline's talents never truly existed in the first place. He was not the talented mage everyone thought he was. Perhaps Decaline did not wish to acknowledge it, but he had lied to the world by calling himself a genius at analyzing spells, ultimately becoming a professor. There had even been headlines highlighting how the youngest top professor at the Magic Tower is currently on the decline. After that headline ran, he stopped showcasing any accomplishments. But despite this, the Euclines and the Freydens tried to keep it quiet, and Julie was sure it was because neither household wanted to become the topic of gossip. They didn't want their flaws exposed to the public, but Julie couldn't forgive the situation either. She had accepted the marriage without love, but she could not stand the lies, which conflicted with her beliefs as a knight. To her surprise, Decaline had agreed to honor her beliefs by remaining a truthful person. But now, it seemed to her that it was just another load of bullcrap after all. Before we continue, let's take a moment to provide some background on the Imperial University and the Magic Tower. The Imperial University is the best university in this game, and its magic department is the top department of all. One could compare the magic department to the equivalent of Korean University Medical School, and the Magic Tower to the Korean National University Hospital. Woojin takes note of the grandeur of this place. It has a large campus, with a garden that's carefully maintained, resembling an American college campus. His team members, and he had spent many nights working together to create this atmosphere. While he would love to experience this beautiful place, his only regret is that he wishes he were in someone else's body, not the one he currently occupies. Suddenly, Woojin notices someone following him. As he turns, he crashes into the person who was closely trailing him. It turns out to be his assistant, who was carrying a lot of documents. The papers scatter all over the ground after the crash. Decaline didn't immediately recognize it was Alan. He had instinctively thought that someone might have been trying to ambush him. After getting back to his office, Alan finally presents the documents he was rushing to deliver. It's a list of sponsorships for the new mages this year. The Magic Tower is similar to research facilities in the real world, so funding is required for the development of magic. Professors at the Magic Tower sponsor the new mages they deem worthy. As Decaline goes through the profiles of each candidate, one particular name stands out. The name is highlighted in gold, which he assumes is due to his attribute. This attribute is known as Wealthy Magnate. It allows him to attract wealth and become an exceptional financier with an uncanny intuition for profitable ventures. The more information provided, the more accurate his intuition becomes. Then there's another attribute known as Sharp Eyesight. This ability allows one to visually perceive institutions, attributes, mana points, and similar elements. It is primarily used in conjunction with other traits rather than on its own. The reason Decaline is able to identify this promising candidate is due to the combination of his two attributes, Wealthy Magnate and Sharp Eyesight. It's now evident that individuals with names shining in this glittering gold light are sure to bring him wealth. There are a few others like this, but one name stands out the most. That name belongs to none other than Ephraim Luna, the very girl who is actively seeking his downfall. To think that Decaline's abilities have led him to see her as the most potential candidate for prosperity, even though she is determined to destroy his career. Decaline recognizes her as one of the main characters in the game. According to the developers, the only information he knows about her is that she lost her father due to Decaline's actions. He also takes note that Ephraim seems to have no sponsors for some reason. When he questions Alan about it, his assistant reveals that everyone is cautious when it comes to her. Well, it's no surprise. After all, no one wants to anger Decaline by sponsoring someone who might become his enemy. One thing is commendable about Ephraim, however. Despite not attending the academy and learning magic through self-study, her talent speaks volumes. The potential in her is limitless. Yet, Ephraim Luna is his enemy, or rather, he is her enemy, since he is the one responsible for her father's death. If things proceed as they did in the original game, Decaline knows he might very well end up dead. After all, he is destined to die in the game. He also has the attribute Villain's Fate, which ensures that the entire world hates him and wants him dead. However, anything or anyone that fails to kill him ultimately makes him stronger. In the game, Decaline dies in countless ways, such as by sword, by poison, by assassination. The method may change, but the outcome is always the same: death. The only way for him to survive is to make different choices that the original Decaline would not have made. With that in mind, he ultimately decides to sponsor Ephraim. After signing the documents, he tells Alan to submit them. He also instructs him to borrow a few books that he is about to mention. Later, as he sits alone, Decaline reflects on how much money he requires to survive. From what he knows, many of the deaths awaiting him can be avoided with money alone. Investing in a promising mage is one way to acquire wealth. However, that alone isn't enough. There are countless characters in this game world who resent him, and they will try to kill him whenever they get the chance. In order to survive, amassing wealth and power is the only way out. While Wujin desires to become stronger, he remembers that Deculane's talents are average at best. If he doesn't find a way to improve, he's certain he won't survive the numerous threats closing in on him. Luckily, there is one thing in his favor: his attributes. Deculane can't control all 4 elements as he boasts, but he definitely has potential in manipulating earth and fire. Combining earth, fire, and metal results in the formation of Deculane's unique attribute, Midas Touch. This attribute consumes the user's mana to unlock the potential of a target. Deculane's talents in manipulating metal also allow him to wield ki-controlled, levitating blades. While it sounds grandiose, these chi-controlled blades are essentially just telekinesis at its core. However, in this world, telekinesis is not widely known or understood. If Deculane learns basic manipulation magic, he can compensate for his lack of raw power by manipulating metal objects. To make this a reality, he needs to first learn the fundamentals of manipulation magic. So, he decides to test his skills. As soon as he activates his comprehension skill, he begins absorbing all the concepts and spells related to basic telekinesis written in this book. Once he has absorbed the knowledge, he uses his newly acquired telekinesis powers on a pen. And just like that, the pen floats into the air. Thanks to his memorize attribute, Deculane can cast the telekinesis spell without needing any incantation. Although the current telekinesis spell he's learned only covers the basics, it's already quite powerful. He can't even begin to imagine the possibilities once he learns more advanced telekinesis. The next thing Deculane wants to figure out is what to do with a magic circle. He considers engraving it over his entire body. In this world, magic circles become stronger the larger they are, so he plans to understand his body first using his comprehend attribute. Not just his brain, but his heart and inner core as well. Then he will engrave magic circles all over his body to strengthen his telekinesis. Of course, there is a risk that his body might overload or suffer side effects. But this is where one of his attributes, Iron Man, comes in handy. This attribute grants Deculane innate physical abilities, and the potential of his body is of the highest caliber. He's confident that this attribute will allow him to withstand any side effects. As soon as he starts the process of engraving the magic circle onto his body, excruciating pain triggers throughout his body. A pain unlike anything he's ever felt. It feels as though every bone is breaking, and every muscle is being torn apart. However, as grueling as this experience is, Deculane won't waver. Not a single groan escapes his lips. After all, this is the elegance required of a noble. Finally, the process comes to a halt. Sadly, after enduring all this, Deculane has failed due to an insufficient amount of mana, currently standing at just 1 point. But the effort isn't entirely in vain. He now has a magic circle etched onto his shoulder. At this rate, it will take about 2 weeks to cover his entire body. A month passes after Deculane's seminar, and it's finally the first day of lectures at the University Magic Tower. All the students gather in the remote area, awaiting their first lesson. A notice board nearby contains a message from the professor. The professor wishes to test everyone's abilities, so the students will have to prove themselves by performing on their own in a place already rich with elements. The students are all quite astounded that their teacher just left them to study on their own. The one who is most annoyed by this is, of course, Ephorine. While she curses him under her breath, a girl walks past her and intentionally bumps into her. Naturally, Ephorine, already irritated, turns to confront the girl who just bumped into her. But when she recognizes the person in front of her, her expression quickly contorts into shock. It's none other than Sylvia von Josephine Elaide. The two girls lock eyes for a brief moment, but Sylvia just proceeds to walk away, ignoring Ephorine as though she doesn't even know her. Later, as Ephorine is focused on performing a task, her mind is still preoccupied with the encounter. She is certain the girl she encountered is from House Elaide. About 10 years ago, the Illades, fearing Ephorine's potential, surrounded their manor with troops and threatened them. So it's beyond Ephorine's understanding that Sylvia doesn't recognize her. Suddenly, the structure she is creating with her magic starts to falter, and Ephorine feels a heavy pressure in the air. It's as if her mana is being sucked somewhere. When she looks in the direction of the disturbance, she spots Sylvia, who has just created an enormous structure which is 1,000 times larger than the one Ephorine was making. Naturally, Ephorine is furious, as the turbulence caused by Sylvia's magic has completely disrupted her work. But Sylvia pays no attention to the noise around her, continuing her task undisturbed. This only infuriates Ephraim further. The fact that Sylvia doesn't even acknowledge her existence is maddening. In an effort to get Sylvia's attention, Ephraim decides to provoke her. She begins throwing jabs at Sylvia, undermining her strength. After all, they were rivals, and Sylvia always used to threaten Ephraim and forced her to step away from magic, all to surpass her rival. But once again, Sylvia refuses to acknowledge Ephraim's presence. She claims she doesn't recognize Ephraim but mentions having heard about the death of the impudent, negligent noble. Of course, Ephraim is enraged to hear this disrespectful trash talk about her father. Without a second thought, she leaps into the air, her magic activated around her balled-up fist. She's determined to make Sylvia regret what she just said. The enraged Ephraim lunges forth with a powerful strike, attempting to punish Sylvia for her disgusting words about her father. In response, the blonde conjures a protective barrier, her eyes flickering in doubt of her own ability. The collision results in an explosive boom, sending rumbles of winds across the bodies of the students, who groan before the impact. The aftermath of the explosion leads to the students checking on each other's health. When the dust settles, Ephraim is made visible, her left hand grabbing hold of Sylvia's head, roaring at the blonde for ever daring to insult her deceased father. As she continues to threaten Sylvia, Ephraim's eyes dart behind, realizing that some kind of mystical dark light has been created in the distance. The students panic and scream, while Ephraim questions if what she's seeing is a void. It's the same spot where both of their mana collided earlier, causing a rupture in space that is now engulfing everything around it. Realizing that the void is at risk of causing an explosion, the students panic even more and attempt to run away. Even Ephraim understands the risk of the situation at hand. The explosion could send metal fragments bursting everywhere like shrapnel, inevitably spelling everyone's doom. The space-devouring ball of black continues to eat away at its surroundings. Ephraim does her best to contain the magic with her might. All of a sudden, she no longer hears its sound or feels its weight, as if the void stopped on its own. When she opens her eyes, a towering man clad in aesthetic noble attire is standing before them. It's their professor, and he has just saved their lives. Deculane's sudden appearance is shocking, but what's even more shocking is the fact that he stopped the fragments using ice magic in an instant. Following that, Deculain left his students' mouths open as he displayed telekinesis magic to control the ice fragments. The sight itself left his students with an impression of the beauty and wonders of magic. Ephraim understands the use of enchantment magic in this case. However, even she could feel enraptured by the mesmerizing use of it before their eyes. With the shards taken care of, the professor spoke, his words denoting the end of the lecture. Turning a strong glare to Sylvia and Ephraim, Deculain tells everyone to leave aside from the troublemakers responsible for creating the situation. Right now, Ephraim's face tells you all you need to know. It's the definition of an "oh shit, I'm so fucked" moment. In the next scene, we jump all the way to the interrogation room. There, Deculain awaited the arrival of the other professors, namely Retlin and Relin, who are the professors of the Spirit Studies and Support Studies departments. Welcoming them is a woman sitting next to Deculain, the chairwoman of the university, Adeline Sigelian. With all the professors seated, they now turn to curiously question the daring student who attempted to strike down a lady of the ill-aid house. Turns out, Ephraim is classified as a nobody, to the point they discriminate against her worth based on her nameless background. Of course, the situation was prevented thanks to Deculain's intervention, impressing all the other professors. Giving it some thought, Deculain understands the outcome that will result from this disciplinary meeting. It's obvious that the daughter of one of the most influential families will be seen as the victim, while the fallen noble Ephraim, a mere commoner before the university's eyes, will be seen as the evil perpetrator. Hence, Deculain feels the urge to involve himself and bring about a shift to that perspective. After all, ever since he set his eyes on Ephraim, he could sense douses of scarlet energy just leaking out of her body. It's as clear as day to a villain character like him, an attribute called the villain's fate. Basically, when the entire world wants you to die, there's trouble brewing, and if he can't influence the outcome soon, his inevitable death will creep closer and closer. The official meeting to conclude Ephraim and Sylvia's fate is sprung into action. Relin is the first one to roar at the Ephraim for senselessly engaging in conflict and jeopardizing the safety of many students. It was only thanks to Deculain's personal involvement that nothing grave happened. In response, dejected as she is, Ephraim states that she cannot mention her reason for the attack. This kind of avoidant response comes across as an offense to the teachers, but right now, all Ephraim can think about is concealing her intentions, so her target, the scumbag Professor Deculain, doesn't know that she's after him. Sylvia's provocative words race through her mind. But even if that is the truth, she can't risk saying anything in front of her one and only target. That is why Ephraim is willingly sitting through discomfort and pain for the sake of her long-term plan. Relin roars at the girl once more, questioning if she's got some sort of an inferiority complex. He drills it into her head, reminding her of their difference in status as a noble and a commoner. Next, Sylvia is told to speak. She also tries to conceal the matter, and excuses that she was responsible for accidentally destroying Ephraim's work, which led to an argument. This puts her as an innocent person in front of the eyes of the disciplinary committee, making it even more irrational for Ephraim to have made her move. The professors continue to grill Ephraim, questioning if she's got anger management issues. Relin even goes as far as to recommend expelling the student entirely, refusing to slide this incident with a warning. Right now, feeling alienated from the professors and receiving not a single word in her support, Ephraim feels isolated and cold. All fingers point to her as the culprit. The professors see her as the person responsible. Every insult and every scolding hurled at her, and the worst part is, she can't issue a single response in return. With her father gone, the poor girl is off on her own. The world has shut itself down on her. Blaming Professor Vilain, she pins him as an object of blame for her own mistakes, which is an emotional response befitting a child. Adelaine finally speaks, concluding that each professor thinks the same as the next. Before motioning a decision, she wants to hear Vilain's account of the situation. Making his voice clear, he makes a request to the chairwoman. It's right about this moment where Ephraim thinks her life is over now. It's obvious that she's going to be expelled. But to a shocking turn of events, Vilain puts Sylvia under fire, arguing that she too had a fault in the incident that occurred. His response stuns both students, while Vilain continues to hammer his question once more. Ephraim is at a loss for words, unable to have predicted this trajectory in the meeting. Even Vilain, the old fart who chose to see Ephraim as a worthless commoner, is having a field day comprehending Vilain's words. Our boy argues that Sylvia had every reason to act and prevent the incident that was caused, yet she chose not to. He wonders if her so-called esteemed abilities as one of the ill-aid household fell short in the heat of the moment. Sylvia's in a daze. She lowers her head in shame, apologizing first. Then she confesses the truth. Sylvia refused to block Ephraim's attack because she intended for the student to get into trouble. The silver-haired girl is tripping out. There's no way Vilain, someone who is her enemy, took her side just now. It's her fault too, so it's not like he has to protect her. Relin speaks up, countering that as a victim, Sylvia's fault matters very little with how she defended. Blame falls entirely on the assailant. Vilain fires back, stating that as a professor, he's the one who failed for creating a lecture that didn't require his presence. He wonders if he should be taking the blame instead. This sudden comment flusters Professor Relin, who's still on Sylvia's side. Ephraim is out here shocked that this man is steamrolling another professor just to save her ass. It's the height of ridiculousness that he's doing this much to protect her. Having heard enough, the chairwoman concludes her decision. She doesn't think of it as a serious matter, believing that students naturally run into conflict with age. That's why she's more than willing to let this one slide past without any issues. Adelaine tells both students to return home as there won't be any consequences this time. Ephraim is having mixed feelings. She was fully prepared to eat an expulsion in her face, and knowing Professor Vilain's personality, things should have concluded that way. So it doesn't make any sense how things concluded the way they did. After the meeting, Relin applauds Vilain's unique insight and analysis on viewing a situation. But our boy's attention turns to Ephraim, who calls for his attention and musters the resolve to ask him a question. She internalizes that if he's familiar with the name Luna, and recalls his association with her father, the one who he put through living hell, causing the man to take his own life to end the pain. Being a master of anticipation, Vilain expected her to reach out to him. This girl is hell-bent on getting an answer from him, and wonders how Vilain would respond to her question, and if he would try and overthrow the verdict of the meeting just to protect himself. Even worse, Ephraim feels afraid that this man may not even remember mistreating her father, which would make her situation even worse. Surprisingly, Vilain tells her that she shouldn't busy herself with the troubles of the past, hindering her potential to grow. Saying those words, he departs, leaving Ephraim with one conclusion. She's reached the understanding that he must know about her father, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have helped her just now. She wonders if the professor personally feels some kind of responsibility, which is why he helped her out of her own difficult situation. Ephraim misunderstands his help as a kind of pity. It fills her heart with joy, At least the scumbag professor didn't forget what he did. So long as that is the case, she's okay with the situation. The conclusion of Ephorine's case results in an addition of 2 points for Deculane's death prevention. In the next scene, we see Sylvia explaining the situation to her father, Giltheon, the head of the Illide family, and an Esper mage. His father affirms that the talented student Ephorine Lunas already missed her chance to flourish as a mage. A decade ago, back when the aptitude exam was being held, both girls encountered the other for the very first time. It was during that time that the manometer went crazy before their presence, predicting their immeasurable talent to become future archmages. These two girls just stared at each other blankly, unable to comprehend the slew of words they had just heard. To give you an example of just how powerful archmages truly are, they are classified as beings that not even emperors can threaten. Only a select few people ever rise to this level, and their names are etched in history forever. Tradition has it that 3 people will become archmages in each era, irrespective of their specialty, a rule that has never changed. Interestingly, currently apart from Demerkin, there are 2 empty spots for the archmages of this era. Adeline is actually a candidate for being an archmage, leaving behind one last seat. It was back then that both the Illid and Luna families stood opposite to each other, and now they must compete for the final seat. Of course, Sylvia's father is adamant on his daughter getting that title no matter the cost, so much so that he threatened Ephorine's father by force, exempting him from enrolling her daughter at the academy. Sylvia understood all too well that the only reason her family recklessly overpowered the Luna family was because they wanted her to seize the throne. They wanted to make her archmage no matter the cost, though it is also her personal wish and predicted fate. That's why Ephorine's words from back then stung her so much. She chalks it off as simply being unlucky. While Giltheon isn't exactly worried about her competitor, he's more worried about Professor Deculaine, believing that he's an ordinary man who was a genius at a young age. That's why there's no telling if he could suddenly rise above the ranks and become a dark horse. This isn't new news to Sylvia though, because she could sense his potential from the moment he deciphered her trap. When the explosion happened, it was true that Sylvia eradicated Ephorine's mana, but she also set up a personal trap to launch the Void as a conflict between their attacks. This way, the incident would cause even further demise and put Ephorine under fire. The reason Deculaine shot them a glare back then was because he understood this trap from the get-go, despite her being careful of any observation close by. Even though he knew everything, Deculaine kept both of them safe by offering a third way, a compromise. It was his warning, a way of demanding them to play along with his version of the story so that they could survive in one piece. Yes, before you even ask, the One Piece is real. In any case, she grossly underestimated his talents, but now it makes her ponder the kind of man he truly is. A few days flew by. We get to see Deculaine's glorious manor. This man is living Bruce Wayne's life over here. Getting all dripped out, this man is escorted by his driver, his thoughts agreeing with his decision to support Ephorine in that critical moment. This way, he removed one of the death roots for himself, and even increased store currency. Personally, he wasn't expecting Ephorine to make herself known so quickly in their first encounter, but he could tell from then on that she was hostile from the start. While his intervention just now has made him an enemy of Sylvia as well, it's still the best course of action he could have taken. Brushing that matter off, Deculaine isn't keen on attending social events. At the same time, he doesn't want the opportunity of gaining store points to just fly past him. After all, he gained a side quest to attend the Flower of the New Year event, adding another half a point to his store currency. As of right now, he still requires a minimum of 5 currency points to access the shop. That's why he's focusing on interacting with the main characters for now. Arriving at his destination, Deculaine is welcomed with honor and respect. The party is full of nobles and their expensive laughter. The professor spots a bunch of named characters that he can interact with. Of them, one stands more notable than ever. It's Helm, a character who Kim Woo-jin personally modeled in the game. Arriving at the event was good after all, Deculaine believes. He's spotted by an old man out of the blue, who is honored to meet the esteemed Professor Deculaine. His sudden announcement of the professor's name draws attention from many eyes, all darting away to see the professor. The party goes into an uproar, celebrating the professor's great presence. That cool and peaceful confidence he had about the party from earlier, it's all shattered to pieces now. While this is happening, Deculaine hears someone remarking on Sir Ganesha. The professor draws away from the current interaction and follows the trail of the voice. Having heard about Ganesha, he knows that he can't risk not having an interaction with one of the most important characters around. His gaze shifts and carefully picks apart the crowd, but Ganesha is nowhere to be found. Vilain seriously doesn't want to lose this chance, but unbeknownst to him, the scary adventurer is standing behind him. At this point in the story, she's the 5th strongest character introduced. Vilain finally locates her on the higher floor, the scarlet-haired woman staring down at the scene. He quickened his pace to meet her, but gets cock-blocked by Ehelm, who interacts with him at the worst possible moment. Let's explore Ehelm a bit more. He's an exclusive mage of the royal palace, ranked as a monarch, equaling to Vilain's title. Ehelm provokes Vilain, surprised that the great professor still remembers his name. He wants to check in on Vilain's research and immediately brings up the mention of some bad rumors. Ehelm points out how his research has stagnated in the past 3 years, and many are now questioning Vilain's true abilities and talents. This audacious man is straight up talking shit in his face. It just so happens that Ehelm was Vilain's peer in their university. They once had a close relationship, but after Vilain seized the position of head professor for himself, Ehelm's jealousy grew harsher and hostile over time. Though the original character would have been peeved by Ehelm's provocative remarks, our boy is as cool as a cucumber, refusing to respond with impulse. Also, the rumors only mention the truth, so he's fine with them too. Vilain's attention is drawn to shock when he notices that his target, Ganesha, is no longer there. Poor guy wanted to achieve one goal for the day, and it was ruined by this blabbering loudmouth who still continues to yap endlessly. Walking right past him, Vilain annoyingly swears at him and even calls him a piece of rotten cheese. I loved that insult so much I'm gonna be using that as his nickname from now on. Rotten Cheese is left bewildered by the statement. The chill professor refuses to say another word and quickly moves on to locate Ganesha, fearing that she may leave the society even before he can acquaint himself with her. His plan is in shambles as we speak. His sudden disappearance from the event causes a bunch of people to wonder where he went. Vilain really wanted to end the rotten cheese then and there, but he was limited to his response because of the people around them. To his shock, Ganesha calls his name. She's there standing right next to him. She's curious if he came looking for her. It's true that Vilain found her unexpectedly, having escaped the clutches of the imbeciles in the gathering event. Still, her reaction makes him wonder if these two have previously met each other in the past. The Scarlet Adventurer lets out a chuckle at his response, when he confesses he merely got lost. Ganesha calls out his little lie and knows he was looking. She apologizes for messing up their earlier mission, and even requests letting the matter go. Now it's confirmed that they had a previous relationship based on commissions. The adventurer apologizes once more for failing to recruit a talented child under his wing. It's because of her personal attachment that she ruined the mission, refusing to hand the child over to him. Now, of course, our boy is curious about the context of this discussion, and he's gained an understanding of Vilain's decisions. He was going to use a talented child to do the research in his place and maintain his name. Curiously, Ganesha asks a question. She sensitively asks how long he's going to keep up the facade and remain the way he is. Her careful choice of words puts him into contemplation. It's true that before possessing Vilain's body, he maintained character and acted violently, gaining many enemies and losing trust with the people in his life, even going as far as hurting others for his personal fame. But now, the current Vilain has come to a decision, confessing that he's going to live a different life. Intrigued, Ganesha is surprised. She was fully expecting him to lash out and attack her for that statement. Of course, since she was brash and acted on her own during the mission, Kim Woo-jin, who is possessing Vilain's body, is rather surprised that this bold professor would go as far as to attempt attacking one of the strongest people around at the time. It goes to show the villain's reckless demeanor. While he doesn't know much about the original Vilain's past relationship with Ganesha, he knows for a fact that this woman could easily annihilate him with no effort at all. Two of her most prominent attributes are invincible body and master of martial arts. You can only expect her to go batshit crazy after having those stats. She's one of the few adventurers who has reached the height of her physical stats. Now, because Kim Woo-jin is possessing Vilain's body, there was no instance of hiring assassins to do the deed for him. Because if that were the case, Ganesha would have died already. While he's having this contemplation, Ganesha is wondering if this guy hit his head or ate something spoiled today. She can't place a finger on his strange behavior. Vilain's already achieved his goals for today, so he quickens to leave the discussion. Ganesha is rather surprised, and wonders if it's really true that he won't be sending anyone after her. Turning to her one last time, the cool professor remarks that it would be beneath him. This girl is literally left too stunned to even speak. Going back to the hall, Vilain internalizes that he could easily utilize Eucline's power to pressurize the adventurer using the guild. However, doing so would only cause his death variables to increase. To his utmost horror, the system informs him that he just prevented a death variable. Bro was not expecting to get murdered tonight. This means for a fact that Ganesha's conversation from earlier could have ended very, very differently. Even a simple social gathering event is waving death flags over his head, poor guy. The scene switches to Rayleigh, an adventurer who is relative to Julie. The talented knight is sitting in annoyance, clearly disoriented and in a bad mood. Rayleigh realizes what must be causing her sour expression, so she boldly asks if Julie has made any progress with her fiancé as of late. Just hearing that, Julie's body fidgets. Rayleigh clarifies that she means Professor Vilain, as there were rumors spreading about. Recalling his annoying response from their meeting, Julie doesn't hide her frustration, expressing that their relationship is in the gutter. Only this time she confessed it out loud. In a surprising turn of events, the man of the hour comes around to leave. He spots her, but he's already leaving, despite being known for loving gathering events. He didn't even shoot a look towards his fiancée, causing people to wonder if he's got a sour relationship with Julie. This adds to the rumors about him. Decolane's early leave from the gathering event raised a number of questions, all leading to one theory. They think it's because Julie and him had a fallout, but of course not even the game developer Kim Woojin could have predicted this turn of events. A week has passed since he attended the social gathering event. This man has been putting in the work, looking at his damn muscles as he finesses that pull-up. Apart from his usual memorization and telekinetic training, he introduced working out to his routine to increase his stamina. It's mostly because he nearly died from experimenting with some crazy shit. Just a few days ago, this guy was on the floor, coughing out blood in his miserable condition. Any normal mage would have died from what he did. The only reason he survived is thanks to his Iron Man attribute. Bro is Tony Stark. In a quest to achieve greater strength after encountering Ganesha, he attempted to engrave fire control alongside his telekinetic powers. This would aid his metal manipulation overall. He wanted to upgrade his core magic for his telekinetic ability, cutting off the time needed to learn additional magic. However, this method was extremely reckless even for him, and it was only after experiencing the incredible strain on his body that he felt the need to dedicate some time to training. That's how he came to develop a workout routine. By the end of his routine, this guy is looking like David Lade with his aesthetics. With his morning workout wrapped up, it's time to go to class. The scene jumps ahead to Professor Decolane's office, where we see Alan delivering the professor a message from the magic tower. The sender is classified as someone from a high rank. Prying open the message, Deculane learns that there's an audit hearing in 6 months regarding his research. They just want him to prepare some documents for the hearing by that time. Of course, this is troublesome, because this means Deculane's research is put under fire and under question for being delayed. The thing about Deculane's role is that he's always been classified as the head professor in the eyes of the game. It's critical for him to maintain his title as a professor, because the moment he loses it is also the moment his hopes of returning home will be dashed for good. Right now, he's going to scavenge and find anything worth his time from his laboratory. Declan enters the room, which is a complete and utter mess, as if there was an attack of some kind. The place has been uncared for, and if Declan frequented the laboratory often, there's no way he would have kept it in this horrendous state. Interestingly, one disgusting spot looks particularly out of place. It begs the question if he was trying to hide something. There's no telling, but Declan thinks it's a good way to test the waters and see what's up. Thanks to his telekinetic magic, he didn't have to dirty his own hands plodding through the trash. From the remains, he grabs a book and pries it open. It seems like Declan encrypted his life's work to ensure that it wouldn't get stolen. Be that as it may, our boy can easily use his comprehension skills to bypass this issue. It's thanks to that he's able to cast open a golden bright light, hinting at the significance of his incredible research. Thanks to his attributes, wealthy magnate and sharp eyesight, he can tell that this book is definitely valuable. Despite that, the research seems incomplete, with many pages ripped in between and left unfinished. But even after all its flaws, it shone brightly, once again hinting at the research's significance. Surprisingly, Declan spots a pendant with a picture of Ephraim Luna and her father. This helps him piece together their relationship. Turns out that her father was working under him as a researcher. That's why the Luna family despises Professor Declan, who tortured her father for his own fame. It's because of Declan that Ephraim has navigated a brutal life. But now, things will be different. He's made up his mind to complete the research with the help of his comprehension skill, and right after its completion, he's going to add her father's name as a contributor to the research as a co-author. Character development in a way you didn't expect. The scene switches to one of the cafes of the university. Here, some of the commoners have decided to band up as their own group, sticking for each other in the time of need. If they don't, the nobles will pull the rug from under their feet. Asking for Ephorine's opinion, the girl puts her on the spot. Ephorine doesn't know how to feel about the situation. After all, she is a fallen noble herself. Still, she's fine with forgetting about her previous life, because right now, she doesn't even have a residence in her name. The orange-haired girl proudly accepts Ephorine as one of their own, the rest of them denoting her as the representative of the commoners. One of the girls, donning a shorter hairstyle, suggests they get permission from a professor to approve their club officially. It seems like the biggest obstacle in their path at the moment. At first they bring up Professor Vilain, but knowing his attitude for always protecting nobles, he's out of the count. Then there's Professor Carmel, who also shuns commoners. One of them adds that Professor Vilain wouldn't be a good pick either. While this is happening, Ephorine is too busy salivating at the sight of a beautiful strawberry dessert. The orange-haired girl erupts in confidence, believing that they should definitely ask for Professor Vilain's help. They're all hoping that Ephorine will be the one to make the request on their behalf, a role that she clearly didn't sign up for is evident by her shocked expression. One guy agrees, believing that Vilain's their best shot, as he looks down on everyone, no matter the status. The fact that Ephorine escaped punishment thanks to him is enough to conclude that Vilain favors her a bit. Or at least that's what these guys think. The girl clarifies that there's nothing of the sort going on. She genuinely feels upset that the conversation has taken a shift like this. Ephorine wants nothing to do with Vilain after all. Refusing the request, she bolts away. But the orange-haired girl chases after her anyway, hoping that she'll reconsider it once more. Ephorine clarifies that whatever they're thinking is not going to happen. Julia suddenly freezes at the sight of someone. Ephorine wonders what caused her to stagger like that. It's only when she turns to meet Vilain's gaze that she realizes it's the devil himself. She certainly wasn't expecting to encounter him in the worst timing possible. Julia runs the heck away, leaving it all to rest on her shoulders. Ephorine is there, not knowing what to say, as the professor is already leaving. Hesitating, she makes her move, grabbing his attention. She requests the creation of a club that requires an approval from his end. In the end, this tsundere mustered up the will to ask him despite her embarrassment. She reasons that he usually doesn't approve requests from commoners, which is why she is also worried. Though Julia's approach was ridiculous, her suggestion was actually right. Ephorine believes they should just try their luck and see if it works. To her shock, Vilain takes the letter and actually signs it, even requesting a note of details to be sent to his office. Ephorine is starstruck as she's handed the paper back, unable to believe that he actually approved the creation of the club. She just can't figure out his damn personality. Julia runs all giddied up, thankful that Ephorine successfully managed to get a signature. Meanwhile, the troubled girl wonders why he's doing all of this. He's being exclusively nice to her for no reason. Fast forwarding to the lecture, Vilain teaches the students about elements, which are supposed to be the building blocks of magic. And yet, many mages are still unaware about the difference between categorical and pure elements. As he's giving his lecture, Ephorine's thoughts drift away elsewhere, not knowing if the professor's actions are rooted in guilt or even sympathy. This man, the one who drove her father to his grave, despite his nice gestures, all of it feels fake to her. She thinks that if he truly feels responsible, then he should drop the act and reveal the truth to the world. Seeing her visibly fidget in annoyance, Julia wonders if she's all right. This snaps the girl out of her contemplation. Julia thinks her friend is annoyed because of the students across the table. Ephorine is confused at first, but quickly realizes that it's the nobles along with Sylvia, who have a terrible impression of her. After all, her stunt from that day made her an enemy of every noble family. Ephorine tells Julia that it's all right. She just wants to focus on the lecture for now. Zooming in on Vilain's lecture, he explains the significance of magic circles. However, she knew that his lectures used to be different. Right now, Vilain is expertly explaining how each spell is affected by adding strokes to the magic circle. He furthers the main topic of learning for today, something he terms flowing fire. The thing is, Ephorine is right. Vilain's lectures initially used to be a showboat of his talents and authority as a professor, but the lectures conducted by Kim Woojin right now were recreations of the beauty of magic, and they showcased a fundamental understanding of magic. It shocked the students, even Sylvia, who had once forgone her childlike curiosity of magic because of her natural-born aptitude as a mage. Vilain continues, showing them the magic circle responsible for water. Combining this with the fire circle, it creates a unique phenomenon. The purple magic circle steals the attention of the crowd, allowing liquid smooth fire to flow like water. The students are thrilled and amazed. Sylvia most notably can't believe that his lectures challenge such theoretical depths. Typically, mages deemed geniuses actually conjured magic using their intuition and natural talent. Theory meant very little to them, and if every mage prioritized theory, then that meant the commonality of magic in one container. It's true that focusing too much on theory could steal all your time from actually learning magic through understanding and intuition. Theoretical understanding is usually terrible and obstructive to the learning process. That's the unfortunate paradox. To become a genius, one must be blessed with brilliant intuition, and yet, not even the elites can explain the root of their intuition. For a genius professor with his bundle of rumors, it's shocking to her that Deculion is insisting on teaching theoretical classes despite his rank. When the lecture is finished, Ephorine is left with a changing impression. She certainly didn't expect the professor to be so good, to the point she found herself glued to the lecture. Ephorine's attention is stolen when she hears a mountain of slurs coming from the other side of the door. She knows it's the annoying nobles who want to harass her. That whole conflict with Sylvia made everything worse. To her surprise, she spots a sponsorship certificate underneath her door. Of course, her initial reaction is that it must be a damn prank. There's no way she got sponsored when everyone in House Elad hates her. Ephorine gives the situation credit, recognizing that she can later use this in a report. So she happily goes to the magical administration office, only to find out that this little piece of envelope is as real as it can get. She remembers her body jolting when the receptionist verified the authentic seal. Ephorine's face blooms with happiness. She can't contain her joy at all. The girl even tries pulling her face, wondering if this is some kind of sick dream. Then she cowardly checks her surroundings, afraid that someone must have spotted her reaction. Ephorine shrinks underneath the table, afraid that people will soon find out her ownership over 100,000 elne. To give you guys a good idea of the amount, it's equivalent to 100 million won. This girl is so scared, in fact, she's already packing her stuff in hopes of escaping when shit goes down. Even the staff members seemed suspicious and gave her a good look. Ephorine is losing her marbles when her tantrum leads to hitting her head on the table. This dork is convinced that it's no longer a dream. The absurdity of the situation makes her weep. The girl who was alienated all this time finally had her talents recognized. It fills her with the optimism to try harder for her life. I don't know about you guys, but I think this scene is a good example of showing how a token of kindness can restore someone's faith in the world. I really liked it, and I hope you did too. Anyway, let's get serious and visit the Euclid Manor. Here, Deculion's half-sister learns that he's currently headed to the auction site of Schatzenjevel. Bear with me, I know that's a weird-ass name. She's steaming in frustration, remembering how he had already wasted 10 million elne only last year. It makes her fear how much he's going to waste this time around. At the auction site, we come to see our boy, who has been longing to buy something worth his time. Back when he first began using telekinesis magic, the professor had realized he needed a kind of metal to make up for his sorry excuse of a talent. It's going to be a replacement for a temporary fix that he made using wood steel. The real deal will be here at the auction site today, which is why he's in the VIP waiting room. There, he spots a familiar figure. It's his fiancée. Yet again another unexpected occurrence. She sees him, gets up with an angry glare, and turns to confront him. The knight is practically irritated with his damn appearance. It's the definition of your girlfriend getting mad at you for ignoring her. Julie brings up the occurrence of Sylvia and Ephorine, whom he had detained to be judged before the committee. Knowing that it's pretty old news, the mage questions why she's bringing it up, and if she's going to blame him for that. Julie holds a stern expression, hounding him for crushing the dreams of newbie students through his annoying attitude. She highly advises him against repeating past mistakes. Julie finishes up by saying that it's her final piece of advice for him, her words hinting at an indication of a breakup. Calming his mind, Deculion understands her intentions to break the relationship. But in reality, he actually favors this turn of events. Despite her enamoring appearance, he doesn't really intend to marry a woman over something insignificant, even in a fake life. Then there's the fact that she's a walking red flag full of death variables for him to encounter. This means the dude could literally face death on the day of their marriage. Deculion chooses to remain silent until she turns away, his thoughts wondering why she came here, knowing she's not the type to attend auctions. Choosing to annoy her, he provokes Julie by asking if she came all the way here to get on his nerves. It embarrasses the girl, who brushes away any such thoughts, stating that she came here looking for something. Deculion tells her to calm down, because the chick went from 0 to 100 in the span of a second. She's left all pouting and annoyance. Julie continues leaving, and it's the first time Deculian thinks cute of her expression. Suddenly, he catches himself experiencing a sharp and sudden emotion. Right when he was reasoning just how dangerous it would be to surround himself with her, it's as if Kim Woo-jin is slowly being tainted by Deculian's personal emotions. So far, he's kept his personality in check. An announcement addressing the visitors of the auction house is made. The auction is about to begin. Deculian brushes away such meaningless thoughts, believing that it's just his body reacting this way. Back to the scene of the auction house, he's patiently awaiting as the first item gets revealed. It's a special vase made by a unique artisan from the East. Its significance is so loud that golden shimmers of light reach all the way to Deculian, the same light he checked with his research papers. The light's insistent glow is proof that he should get it. The host entertains a bunch of bids, until Deculian bids the highest at 2.5 million elne. The item is sold at the immediate price. The only reason he acquired the vase is because it represents a greater value than the money put up for it. He's got more than enough in his mega bank account. I'm serious. This guy has 200 million in his damn account. Andrew Tate who? A bunch of high-value items are all snatched by Deculian, including a special ring, a pair of special scissors, and a rune necklace. Even after all of that, this man has the gall to bid for 5.5 million. The people at the auction house are shocked to find Professor Deculian making such wild bids. His fiancée, on the other hand, deems him as a mere attention seeker with nothing better to do with his life. She thinks their personalities clash too much, as he wasted so much money without cause. Still, she came here with a goal of her own. She wants to obtain the Winter's Fire for herself. The host finally presents the last object of the auction, an item so rare that it's impossible to find, an ore representing great history. It's the magic of nature itself, the Winter's Fire. The ethereal snow flare stone is revealed in all its beauty, stunning both Deculian and his fiancée. This stone is one of the 10 rarest metals found in the game. Normally used to forge swords, this item is the height of paradoxical wonders, maintaining the essence of both heat and cold energies. Only dragon bones surpass them in value. Still, it's Deculian's best bet, but Julie is also invested. Parties place their bets all the way up to 30 million elne. Julie is extremely confident in her bid and is about to win, her face lighting up with happiness. But then, one man intervenes, placing an offer of 31 million elne, stealing the limelight. She turns in annoyance, unable to accept what his damn fiancé is scheming. She doesn't want him to interfere with the only object she's after. She places a bid of 32 million, which is countered by 33 million by the professor. They're a bit surprised that the professor wants to obtain a sword forging stone. They wonder if he wants to give it to his fiancée. They all think it must be the reason he's preventing her from making the purchase. Deculian all of a sudden realizes that he's fighting against Julie so far. This confirms her personal ambitions to obtain the snowflake stone, which means if he obtains the object, she'll carry a grudge for life. At the same time, he wants it badly, because it's the first time in 3 years that the stone has made its appearance. While it's a gamble, a major risk, Deculian is ready to walk that line. So he's ready to meet Julie with his fullest might. The price shoots up all the way up to 42 million, and it's at that number that the object is sold to Professor Deculian. The people applaud in the epic battle that took place, which is funny because when you really think about it, these guys were just flaunting money. They also think Julie is the one who was being overly stubborn, because in their worldview, Deculian obtained the stone to give it to her to begin with. Right now, the knight is fuming, her blood boiling in anger. The events have all conspired similarly to last year. Deculian offered her riches and jewelry to enjoy on her engagement day, but she vividly remembers it as the worst day of her life. Damn, the worst she could say is no, always ends in disaster. The Deculian of that time wanted to flaunt his power and wealth, which is why she detested him so much. She felt humiliated if anything, her face showcasing her annoyance. All this time, there's only one thing she's been wanting from Deculian, and he refuses to give it to her. And no, you perverted gremlins, I know what you're thinking, but that's not what it means. Leaving the room, she ruined her engagement day for herself. But that act left a bruise on the professor's ego. Despite her dignity as a knight, she ended up in a relationship with a professor with a shitty personality. Of course, she was granted captaincy for it, but people gossiped all kinds of nasty rumors around her. She knew all too well that he was responsible for spreading those crappy rumors to begin with. It only made her hate him even more, and it was that day she decided that this man was unworthy of her love. Right now, Julie is facing a similar feeling, but to her surprise, her fiancé is approaching her. Donning a soft expression, he asks if she was after the snow flare stone as well. Beaming in fury, She takes it as a provocation, ready to argue with him. But Julie is completely shocked when she hears the words, "I'm sorry," releasing from his mouth. She takes a second to process what the heck he just said. Deculian politely takes his leave, having paralyzed her on her feet. Julie's mind is racing with a billion thoughts, not knowing the purpose of his apology. She knows that Deculian isn't even the type to apologize. As she's walking away, she finds the majestic Josephine, her older sister, who tells her to come for a ride. The scene cuts to the professor, who understands Julie's frustration for having taken her object of interest. It's pretty surprising that he didn't encounter any death variables despite what happened. It only makes him wonder about Deculian's original asshole personality, which led her to take his life in one of the routes. In any case, he is welcomed home by his maids, who seem to be visibly upset by something. When they mention Yariel's visit, Deculian freezes at the sight of his half-sister. The girl vanishes and appears right behind him, confronting him for having spent so much money recklessly. She wanted to spend it on mines, and yet here he is, casually dwindling it on an auction. To salvage the situation, he tells her that he brought something that will return them the money with profit added on top. But of course, his sister is extremely pissed, pinning him as a man who is using her like a disposable piece of garbage. Even Deculian understands that the current situation is dangerous. His poor sister is sobbing that she's only there to clean up the consequences of his reckless actions. I honestly think she's so valid for confronting him. Yariel highlights their financial troubles, with her doing her best to support them, and yet he spent all of her precious money. Her aura shifts in a tinge of red, her voice adopting a serious tone, marking him as an asshole who gambled all of the money that rightfully belonged to their estate. Deculian is on red alert by his sister's pulsating dangerous aura. His villain's fate attribute activates at the sight of danger, meaning he's near enough a death experience. There's also the sight of a golden light coming from her aura, which leads him to an understanding. If he doesn't do something about the situation, he's destined to die. And if he does intervene, it may rack in a lot of profits. It's basically an opportunity hidden in catastrophe. Of course, Deculian knows just the way to handle this situation. He tells Yariel not to worry, which is arguably the worst way to handle the situation after what she just said. She roars at him with her concerns, highlighting every single problem she went through, the struggles she faced just for the sake of her ungrateful ass of a brother. In response, Deculian tells her that she didn't have to suffer through all of that. Again, Yariel points to him for being the reason they actively lost so much money after the death of their parents. And the fact that he obliterated $150 million in one day is no joke. To make her shut up, Deculian shocks her with a declaration. He's ready to hand her the position of the head of the house. It stops her dead in her tracks, unable to comprehend what he just said. Deculian reiterates his point, confirming that he'll do exactly as he said. Yariel went from nearly murdering him to now being flustered at his comment. She thinks he's fucking around, but he thinks she's just dragging it out. Deculian even states that he's ready to swear on it if she's refusing to accept his words. Yariel is shocked that he's willing to go as far as to take a dangerous oath, risking death just to keep his word. She doesn't know where all of this is coming from, even wondering if he suffered a concussion on the way here. Her brother is fine with her refusing to believe him. Yariel inevitably accepts, though she's ready to put him in the grave if he goes back on his words. Saying so, she leaves immediately to fix his latest mess. With Yariel gone, Deculian gains 2 points for preventing a death variable. He takes a sigh of relief, grateful that nothing major happened. He's fine with handing over the position without worry. He thinks if things continue to flow at this rate, his escape is near. Interestingly, Ganesha surprises him with her presence, commenting that his words were really true, that he's adamant on changing. She leaps in, apologizing for dropping by. She couldn't believe her eyes just now. Deculian thinks it's nothing special. His sister would just make up for a better househead than him. The adventurer reveals the truth about his sister Yariel, who doesn't have an inkling of the Eucliani family's blood. This comes as a shock to Deculian's system. He never could have predicted this turn of events, as it wasn't even supposed to be in the original game. Ganesha drops a bombshell that his sister doesn't have a single drop of Eucline's blood in her. He'd already known that they weren't directly related, but learning that there was no blood connection at all still comes as a surprise. Seeing his reaction, Ganesha reminds him that he was the one who requested the investigation in the first place. However, Deculian remains unfazed, stating that it doesn't matter to him. This response catches Ganesha off guard, as she never expected him to be so indifferent. Even so, she agrees to keep it a secret. As she turns to leave, she shares another piece of crucial news that the 6 snakeheads have begun to move. These individuals lead a notorious criminal organization, and each of them carries a bounty worth millions. Before leaping out the window, the adventurer pauses to warn Vilain. The 6 snakeheads are after the item he purchased at the auction, and he should be more cautious. It seems like he's been neglecting his magical defenses lately. With that, she vanishes into the night, leaving behind a white kerchief. As for the revelation about his sister, Vilain isn't bothered by it. To him it changes nothing. After all, he isn't the real Vilain, and whether she's biologically related or not, he will always consider her family. Meanwhile, in the forest, Ganesha and her men sit around a campfire, discussing Vilain's recent change in demeanor. She seems flattered by his words, but one of her men teases her, pointing out that she has always had a soft spot for handsome men, making her opinion biased. Ganesha, now furious, threatens to cut him into pieces. As the argument escalates, Rayleigh, an adventurer and a relative of Julie, expresses her surprise at Vilain's apparent human side. Dusting herself off, Ganesha confirms the change and assures everyone that they no longer need to find a magic slave for Vilain. She suggests they return and instructs the group to keep everything they heard today a secret. With that, they activate teleportation magic, vanishing into the sky in a bright flash. The next day, inside the magic tower at Imperial University, Vilain browses the system store and comes across a level 1 attribute that enhances both mana output and quality. However, it costs 10 and although he now has access to the store, he lacks the necessary currency to purchase anything. The store only allows skills to be bought using store currency, which is limited per level. Each time he gains access, the cost of skills doubles. Vilain understands that he can't afford to rush or waste this opportunity. He has been carefully integrating his training into his routine, but he recognizes that his physical strength is lacking. To improve, he needs better mana quality, which will allow him to train more effectively. He requires 4 more store currency to make the purchase and decides to find a way to obtain them quickly. As he considers his next move, Alan arrives, looking concerned. He hands Vilain the latest issue of Wizard Journal. Flipping through the pages, Vilain spots a wanted notice for a man known as the Wizard Killer, Lockhart, who has been seen roaming the outskirts of the area. Vilain is well aware that the Wizard Killer poses a serious threat to mage players and has already started making appearances. However, since he is not an ordinary mage, he isn't too concerned. Instead, he sees this as a valuable opportunity to earn store credits and secretly hopes to encounter him. Turning to Alan, Vilain reassures him that there's no need to fear and instructs him to head to the library and wait there. Then, out of nowhere, he asks Alan if he wants to become an assistant professor. The unexpected question leaves Alan completely stunned. He can't believe Vilain would recommend him for such a position, especially when he has always criticized his lack of talent. As Alan bombards him with questions, Vilain simply tells him to be quiet and hands him a bangle engraved with the Vilain emblem. Overwhelmed with excitement, Alan thanks him, while Vilain considers how useful Alan's skills in organizing documents and handling minor errands will be in the future. He doesn't want him to leave, especially since many who resented Vilain's cold nature have already walked away. Yet Alan remained loyal, handling everything without complaint. To further support him, Vilain gives Alan a generous sum of money and suggests he treat himself to a good meal. With that, Vilain heads to the staff-only library, leaving Alan in shock. His purpose for visiting is to study Luna's research papers on the creation of pure elements. However, as he reviews them, he finds numerous mistakes and decides to correct them. He is also searching for valuable grimoires related to manipulation magic. As he walks through the library's aisles, his gaze lands on Sylvia, who is browsing through the books. She shouldn't be there as it's staff-only library. 10 minutes earlier, Sylvia had been searching for study materials in the executive reading room, a space typically reserved for faculty members. The librarian, initially reluctant, is overridden by the professor, who grants Sylvia access, citing her status as Ilad's successor and the current year's rookie mage. With no choice but to comply, the librarian allows her to browse freely. Sylvia, whose passion lies in studying literature and languages, has come specifically to find a novel written in Ethanel, the language of the long-extinct fairies, making such books extremely rare. This rare find is precisely why she has entered a place normally off-limits to her. As Vilain approaches, Sylvia remains unaware of his presence until he directly confronts her, questioning why she is in the executive reading room. He warns her about setting a disciplinary committee on her again. Caught off guard, she recalls rumors about Vilain's dislike for libraries, and wonders if he intends to summon the disciplinary committee. She explains that she has received permission from Professor Relin to be there while searching for a particular document. Deculin quickly realizes that both the professor and the librarian have ignored school regulations, and in his view, all those involved should be reprimanded. Just as Sylvia processes his words, he picks up the book she is holding and immediately recognizes it as an Ethanel novel. He questions her ability to read it, though he acknowledges that this isn't the main concern. Sylvia defends her interest in literature and languages, but Deculin lets it go for now, warning her that any future rule-breaking without authorization will result in disciplinary action. He advises her to have someone else borrow books on her behalf, rather than relying on her family's influence. As Deculin walks away, Sylvia silently fumes, feeling humiliated by his words. Sylvia had only wanted to understand the fairies, yet Deculin had challenged her ability to read the novel, citing the inconsistencies in the Ethanel language. However, he hadn't given her unauthorized presence much weight. Meanwhile, in the jungle, a group of adventurers are navigating a dense forest while hunting a magical beast. Deculin observes them, noting their steady composure despite this being their first practical training session. They are in the Mountain of Darkness, a place of significance and strict security for the Magic Tower. These forests also serve as the training ground near the university, known for its abundant magical resources. However, the area is also highly dangerous due to the presence of venomous creatures, leading the Magic Tower to enforce protective barriers and constant patrols. Professor Vilain is worried that currently, the position of head professor overseeing this area is vacant. To everyone's surprise, Deculin steps up and volunteers for the role, earning the approval of his colleagues. As he takes charge, another professor silently acknowledges that this is exactly how a leader should act. Internally, Deculin is driven by a side quest notification, the Darkness of the Magic Tower, which offers store currency and an additional achievement reward. A mysterious pull draws him toward the mountain, likely the true reason behind this quest. This quest signals a major shift in the game, turning it into a horror experience. As the head professor is decided, everyone starts to pack up and start the venture. 9 hours later, at the cafe near the Magic Tower, Ephraim and her friends are enjoying snacks. Celebrating her achievement of reaching 100,000 NA, she eagerly offers to treat them. Their conversation drifts toward the anticipated approval of their club and plans for their first gathering. Her friend brings up a recent training session at the Mountain of Darkness, where 50 participants had volunteered despite occasional mishaps. Suddenly, a scream cuts through the air, followed by a tremor. Rushing outside, they spot someone running and crying out for help. Julia hesitates, sensing that something is wrong, and shouts for Ephraim to stop, but she keeps running. After a short distance, Ephraim stops, turns around, and is shocked to see that her friend has vanished. Disoriented, she finds herself in an unfamiliar location, completely separated from her friends. Recalling the person who had been calling for help, she spots a figure and calls out to them. However, as they approach, she quickly senses danger. The person lets out a horrifying scream, revealing a monstrous form. Now certain she is under attack, Ephraim readies herself to fight. Just then, Deculin unexpectedly appears, startling her. She immediately accuses him of harming the woman, questioning his authority to attack a civilian. Deculin, unfazed, tells her to take a closer look. As the illusion fades, it becomes clear that the figure is not human but a demon. Deculin explains that Sylvia had been caught in a deceptive spell, a common trick used by demons. Ephraim attempts to step in, but Deculin coldly tells her to stay out of it. The demon suddenly lunges at Deculin, forcing him to engage. Furious at its attempted escape, he launches into battle, demonstrating his overwhelming power. Deculin, analyzing the creature, identifies its primary ability as illusion magic, and notes the glowing core on its forehead. Thanks to his own resistance to mental attacks, the demon's illusions have no effect on him. Deculin's blood boils with rage, a result of his inherited Eucaline lineage, one known for its exceptional strength in hunting demons. This bloodline not only purifies surrounding mana and enhances its quality, but also intensifies the user's aggression. The ancient legacy of the Eucaline line, feared for its relentless pursuit of demons, comes alive within him. Deculin, fully embracing his instincts, swears to destroy the creature. His fury surges as the monster demon charges at him with all its power. Meanwhile, Deculin just completes the side quest, earning store currency and officially defeating his first demon. With the Eucaline attribute now unlocked, he calls the creature filthy before finishing it off. However, upon closer inspection, he is shaken by its appearance. A realization strikes him. The presence of this demon is not random. It is a sign that the game, even without a player, is moving forward. The next day, in the university building, Ephraim wakes up disoriented and terrified, letting out a scream as she finds herself in a ward bed. The nurse beside her asks if she is awake. Ephraim vaguely remembers being in the forest but struggles to recall specific details. The nurse informs her that a demon had appeared at the Mountain of Darkness and that she had been caught in its illusion, causing her to lose consciousness. She was found and brought to safety. Much to her frustration, she learns that it was Professor Vilain who saved her. Looking at the clock, she asks what day it is, only for the nurse to shock her by revealing that she has been unconscious for 36 hours. It is now Wednesday, meaning she is already late. Spotting her two friends, Ephraim rushes to class, barely making it in time. Her friend, relieved to see her, expresses concern, explaining that she had visited the clinic while Ephraim remained unresponsive. As they settle in, they discover that today's lesson will be a special class. Moments later, Vilain enters, accompanied by Alan carrying a box. Ephraim, puzzled, wonders about his identity. Without hesitation, Vilain announces that this is Alan, who will be assisting him as a teaching aide. The students are surprised by Vilain's decision, as he was known for teaching alone. Many speculate that becoming his teaching assistant could be a way to build one's resume, though with Vilain, that seems unlikely. Ephraim is reminded of her father, who, despite his skills, was unable to secure a teaching assistant position at 30. She questions Vilain's sudden decision to take on a mage as an assistant. Vilain announces that today's lecture will be based on experience. The students, including Sylvia, are given a 3-hour task with a timer. As Ephraim begins her assignment, she can't shake the thoughts of her father's inheritance. She notices a similarity between her bracelet and Vilain's, making her question her father's past relationship with Vilain and his recent generosity. She resolves to complete the task. Meanwhile, Sylvia finishes in just 25 minutes and 15 seconds. Her peers are astonished, noting she didn't even take half an hour. Alan and Vilain observe silently, and after a brief moment, Vilain permits Sylvia to leave. Though relieved, Sylvia is filled with hatred toward him. Ephraim struggles with her task as time passes. One by one, Vilain dismisses the students once their 3 hours are up. Eventually, only Ephraim remains. She knows she is done for and slams her head on the table, trying to think of something. Recalling Sylvia, she realizes that not only did she fail to surpass her, but she was also the only one who accomplished nothing by the end of the class. She calls herself stupid for being unable to complete such a simple task. Berating herself, she mutters that she is incompetent and a failure. As she sinks deeper into despair, she suddenly hears Vilain's voice, revealing that 5 hours and 40 minutes have already passed. He asks how much longer she intends to make him wait. Shocked, Ephraim looks up, realizing he is still there. Meanwhile, Vilain criticizes her for failing to complete such a simple assignment on time and even having a breakdown over it. He tells her that no matter who mocks her, surpasses her, or even if someone she resents stands before her, she must remain cold and logical at all times. He declares that with such a weak mindset, she will never reach his level. His disappointment is evident as he turns and walks away. Ephraim sits there, stunned and in despair. The room is empty, and the clock continues ticking. She slams the table in frustration, remembering Vilain's cutting words about trusting in her. Refusing to accept them, she repeats his words to herself. As her frustration builds, a green power flares from her bracelet, its aura surrounding her. Fueled by determination and anger, she declares that she will do it, no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, Vilain reflects on the recent events unschooling Ephraim. Though he spent considerable effort on Ephraim, he believes it was necessary. She must grow stronger for the challenges ahead. The appearance of a demon at the Mountain of Darkness is a signal. The main quest is about to begin. During the coming age of overwhelming evil, characters with strong moral alignments will emerge, including a much stronger Ephraim. Right now, she lacks mental fortitude and a true sense of a mage's responsibilities. But Vilain anticipates her overcoming these weaknesses and growing into a formidable force, one that could potentially threaten him. Yet Vilain, a firm believer in self-reliance over fate, is confident he can prevent that. He refuses to let a newcomer surpass him. Ephraim steps out of the classroom, pauses briefly, and then rushes to Vilain's office. There, she presents the results of her magic assignment. Vilain notes that it took her 6 hours and 25 minutes to complete. While acknowledging her shortcomings as a non-academy graduate, he cannot deny the quality of her work. It is worthy of first place. With this, a side quest is completed, granting store currency. Now that Ephraim has returned, Vilain decides it's time to head home. However, as he walks, a white-haired man intercepts him. Vilain recognizes him as Zeit Veron Bruggen, Julie's older brother and the head of the Freyden family to which Julie belongs. He is also the one who strongly pushed for Vilain and Julie's betrothal. Zeit is formidable, ranking above Ganesha in combat strength, a named character renowned for his prowess. However, Vilain is confused as to why someone like Zeit would seek him out. Immediately, he begins to speculate about Zeit's intentions, suspecting that this encounter might have something to do with Julie's snowflare stone. Though Vilain bears no hostility towards Zeit, he remains on guard, uncertain whether this meeting poses a serious threat. Zeit, however, just voices his concerns regarding Vilain and Julie's recent interactions. He casually suggests they have dinner together, framing it as a friendly gathering. Vilain, seeing little choice, agrees without hesitation. Satisfied with a quick response, Zeit assures him that he'll arrange everything and even tailor the menu to Vilain's preferences. Vilain quickly realizes that Zeit has carefully planned this meeting, leaving him no room to refuse. Understanding how much Zeit values his family's standing, Vilain knows that going against his plans could be risky. The following day, at the Freyden household, Julie reacts with immediate frustration upon hearing about the dinner. She expresses her disdain for Vilain, arguing that her rigorous training schedule leaves no time for such events. Zeit, however, dismisses her complaints, calling her reaction childish over something as trivial as a snowflare stone. Growing irritated, Julie listens as Zeit speculates that Vilain must have purchased the rare metal, typically used for forging weapons, with the intention of giving it to her. He goes further, stating that if Vilain were to present it as a gift, she would likely end the engagement on her own. Julie's frustration only grows, but Zeit remains firm. With his anger boiling, he advises her to think carefully, reminding her that emotions have no place in political matters. He pointedly asks if she harbors any romantic feelings, noting that, as far as he knows, there aren't any men who love her. She immediately denies it, insisting it's nothing like that. Zeit then asks if her concerns stem from Vilain's poor record, but she also denies that, stating it has nothing to do with him. Her response only irritates Zeit further. However, despite his frustration, he accepts her answer. Preparing to leave, he instructs her to be on time and to resolve any lingering issues before the meeting. As soon as Zeit leaves, Julie, unable to control her emotions any longer, lashes out, swinging her sword with tremendous force in a fit of rage. Her slashes create a powerful blast, shaking the surroundings. Meanwhile, her subordinates stand behind her, silently observing. Witnessing her outburst, the subordinate comments that her sword is turbulent. His name is Vilain, a member of the Order of Vilain and Julie's subordinate. Julie quickly apologizes for showing him such a disgraceful side of herself, but Vilain understands. He also believes it is unfair for the current head of the household to pressure her into marrying someone like Vilain. Julie is warned not to speak ill of Vilain, though she insists that it doesn't matter to her. Seeing Vilain fall silent, she turns away, ordering him to prepare as she gets ready to leave. Vilain is deep in thought, contemplating the path he has chosen to prove his loyalty. It's a task that only he can accomplish, and he is determined to see it through, believing it will bring Julie happiness. At the Berkt Assembly of Elders, a conference is underway regarding the appearance of a demon in the Mountain of Darkness. The elders discuss the magecraft they developed using mystic arts to combat demonic entities, realizing that it is now time to take action. To address the situation, the conference leader orders his men to send letters to the 12 sorcerers, summoning them to Berkt. With that, the letters are dispatched. Meanwhile, Vilain finishes organizing the items he obtained from the auction. He prepares to equip Rufarin's ring, which enhances mana recovery, and the ancient rune necklace, designed to store mana. Following Ganesha's advice to prevent theft, he plans to secure the rest of the items in a vault. However, an issue arises. The Frost Flame Stone isn't responding as expected. While he knew it wouldn't be easy to use right away, he is surprised that his telekinesis has no effect on it. Suspecting that the stone's mana is actively resisting him, he recalls spending a significant amount on it. He recalls reading about a related concept during his visit to the library, the idea of communion, a method used to tame legendary swords by establishing a connection with them. He wonders if this process involves forming an understanding of the sword itself. Deciding to attempt it himself, Vilain reaches out to the stone. The moment he makes contact, a sudden surge of energy pulses through him. To his surprise, he successfully gains a 0.1% comprehension of it, increasing his mana by 300. However, at this pace, he estimates that fully mastering it would take at least a year, as it demands an immense amount of mana. Wondering if this slow progress is his only option, he sets the thought aside for now and shifts his focus to his upcoming plans. Reviewing his schedule, he notes the dinner arranged by Zeit. However, upon noticing the date, he tenses. This event was scheduled before he possessed this body, and in just 3 days, the death anniversary looms. Both events weigh heavily on his mind. When Vilain arrives at the restaurant, von Meschel, Vilain is already there. Julie, who left earlier, should already be inside. Zeit greets her warmly, complimenting her appearance. Vilain, catching sight of her, is momentarily taken aback. She looks stunning, a stark contrast to her usual battle-ready attire. He acknowledges the effort she put into her appearance, feeling a sense of admiration. Another figure stands beside Julie, having helped her choose the dress. Vilain, focused entirely on Julie, hadn't even noticed him at first. Then, an unexpected introduction takes place. He meets Josephine, Julie's sister. She isn't just any relative. She is a named character he must tread carefully around. She's someone who would use any means necessary to get what she wants. In other words, she is a sociopath. She is the mastermind behind Shadow, an undercover intelligence network that operates behind the scenes and possesses strength comparable to that of Zeit. Her only real attachment is to Julie, and anyone who threatens her sister risks invoking her wrath. Vilain understands why Josephine hasn't acted against him yet, but the way she watches him makes it clear. Her hostility is just beneath the surface, and if he ever crosses a line with Julie, she won't hesitate. As he steps into the room, Vilain immediately recognizes the situation as a critical and potentially deadly obstacle. To navigate it safely, he must prove his sincerity regarding Julie. Zeit wastes no time and directly asks Vilain when he plans to hold the engagement ceremony, reminding him that 3 years have already passed. Before Vilain can respond, Julie interjects, but Zeit stops her, stating that the adults are talking. Vilain is about to reply but hesitates, troubled by the immense aura emanating from Julie's sister. Looking at her, he declares that he is leaving the relationship entirely in Julie's hands, stating that if she doesn't want it, he will gladly accept her decision. Julie is visibly shaken by this statement. Zeit, concerned by how easily the engagement could be dismissed, voices his doubts, stating that the family heads won't approve of such a decision. Still trembling, Julie turns to the head of the family and requests a private discussion. Zeit thinks for a moment, then agrees, and he and Julie's sister leave together. Vilain watches them go, trying to decipher Zeit's true intentions. Meanwhile, Josephine, holding a glass of wine, also wants to know what they are planning. Vilain thinks about Josephine and realizes that she is using some kind of skill to listen in on the conversation behind the door. Given her earlier laughter, he suspects it was merely a distraction to conceal a listening device. However, he sees this as an opportunity. If he can convince Josephine that his love for Julie is genuine, he might be able to neutralize this dangerous situation. Looking directly at Julie, Vilain begins to speak. He declares that he has already spoken his truth, leaving her confused. He insists that the engagement isn't something he can simply undo at will. At this point, things have progressed beyond their control. Growing frustrated, Julie questions his reasoning. She reminds him that before their engagement, he used her influence to arrange it, even negotiating with his family's elders by offering compensation. Julie's anger flares as she raises her voice. She accuses him of pushing her away from dangerous battles, pressuring her to abandon her pursuit of the Imperial Order and instead take charge of the Order of Hadakain, which operates under the Vilain family's watch. She also brings up the rumors he spread about her after she refused. Her fury is evident. She cannot believe he is still resorting to these tactics. Vilain acknowledges her words, admitting that he has knowingly manipulated her and forced her to stay, committing actions that cannot be justified. Julie, understanding Vilain's resentment more than anyone, refuses to be deceived. She declares that she won't fall for his schemes. Vilain concedes that he has held Julie back and admits the wrongfulness of his actions. She listens as he shifts his focus, pointing out that both her older sister and brother have overstepped their boundaries. If not for the weight of family reputation, they would have no reason to oppose breaking the engagement. As Josephine silently observes, Vilain pushes his argument further. He tells Julie that if she truly wants to pursue her dream of becoming a defender, she must leave her family behind. Vilain, with a disarming tone, admits that he lacks both honesty and loyalty, leaving Julie in shock. He confesses that he embodies the very opposite of the values she upholds, making him an unworthy match for her. However, instead of breaking off the engagement, he suggests they remain betrothed but never marry. This would free her from the web of complicated interests surrounding them. Though he wishes he could let her go completely, he offers his name as a shield until she is ready to pursue her dreams. He promises to wait, keeping the engagement intact. Julie, stunned by his sudden shift in attitude, demands to know the reason behind it. Vilain assures her that he expects nothing in return, only that she smiles for him once a month. He declares that this is all he desires. His words leave Julie flustered, and even Josephine is momentarily taken aback. Vilain knows that he only said what Josephine wanted to hear to avoid an unpredictable outcome. Yet he acknowledges Julie's reaction, finding her embarrassment unexpectedly charming. Smirking, he concedes that she has managed to win him over in that moment. Julie, furious, snaps that she won't fall for his tricks. She finds his words humiliating, but if he is truly being sincere, she wants to see more proof. Josephine, flustered, begins to wonder if Vilain's feelings are actually real, and if that's the case, she decides to spy on them a bit longer. With that, Vilain successfully avoids a death variable and gains 2 store currency. 3 days pass quickly, and the anniversary of a significant death arrives. Vilain arrives at the cemetery in his car, making his way through with emotions stirring within him. The setting sun casts a golden glow over the overgrown grass and scattered tombstones. Though this place holds no personal significance for Vilain, it does for Kim Woo-jin, his earlier self. A flashback unfolds, revealing a conversation between Kim Woo-jin and his team leader, In-yu. They discuss adding an Easter egg to Vilain's background. In-yu suggests expanding his story with the author's approval, but Kim dismisses the idea, arguing that it's unnecessary and would only add to their workload. However, In-yu insists that it's worth it, emphasizing their commitment to the game. Kim eventually relents, though he questions its importance, especially since it has no direct connection to the main storyline. In-yu, however, finds the idea meaningful, and insists that they must put their hearts into the game. Kim once again denies it, finding it meaningless and pointing out that In-yu didn't even ask for his opinion before deciding to include it. Still, she believes it's a good idea and won't be useless at all, as she claims that Vilain has a bereaved fiancé in his past. Kim reflects on her past enthusiasm for creative additions, wondering what she found so intriguing about Vilain's lost fiancé. He contemplates whether it was done for their team's sake, or simply a way to care for those around her. He also wonders what kind of joke was hidden within the Easter egg that had once made her laugh. Back in the present, Vilain searches for any remnants of Kim Woo-jin's memories, hoping to grasp the full picture. He questions whether In-yu's choices were acts of brilliance or cruelty. Eventually, he finds a tombstone engraved with the name In-yu Ara Vaughn, and wonders why her name ended up there. It is then revealed that Vilain's character was modeled after Kim Woo-jin, and In-yu had chosen to use her own name for Vilain's deceased fiancé. Vilain wonders if she ever thanked him for it. Kneeling before the gravestone, he reaches out to touch it, emotions overwhelming him as memories of In-yu flood his mind. He recalls her sweet voice whispering to him, the day she praised his drawings, the way she gave him his coat, the way she loved him, and the 7 years they had spent together. As Vilain recalls his memories of her, tears continue to fall from his eyes. However, someone else at the cemetery is furious upon finding him there. After a while, Vilain walks out, realizing that he has stopped crying, something he attributes to his personality coming in handy. As he continues walking, he hears someone following him. Turning around, he sees Lockhart standing behind him, radiating killing intent. Lockhart, as Vilain recalls from his name, is surprised that Vilain already knows him. Lockhart, also known as the Wizard Killer Lockhart, is a mini-boss villain designed to be a nightmare for mages. His ability, Magic Nullification, makes him a direct counter to magic users. There are no real limits to his power beyond physical contact, allowing him to render magic completely useless within his range. Lockhart arrogantly boasts about his immunity to magic while relentlessly attacking. As he closes in on Vilain, our boy swiftly dodges his relentless barrage of strikes, moving with precision. Lockhart is shocked. Most mages would have trembled in fear before him, yet this guy is effortlessly avoiding all his blows. Annoyed, he unleashes a powerful strike at Vilain, only to be counterpunched in the face. Walking up to Lockhart, Vilain calmly states that fighting him is meaningless. Several days ago, Vilain finally managed to acquire 10-1 in store currency and purchased the mana improvement skill he had always wanted. This enhancement expanded his overall mana capacity. While testing it through repeated practice, he realized he would need to completely readjust, but he was thrilled to be able to unleash a greater amount of mana with the same effort. During his training, he discovered that the skill's effects extended over a larger range than expected. Then, as he grabbed his practice stick, he was shocked to see his hand sinking into it, making him realize that the skill had also increased his physical strength as a whole. After multiple attempts, Lockhart is finally defeated and lies on the ground in front of Vilain, utterly beaten. Vilain successfully overcomes the death variable, earning additional store currency. Reflecting on the fight, he acknowledges that while he initially believed his Iron Man attribute alone would be enough, the recent trade enhancements made the battle far easier than expected. Lockhart, stunned, refuses to accept defeat. Furious, he shouts trash talk at Vilain, accusing him of being a traitor. Observing Lockhart's intense anger and unusual abilities, Vilain quickly pieces together the truth. Lockhart is not an ordinary opponent. He belongs to the Red Film Race, a revelation that leaves Lockhart in shock. The Red Film Race, named for their distinct birth markings, are the descendants of demons. Scattered throughout the continent, they conceal their identities, as they are natural enemies of mages. Just as magecraft was originally developed to combat demons, the war between mages and the Red Film Race has been a defining conflict in the world. It is a major element of the game's lore. Standing over the defeated Lockhart, Vilain realizes that, due to their heritage, the Red Film Race is constantly at risk. He suspects that a large-scale purge is underway. Though he understands the suffering Lockhart's people have endured, he points out that killing innocent mages would only turn him into the very monster he despises. Lockhart, furious, demands that Vilain stay silent and finish him off. Instead, Vilain surprises him by expressing his belief that the Red Film are not inherently evil. Lockhart, disbelieving, accuses Vilain of hypocrisy. Vilain calmly states that the only time he has ever lost control of his instincts was when he faced a true demon, something ingrained in his Vilain's bloodline. For generations, his lineage has hunted demons, and the reaction is buried deep within him. This is pure instinct for Vilain, something he cannot simply overcome. He questions whether he is losing his dignity and composure in front of Lockhart, or if he is wavering at his provocations. Making his point clear, he states that the Red Film are humans too and that he can trust them. As the other inspectors arrive, Vilain swiftly knocks Lockhart out cold to ensure he can be safely arrested without resistance. One of the inspectors introduces himself as Ropa. While praising Vilain's incredible kicking power, he asks if he should kick the criminal a few more times for him. Vilain waves it off, saying it's fine. Then, using his magic, he uproots a nearby tree, shocking the inspector. Transforming the tree into a neutralizing rope, he hands it over and suggests tying Lockhart with it, as normal cuffs won't work. After that, Vilain asks if Ropa was patrolling the area, as he arrived quite early. This surprises the inspector, who explains that he came after receiving a report, which he assumed Vilain had sent. Vilain brushes it off, suggesting that someone else who heard the commotion might have reported it. With that, Vilain leaves, entrusting the situation to the officer. As he walks back, he feels relieved that he resolved the matter without bloodshed. That's a good outcome. He doesn't want to hurt anyone if he can avoid it. The following day, Yariel arrives at Vilain's training room to deliver a letter from Berkt, who has called for a meeting for the first time in 15 years. Accepting it, Vilain wonders if Yariel really came all this way just for that, as he believes it should be his duty to handle such matters. Opening the letter, he reads about the recent demon incident that took place in the Mountain of Darkness. The Berkt are summoning all mages for a meeting to discuss the situation. This marks the beginning of a new main quest for Vilain, titled Berkt's Call. The meeting is set for a week later, and he is permitted to bring one guard along. Yariel suggests that Jeff accompany him, but Vilain immediately refuses, pointing out that Jeff is merely their driver and has no idea how to wield a weapon. Despite this, Yariel insists that he should take a guard, as the journey to Berkt is known to be dangerous. Hearing her concern, Vilain is slightly surprised that she seems worried about him. Flustered, she quickly clarifies, rather loudly, that she only cares because she doesn't want him to die. With a slight blush, she offers to handle the matter of selecting a guard on his behalf. Vilain agrees to let her take care of it. Meanwhile, at Freyheim's outpost, Julie is occupied with training young knights in sword fighting. A vice captain watches everything unfold, mumbling to himself about what course of action he should take. Suddenly, Vilain responds to his thoughts, startling him as he hadn't even noticed Vilain standing behind him. Taking a moment to calm down, the vice captain reveals that a commission has arrived for their order, but he is unsure if the captain will approve it. Vilain encourages him to ask, but the vice captain hesitates, revealing that the commission involves guarding Vilain. In reality, the request is to protect the entire train he will be traveling on, as they knew that if it were only about guarding Vilain himself, it would likely be rejected. Vilain, however, advises him to accept the commission, pointing out that successfully completing it would boost their order's reputation and improve their financial situation. Despite this, the vice captain still worries about Julie's reaction. Veron cuts him off, assuring him that their captain would never let personal feelings interfere with a mission. With that, the vice captain finally decides to approach Julie about the commission, while Veron lingers behind with his dark and unspoken expressions. Brecht, also known as Alpines, is a high-altitude, formidable region in the continent's north, commanding respect and authority at 3,500 meters. It's home to the Elders, a powerful group of mages. Every magic school across the land submits to their ideas here, with the magic tower playing a key role. But what really sets Brecht apart is the floating island of mages. Even the legendary mages have to follow the decisions made in this place. By the looks of its immense power status, Brecht takes the high honor of being called the magic world's central pillar. Even the rarely occurring summoning assembly every few decades is a great honor, also a mark of true renown for any attending renowned sorcerer. In spite of that, a summons to Brecht is a double-edged sword whispered to the mage's grave. Now that this man lets out a surge of man, the man's presence fills the area with oppressive power. Aside from that, the train to Brecht platform, normal life continues here, including the usual farewells and daily routines. While the preparations are in order, confirming the workers' details, the Anne assures everything is in hand. Aside from the silver-headed girl nodding in agreement, she gives away her approval for this. Just then, the silver-headed girl, who is assigned to handle this today, announces his arrival. A man with a sharp-suited demeanor, with his face utterly blank, enters the scene with a kid who is practically vibrating with excitement. This kid is totally wide-eyed to spot snow in April. He couldn't believe it was worth it. Out of nowhere, this girl steps in to inform the professor that from this point forward, the Order of Freyheim will be handling the guard dirty for the first half of the train. Professor struggles to keep a straight face when he spots Julie, completely losing it in a clustered panic. Her face switches really quickly from ghostly pale to bright red in mere seconds. Still, she stiffens up and reassures the professor that they will do their best to keep everyone safe and make the trip as smooth as possible. Right this moment, a flashback hits Julie, which kickstarts her total freak-out mode. She is barely holding it down. Professor's voice rings in her head, recalling the last time he advised her to try smiling once a month. In a full-blown panic French, this firecracker wonders if that's the right time to show off a big smile, a wide grin, or just a slight one. She is left thinking, what's the purpose behind this idiotic stunt? While the professor and her stand in awkward silence, the lot notices this crazy tension and gives respect to their captain. Even though she totally loathes his existence, she looks to be trying her hardest for his sake. Cutting down the fuss, Veron decides to show up finally, declaring to be handling their guard duty from this point on. The professor does a scan of Veron, the baddie who just pops up out of nowhere. He lets the big shot know he is tasked with keeping them in protection, while the other two are just here to win their respects. Laughing his head off, this comrade gives Veron a good, hard pat on the shoulder. He asks the dude to cut it out already. Then he drops a quick intro, revealing that it's Veron, the mighty, skilled man known by the whole order. He mentions this guy is dealing with their guard assignment while claiming they are in good hands. Not taking his word for it, Professor checks him out with his sharp eyesight. He could feel no special vibes coming off him, considering it could be just his overthinking mind-tripping. Moving on, Veron describes the mages as having full-blown security, with one escort talked per cabin. Without further ado, he insists on assigning himself to their cabin. That settles it. Time for their departure. She wishes them a quick, nice trip. Then she bolts out of there, but a quick head turn while flashing a smile his way. This forceful grin might crack her face soon enough. Meanwhile, the professor is totally clueless about what's up with her. Her lackey wonders if Julie is right in her head. But the professor quickly realizes that this bimbo kept her word. Several hours later, he settles inside the train quite nicely. Professor informs Veron to catch a quick nap, as they have plenty of time to chill. At this thought, Veron decides to opt for a quick slumber. In the meantime, the professor's mind is left wondering over this summon from Brecht, aka the mage's grave. In his point of view, there's a big reason behind Brecht's superiority as the pillar of the magic world, while keeping up as the contrasting second face. He thinks it over if it has any relation to the unexpected events that rise to the occasion each time the summoning assembles comes by. Knowing the possibility of a train attack, he figures Decollane dies at the hands of a game of wits, and he isn't planning to choose the reckless way to go. For now, he is out to figure out which train guarantees their safety, while the red lingers with the fate of being blown up. For a quickie, this guy knows the cheat of buying intel to learn which train got the highest chances. Although this guy bets the original Decollane would have made it easier. But imagining the ominous freaks out there, Professor calls off all the dark connections after getting his hands on Vilain. That only led him to tighten his security. For this reason, he opted to learn the legendary technique of martial arts, a strain using comprehension. Considering Alan's hype, it's weird to see him out cold. Days ago, Alan practically cried in happiness for having the chance to accompany him towards Brecht. However, the professor is about to have a quick change of heart when he sees Alan's dripping snot. Turns out the professor is one big germaphobe. Even then, he never thought Alan would pack an ambitious mindset to ride this trip. Soon reaching Brecht, he is quite shocked to see such a smooth ride in his wake. Even after blunt preparation, George's suit, jacket, and shoes level up his defensive capabilities and unleash his full potential of Midas Touch. Some time ago, thanks to Midas Touch's manipulative powers, helped him take Master of Clothes tailor to his needs. His wood steel shuriken got a major upgrade thanks to Midas Touch. He powered up numerous pieces of wood steel which were scattered throughout the train, and even tweaked into Alan's clothes just in case. Apparently, the professor used up protective robes and upgraded their integrity by using Midas Touch. Something still bothers him. Turns out, Professor's big use of Midas Touch kept his mana tank emptier than usual. Preparations were necessary, but he would like it if nothing happened. He sighs in relief, as he craves that he would like it if things were super chill and nothing happened. But nothing goes his way either. Just then, the front of the train explodes in flames. Snowy peaks were passing by just about a few days before Vilain took off. This guy requests Blondie to put away her book for once. Brewing a small talk, he tends to ask if Blondie gets tasked with a buttload of assignments at the Magic Tower. Well, she nods at the first part, but she confesses to missing a few classes every now and then. This cranky lady isn't exactly thrilled about this whole situation. But this chill dude lets it slide, assuring her that it's all good. Her father even throws in a couple of praises to lift Blondie's spirits, acknowledging her works. Even though her mind is fixed on becoming an archmage, she still gives out her best. At that wild thought, Blondie scoffs, as she is convinced there is no future as an archmage if she can't even manage simple things. After this blunt conversation, she has no worries that concern Ephraim. Even then, she wishes to hear out Viculain's theories on this. Right about now, Blondie wastes no time in asking her father's legitimate reasons for planning this trip a little earlier. As Brecht's assembly is after a few days, so why such a rush? With a sigh, her father enlightens her that the importance of the trip to Brecht is nothing short of the graveyard of mages. All of a sudden, Blondie's newfound curiosity craves to know more. At that thought, her father lets her know that it's a legit story, while she always thought of it as nothing but a bedtime story. This hits her like a thunderbolt. Dropping the brutal truth bomb, he claims that each Brecht's summoning somehow takes the lives of mages. A few of them never make it back alive like 15 years ago. A total score of 11 tasted death. Taking a look back, he describes to Blondie that receiving an invite to Brecht is a testament to their family's prestige. Being chosen among 20 families, there is no backing out of this one. Not to mention, attending this event would totally carve their names in history books. But absentees are destined to face harsh expulsion from the regime. Not to mention, any absent family gets kicked out pretty quickly, and a new one takes their spot with no fuss whatsoever. That's when her father checks out Blondie's smarts, asking if she can pick an easy way to clear out the prestigious trash. Taken aback, she couldn't believe her ears. As it turns out, the infamous trip to Brecht is more than just an assembly, and does a quick job of dumping out trash. This ruthless game of ambitious sorcerers targets to take down the existing ones, carving their own path to prestige. That said, her father rests his case on explaining why choosing to travel early. Apparently, this dude's sources leak intel about a shady group scheming to ambush the late departing trains. As a precautionary measure, her father decides to take her along for the ride. This old man thought to let Sylvia know, so she could face the world's cruelty with a sane mind. Out of 12 traditional families, he believes that all the sorcerers must receive a penalty for brewing this nonsense. Without skipping a beat, he is quick to admit that straight-up dying on their way to Brecht is basically just like dying a magical natural death. A few days later, Alan and Professor enjoy their cozy slumber in the train with no care in the world. Right then, out of nowhere, a huge explosion snaps Vilain and Professor back to reality, while Alan freaks out to spot a blinding light. Panic rises high as Alan has trouble speaking out his concerns. Without missing a beat, the little guy jumps a mile high in shock to spot the train floating in midair. As it turns out, the professor's quick thinking of using telekinesis took hold of the train and put it right back on track. While Astarn's martial arts were impressive, memorizing telekinesis before their departure came in handy. In the meantime, a bunch of creepers lurking on the train's roof are plotting a major heist, taking down a train packed with nothing but professors. But their huge payout keeps them motivated, and they are ready to strike. Diving in head first, the professor smirks at this bunch of morons who think they can take on him. Knowing these dumb fools picked the wrong cart to mess around, their luck just ran out. Just now, Professor wastes no time, pulling out shards of wood and steel. He stabs the thugs and lets them have a taste of death. Alan's jaw practically hits the floor in shock, so Professor knocks the kid out as it's time to rest. Without further ado, he orders Veron to evacuate Alan and other passengers to safety, as he has a bone to pick with these thugs. That said, he tosses the filthy trash out of the train. That said, he figures that Iron Man's 5 senses would easily map out the differences, but no time to overthink here. The professor gets on board to handle things here and sort this mess out later. He turns to the remaining thugs, letting them know they signed their own deaths today. While Veron stands guard to Alan, the professor gets their show rolling. Alongside lowering the explosive damage, putting the train back on track, and taking the thugs to their deaths, this all took a toll on his mana reservoirs. Left with 103657, everything settles here while Veron notifies of safely evacuating each passenger. Out of the blue, professors feel something is off about Veron. He cannot shake off this feeling that this dude's gaze is downright unsettling, but he can't blame this guy for having his guard up. Apparently that's not it. Just then, Veron's body erupts with the murderous intent of the villain's fate. This catches Professor off guard. Seeing this sneaky jerk unleashing his true colors, he can't believe he actually let his guard down. Thus, Veron admires Professor's survival tactics, but he is ready to kill him with his own hands. Things just got seriously creepy in here. With everyone out to safety, Veron fulfilled his duty, which left him to get his reward. That means it's time for Professor Deculine to say goodbye, as it's game over already. Caught at such a bad time, with his mana battery already running dangerously low, the professor is completely taken aback. He never imagined his own guard would lift a blade against him. That said, curiosity takes hold, and he tends to ask Veron if he is acting alone or if someone's pulling the strings here. When asked if Julia is the mastermind behind this operation, Vernon's fury goes off the roof. Boiling fumes, his murderous intent spikes as he glares at Professor, who got his breath numbered. That said, Veron orders Professor to quit mouthing his master's name from his filthy mouth. Dripping with fury, he warns Professor that any casual slip of the tongue might serve him much worse than what he has already planned. Even then, Veron thinks of Julia, as an upstanding knight who wouldn't go to such lengths. His eyes are filled with bloodlust, and he is quick to announce that he plans on killing the Professor himself for Master Julia. With a look that screams kill, Professor can't seem to pinpoint what's wrong with this dude. To top it off, his most trusted Freeheim guy turned out to be a maddening rogue. That wasn't on today's agenda. A trusted member of Freeheim everyone looks up to who went down such a path, much to their dismay. With the remaining 10, Professor wonders if he has a shot against this powered-up beast with nothing to lose here. Without a second thought, he quits wasting time, claiming to no longer serve him as his guard. Giving off a fierce glare, he lunges forward at full speed. His blade cut through the air with a lethal intent to kill. That totally surprises Professor, leaving him no choice but to cancel telekinesis on this train. Just like that, the train goes off balance. Somewhere else, Sylvia's servant knocks on the door to see if Lady's ready to try out Breck's special snow cone. Without wasting another breath, this girl tells Sirio, the Elade's family, to eat it all. Aside from Professor Deculine and Rewind, Sirio claims that everyone has arrived. Sirio tends to ask if Sylvia is on hold for someone important, but no words come out of her mouth as Sirio leaves her be. After that, Sylvia takes a trip down memory lane. Feeling a pang of guilt, she watches the whole thing from a distance. The day she visited her late mother, Cielia von Elemen Ilade, was just another normal day. She poured her heart out and kept ranting about her school life and how this one teacher, Deculine, gets on her nerves. His never-ending assignments are a pain in the head, and he possibly thinks of himself as the only professor alive or something. But just then, a faint sound interrupts her chatter. Curiously, she peeks around the tombstones only to spot Deculine's noble posture. Deculine never gave off the vibes of a mourner, but Sylvia is totally thrown off to see him taking his time out to visit a grave. Honestly, he is full of surprises. Just as then, Sylvia's jaw hits the floor to see a teardrop sliding down Deculine's cheeks. She is rendered speechless by the sight of a tear falling from Deculine's eyes, breaking his nearly perfect picture of his icy demeanor. The icy cold Professor Deculine cries, and Sylvia's entire perspective of him shifts greatly. At that moment, she couldn't see the high and mighty arrogant professor, but someone who had lost someone dear to him. His tears look like shooting stars that live rent-free in her mind. That's when her father's intel crashes back into her thoughts. She recalls a shady groups scheming to attack the late-arriving trains. Growing anxious as Deculain hasn't made it to Brecht yet, she recalls his lecture notes. That motivates her to try out something, so she whips out a magic stone. Clutching this medium, she plans to make something out of this. Considering magic's 3 attributes built by using the caster as the source, she owns 3 primary colors of magic already. Channeling her mana, she shapes the magic stone into a bird. Swift. With a silent command, she passes her intentions, hoping it to be Sylvia's set of eyes. Swift takes a quick flight, ready to show her everything. Meanwhile, Professor Deculain is barely hanging in there with a few broken bones. Other than that, the train luckily didn't slide to the ground. Thanks to Iron Man, it would take a little time until he recovers soon. Hiding in there, out of sight, he thought he could buy himself some time, but Vilain had other plans. That vicious freak out for Professor's blood wouldn't quit toying with him. Deculain can't believe this guy is still in one piece. He tries crushing his flesh when throwing a wood steel, but Vilain dodges like a pro. His protective QI takes Professor by surprise, and Vilain admires this dying dude's strong hold on life. Such a pitiful way to cling to life. These two engage in a fierce battle. In the meantime, the Professor has to admit Version had the upper hand all along. In his perfect condition, he knows defeating him wouldn't be an easy task. Right now, his mana battery is running super low and exhaustion weighs him down. This makes the odds roll totally against the Professor. Still, he isn't the type to go down without a fight. That said, the thought of Resolute pops into his mind. That's the ace up his sleeves now. This skill alone unleashes a full-fledged surge of mental power that lasts until the battle ends. However, if one resolves wavers, their body will remain standing and won't bend at all. With a disengaged mind, the magic would still work. Thus, Deculain won't ever bend in such a peril. Besides that, Vilain is proving to be a raging monster out for blood, and goes full beast mode at Deculain. Charging at him with his sword, Deculain knows that Vilain's one cut and he is as good as dead. He is left wondering if he will wake up again in his office or not. Suddenly, a splash of blood paints the whole room red, and Swift races to the crash site, as Sylvia's set of eyes. Vilain's wild instincts go into overdrive and his mind goes haywire for vengeance. He leaps into action, ready to settle this once and for all. But something unexpected halts him in his tracks. A sudden interruption catches Vilain's attention. He takes notice of the space around him wavering unnaturally, making him lose his footing and lower his guard. In that instant, Deculain's little trick plays out perfectly as he catches the lad off guard. In a flash, Vilain's hand is suddenly split and thrown away with a fountain of blood. Letting out a blood-curdling cry, his screams cut through the chaos. But Deculain, still unsure of what just happened, knows one thing. It's time to end this battle. With the very last pinch of mana, he tosses a wood-steel weapon, knocking Vilain further off balance. Fallen on the edge of the train, his life hangs at the doorway by a dagger, clinging to life with his leftover hand. Right then, Deculain steps out with the smirk of a victor. Vilain, gasping for breath, demands to see his cards. He wishes to know what sort of trickery Deculain pulled at the last to flip the tables around. But even Deculain has no clue what happened. However, now that the fight has reached this end, Deculain finally sees a chance to get some answers and hears out Vilain's reasons for killing him. Deculain is looking for answers, and he is fully aware of never having any beef with Viro. Thus, it doesn't make sense for him to go this far. Vilain lays it out straight that Deculain wrongs his liege and committed unforgivable sins. That kick starts his brain into thinking if it's all for Julia. Raising an eyebrow, he questions why, even though Julia never asked for this. Pushing further, Deculain dares to ask who Julia is to him. With his strength failing, Vilain has no answer to this. That question stings Vilain, who believes that someone like Deculain wouldn't understand it at all. That sends Vilain down memory lane. Julia once received high praise from the Frisia family for capturing this little pig. Turns out little Vilain had gotten into a mess with some noble's brat, Jason, and was being framed as the troublemaker. But this brat's mommy wouldn't quit preaching about how kind her son is. Little Vilain wouldn't budge and cursed that little jerk, refusing to back down. That ticks off the noblewoman, and she is all set to press charges for assault and trespassing. She is ready to toss Vilain back into whatever gutter he crawled out of. Totally stunned, Julia found it hard to believe that Vilain, with his scrappy background, had the guts to sneak into noble territory. She can't believe that a scrawny, lanky guy like him could climb up the walls. Without wasting a second, She takes the responsibility of reporting Vilain to the police herself, which calms the noblewoman. On the way, Vilain wouldn't shut up about how unfair this was. He is only defending himself, asking if that happens to be a crime worth turning him in for. With a momentary silence, Julia breaks the ice by agreeing that the Frisia family is notorious for their nasty demeanor. She lets him know that Vilain's statement might hold some truth. Before Vilain flips out again, Julia shuts him up right away. She lets this Dumbo know that he doesn't get free passes to hit people. With determined eyes, Julia makes a big offer for Vilain to follow her. She intends to teach him how to control himself. But this nutjob only cares if food and drinks are included in this offer. And just like that, he met his liege, Julia, who took him in as her own. Soon, he joined the Night Order, but his crappy personality was never his strong suit for making friends. Thanks to his nasty attitude, people kept a distance, which left only Julia, the one person who actually gave a damn about him. As long as he was by her side, everything felt right. Julia stood firm, always helping others and never turning away from injustice. Over time, Vilain's respect for her grew, turning into something more than just an apprenticeship. He soon fell for her, but he knew he could never act on it, leaving those emotions nothing but a burden for her. His feelings, no matter how strong, would only hold her back. Although Vilain claims his emotion is nothing but a burden to Julia, which is why he is dead set on killing Vilain, he is pretty sure that Vilain would be the end of his liege. This man would become the sole reason for Julia's demise, and to him, it's all pretty clear. Every disaster in this twisted game is a ripple effect of Vilain's actions, and this guy knows that Vilain's prediction isn't wrong at all. But Vilain, unfazed, tells Vilain that he is wrong and that he will change the outcome of Vilain's fate. He will make sure this guy won't walk down the path of destruction. That said, he swears of never harming Julia and offers Vilain a hand. Yet Vilain's goals are unbothered by Vilain's newfound understanding. Eyes blazing with mana, he refuses to change his mind and still wishes to kill this professor. With a heavy sigh, Vilain knows that his stubborn choice will haunt Julia for eternity. Now there is only one thing left to do, so he kicks Vilain off the train. In the meantime, Julia's subordinates catch her in deep thought, probably worrying for Vilain. She brushes it off, knowing Vilain is capable enough to take care of himself. Falling through the endless sky, Vilain lets his tears fall freely. He can only hope his liege a happy life. Swift flies like a free bird, letting her maker see the full crash site. Having a full view, Sylvia finally gets the hang of this situation. She realizes that Vilain killed his own guard, and the guard went down the cliff and into oblivion. Keeping a full focus, she gets a full understanding of how this situation proceeds to such a grave ending. Learning the night Vilain had motives of killing Professor Vilain first, but failed miserably, she learns that in his act of self-defense, Professor Vilain had no option but to eliminate him by kicking the knight off the train. Soon enough, Sirio calls Sylvia's attention back to Earth, alarming that the assembly is about to start. Giving off a concerned look, she leaves it be, but her mind wouldn't quit thinking about Vilain. She holds on to the hope that Vilain will appear in time, avoiding any further trouble. Moving on, the minions are excited to catch the sight of their vice chief, Lilia Fremian, of the Security Bureau. Thus, Lilia, out on patrol, verifies the site of the explosion and attack. Guards come clean that it's the right place, but with the Brecht assembly happening soon, that's just to be expected, like it's no biggie. Adjusting to the norm, Lilia questions if there are any casualties. Giving out a flat yes. These guys confirm the status of 2 people still missing if not injured. Taken aback, she hears them out, naming Knight Vilain and Professor Vilain. That takes her by surprise. Moreover, they guide Lilia to their supervisor for further details on this matter. Right then, Lilia's eyes fall on the body of a little kid, probably passed out. She confirms this little dude is still out of it, thanks to the shock of this accidental crash. Chief Lilia continues her investigation, taking down everyone's reports. The lot informs Lilia of a knight rescuing them and evacuating them safely out of the crash site. Not to mention, they still recall the time of the train's mid-air ride. But by the time he woke up, it had already crashed off the cliff. Considering a second opinion, this victim claims that Assassin's second attack might have escalated things. The theory of mid-air didn't quite make sense. Good thing this guy took a picture out of shock, so they have evidence now. Lilia is wondering if he just magically picked up the train. Out of nowhere, this mystery voice echoes in her mind, claiming that Knight Vilain is dead. Not just that, it also admits that Vilain pulled this whole thing off, and did his best to eliminate Vilain, but failed miserably. Keeping it short, Head Professor Vilain survived, Chief Lilia is totally caught off guard by this creepy telepathic message lending support for her investigation of the crime scene. This telepathic report might come in handy, but that surely freaked out Lilia. Having a look around, she doesn't see anyone who looks remotely suspicious to have pulled this off. This stunt leaves her with more questions than answers now. All of a sudden, some dude informs Lilia of someone walking right from the crash site. She notices a super chill dude with a noble posture coming into sight, and she quickly figures that it's none other than Professor Vilain himself. Totally worn out and bruised, Vilain, in deep thought, hasn't noticed the crowd and Lilia yet. He is aware that the strange happening hadn't happened at the exact moment. He would have been dead meat. Just like that, he would have been known for being taken out by some nameless knight of all people. Not to mention, he would have lost the opportunity to figure out what or who saved him back then. Like Vilain, he would have ended up at the bottom of that cliff, forgotten and powerless. The realization hits hard that he stood no chance against Vilain. He felt utterly powerless against his own guard. But the real question lingers in his mind. Who in the world saved him back then? Without skipping a beat, Lilia calls for head Professor Vilain's attention, verifying his safety. With a quick intro, she claims to be the Lilia Fremienne from the Security Bureau. Thus, she lets him know that he has to fill out the report to help the investigation process. Ignoring her blabber, Vilain asks for what time it is, and she mentions 3:30. While he is in a much deeper thought to figure out, he is spared 6 hours to make it back in time. Out to do her duty, Lilia gets down to discuss what has happened so far, but this professor is not even the least bit interested. Instead, he tends to ask her if this is the only way to Brecht. That ticks her off, but she answers to Vilain that there is a road and sea route to Brecht. Then she gets down to questioning him about a few things. But Vilain vanishes in a blink. When asked, no one, not even the workers, had a clue where the professor disappeared. Lilia figures out that Vilain has pulled off a speed spell to slip away her grasp. After everything, blocking the train, telekinesis, fighting assassins, and taking on Vilain, this dude still packs enough mojo. She can't believe this man had enough juice left to cast Accelerate Magic. That's a high-class spell. That pisses her off, confirming that Lockhart was right about this guy. Meanwhile, at the Brecht Assemble, the hall is packed, and it's 9:30. Sylvia still waits for Vilain's return. The host, all formal and out of sight, thanks the attendees for answering their summons. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous surge of mana totally creeps out Sylvia, who is quick to notice that is none other than Dezekton, the great leader of Brecht, a living legend who had abandoned the outside world on his own terms. Looking at him, she knew to challenge the Archmage title, she had to reach his level. Now the roll call starts, marking the attendance of Giltheon of the Illid family, Ethansik of the Bran family, Barun of the Veorad, and Helm of the Rewind. Just when Eucline of the Vilain family's name is called out, silence flows to the table, with zero response. The host decides to call their names 3 times, and if no response, then this family will face elimination from the 12 sorcerers. This escalates the gossip like wildfire, how the head of the Vilain family's downfall started with Eucline's coming. Their first summoning was marked to be 200 years ago, and it would be a big tragedy for their demise. Sylvia hears it all, how they trash talk about the current head of the Vilain family, being a serious letdown compared to his ancestors. Laughter echoes through the hall for the talentless prick, as the host calls Vilain's name 3 times. Right about now, the host is about to move on. The doors burst open with a force that silenced the room. Standing there, Eucline of the Vilain family marks his attendance, catching everyone off guard. The meeting that had started in shocked silence progressed smoothly and swiftly. The first item on the agenda was the demon that had appeared in the Mountain of Darkness. It was discussed with no opposition. Ethansel, the presiding head of divinity and head of House Bran, expressed her opinion. She wanted to put more eyes on the matter regarding a demon appearing near the capital. She proposed that each school cooperate with the church and that mages be dispatched into suspicious regions. Everybody agreed, and the meeting proceeded with their first short break. Vilain took a deep breath of exhaustion. He ran like crazy to reach Brecht as fast as he could. He could not afford to be late. Now he is devoid of mana or stamina in his tank. Despite his fatigue, his outward appearance hasn't been impacted. He still looked as slick and composed as ever. Vilain's noble traits and attributes are annoyingly incredible. As the council petered out of the round table, a certain someone called the professor with a worried voice. It was the teary-eyed Alan who had just arrived. He apologetically asked if his boss was all right. He was told to wait outside since he arrived when the meeting had already started. The professor assured him that there was no need to worry. After that suspicious interaction on the train, Vilain can no longer think of this child as innocent anymore. He's certain that something is off about Alan's identity. He can't quite pinpoint what it is yet, but it reminded him of a famous movie in his previous world. So, he instructed Alan to always stand next to him from now on. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. He wants to keep a closer eye on Alan going forward. He is determined to find out what this pipsqueak really is in due time, no matter what. After the short break, the council convened to go back to the round table of discussion. The next agenda on the docket is one of grave importance and controversy. They must figure out what to do about the Blood Shroud sorcerer who had been killing mages. It is a sensitive topic, so this won't be concluded as easily as the previous agenda. The head of the Vilain family, Vilain, made a big show of smacking his hand against the table and giving an impassioned speech. He views the Blood Shroud race as cockroaches who have been secretly breeding and laying eggs within human society, corroding human lands. Ethansel, head of House Bran, immediately opposed such distasteful comments. Besides, they do not have the means to differentiate Blood Shrouds from other races at all. Vilain proposed that they could just invent a method using the paltry clues they have about the race's features. He believes eradicating these cockroaches is possible with the power of the Imperial Magic Tower. Vilain maintained his silence. He knew that opinions would clash from the start, but it's getting heated too fast. As far as they know, Blood Shrouds can recognize one another, and they are gathering forces in secret. That must mean that they have a power structure and a leader at the helm. Vilain fears that they are scheming about something sinister. Ethansel refused to buy into this fear-mongering based simply on Vilain's delusional speculation. The silent majority held their tongue, but they quietly agreed with the rambling madman. The notion of a Blood Shroud figurehead hiding and planning makes them feel uneasy and disgusted. They were in this situation 60 years ago, and the council's indecisiveness cost them the lives of countless mages. The tension in the round table was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. After what seemed like a lifetime of silent stalemate, Giltian von Ludwig Illide spoke up and tossed the ball to Vilain of Vilain. After all, the professor came from a long line of great exorcists who stood at the spearhead of eradicating demons since time immemorial. As someone from the present, Vilain is well versed in these types of situations. Blind hatred always leads to unnecessary grief and misfortunes. Setting the bleak future aside, suppressing the Blood Shrouds right now would be plainly wrong. Even if he can't stop the council's vote, he can always just delay their decision to the best of his abilities for the sake of the future main quest. The world had already branded the Blood Shrouds as the common enemy, a blunder for sure. So Vilain spoke up. While it is true that long ago the Blood Shrouds were viewed as humanity's enemy, reviewing every single piece of literature pertaining to the war would make it clear that all the bloodshed stemmed from a simple misunderstanding. Vilain grimaced upon hearing such a ridiculous statement. Vilain continued that 237 years ago, during the Rodrin witch incident, Rodrin was falsely accused and punished. From that incident, the Great Suppression occurred, leading to the death of countless Blood Shrouds. Refusing to accept the injustice, they retaliated. More blood was shed from both sides, and the cycle of violence continued. In Vilain's cold and fact-driven eyes, the incident 60 years ago simply got ugly because of politics. Some greedy pig discovered a mana stone mine in Blood Shroud lands and made up some ridiculous accusations to seize the precious resources. That greedy pig was one of Vilain's ancestors, a Vilain. Vilain had long since closed his ears, blinded by his rage. He is certain that those cockroaches are born with demonic energy coursing through their veins. The Vilain family should know that better than anyone. Vilain resented that implication. His family's tradition is hunting demons, not killing Blood Shrouds, no matter how hard Vilain tries to conflate those two different things. The professor asked that rambling man if he could take responsibility for all the heinous shit he's been spouting since earlier. Accusing humans of being demons is a serious crime. The one spouting such hateful rhetoric can easily be indicted of being the thing they hate most. With Vilain stomping away like a child who didn't get what he wanted, the first meeting wrapped up inconclusively. The Blood Shroud agenda was moved to the next day. As the council went on their own way to retire to their rooms, we saw Giltian doting on his daughter. He doesn't want to be separated from Sylvia, but an archaic rule demands that Berkt members be isolated throughout the summit. While the father was teary-eyed, the daughter was unamused. She prefers getting away from his dad as much as possible. Before going their own ways, Giltian warned his daughter that the Berkt mages have abnormally high mana densities. With such a high concentration centered in one place, all sorts of magical phenomena can occur at night. It's imperative that Sylvia reads the hotel regulations. Upon reaching her hotel room, Sylvia changed into something more comfortable and looked at the extensive list of odd regulations. She reckoned that this ridiculous list is just a way to instill fear in young children. Deep into the night, she dozed off without any problems until something whisked her away from her dreams. She got up, feeling a dryness in her throat, and drank some water. Suddenly, her sleepiness vanished upon feeling an intense feeling of being surrounded by mana. The walls of her room seemingly peeled away, exposing a different plane. When she looked around, her bed and everything that was supposed to be there were gone. The space suddenly morphed into an unfamiliar hallway. Hurriedly, she pulled out the list of rules, frantically scanning if she accidentally made a wrong move. From her peripheral vision, she caught a glimpse of a bright light, peeling her eyes away from the piece of paper. The rules dictate that once the guest lies down in bed, they must refrain from waking until morning, or they may find themselves in a different place. Sylvia's simple act of getting up to drink some water plunged her into this bizarre situation. In the second hall where she stayed a couple of days ago, this kind of magical phenomenon didn't happen. Now that she's situated near the Assembly of Elders, an area with a denser concentration of mana, she was subjected to some sort of spatial travel. Sylvia had been too complacent. She thought she would be fine as long as she didn't leave the room, but that's clearly not enough. She tried to force herself to calm down and think of a clear solution, but the sinister presence lurking in the dark hallway made that impossible. Her instincts told her to get the hell out of this place, but she didn't know where to go, or even where she was. The Rosary Hotel is a one-story building, yet she sees some random glowing staircase leading to God knows where. The rules listed that one must not go up or down any stairs that may appear. It also said that upon encountering an open door while walking down the hallway, one must never dare to look, let alone enter inside. Sylvia closed her eyes and continued running. She believes that there must be an entrance that can take her back to normalcy. After running on a loop for what felt like forever, she desperately tried knocking on one of the closed doors to ask for help. However, hotel rules state that one must not respond to any knocks or noise coming from outside. She tried seeking help relentlessly, jumping from one door to another, growing more desperate and hopeless as the malevolent presence closed in. Filled with despair, tears fell from her golden eyes, and finally, someone responded to her desolate calls to be saved. The door slowly opened, filling the dark hallway with blinding bright light, and a familiar voice asked Sylvia if she was lost. On the other side of the door was none other than Professor Vilain. One look at his expressionless face gave Sylvia immense comfort and a sense of security. Vilain invited her in, and she gave her most genuine thanks as the dark presence warily retreated. The fire pit crackled, filling the room with warmth. Sylvia explained how she got up from bed for a brief moment and ended up in the hallway, being chased by an unknown entity. The professor expected as much. Berkt is the center of incredible magic phenomena. Furthermore, many spirits who have lost their consciousness to magic tend to stick around. Sylvia looked at the man's reliable frame, his never-changing appearance, unwavering gaze, and the air of steadfast nobility. She couldn't help but feel like Vilain was the only one who could have saved her. Her reverie was broken by a bizarre gurgling sound coming from the door. A slimy substance is slowly seeping through the tiny gaps in Vilain's entryway. A few moments later, the ghostly slime took the shape of a vengeful spirit made of pure darkness, hungry for life. Vilain didn't seem to mind the uninvited apparition and simply told his student to stay still. Suddenly, two pieces of minerals flashed past her. They danced in the air swiftly and forcefully dispatched the apparition without trouble. Upon being torn apart by the telekinetically controlled weapon, the apparition lost the stability of its form. Once the pair of minerals stopped in mid-air, Sylvia was awestruck by how such a feat was even possible. She had never seen the subjugation of roaming ghosts before. Vilain explained that he used a type of specialized magic designed to kill, which is nothing to be particularly proud of. After all, magic was not created with the sole purpose of killing. Hearing him say such noble words after saving her from such a hopeless plight tugged at the young woman's heartstrings. She felt compelled to show the man what she was capable of. So, she conjured a flowing flame that made the professor look away from the book he was reading to Aura Farm. Next, Sylvia displayed her raging lightning. Then we moved on to metallization, forming flower-like figures made of pure metal. With a blue hue, she also showed off her beautiful goblin fire. After showing the professor the spells that she was most proud of, Sylvia pouted at the fact that he barely even paid attention. Trying to get his attention by going in the opposite direction and doing something half-heartedly, she summoned a glittering light. It seemed to work. Vilain calmly corrected the tiny bit of instability in the air magic circle she embedded into the fire, and the result of the adjustment was stunning. Now that he's got the professor's attention, Sylvia steeled her resolve and asked the professor what's holding her back, her weakness. Hearing such a ridiculous query, Vilain turned his eyes back to his book and advised Sylvia to figure out her flaws by herself. Like a child, Sylvia protested that he helped Ephraim to correct hers. She was mistaken. Ephraim found out what she was lacking by herself. Seeing the golden child of the current generation so frustrated at her already monstrous capabilities, the professor asked her to cease her impatience. Time is on her side after all. As long as she continues her dedication to the craft, improvement will naturally come. Like everyone else, she must slowly work towards the pinnacle, one step at a time, and avoid shortcuts. Sylvia is one of the only 3 people who possesses the talent to reach the top of the magic world, after all. For some reason, such a compliment from Vilain reminded her of the countless empty platitudes she had heard about her astounding talents fated for the next Archmage. Since she was a child, she had heard it all, but even back then, she could see through the insincere and stale flattery. However, when the praise comes from Vilain, it feels reassuring and real, more genuine than anything she had ever heard. Since it was late and it was dangerous to walk in the hallways, Sylvia spent the night sleeping on the professor's bed. Don't call the FBI yet. Our boy spent the night at his desk, reading books. In the dead of the night, his study was interrupted by a whiff of opportunity. A golden light is calling him to come outside. An energy that he's never felt before is telling him to go out. So, the professor decided to go on a little late-night excursion. His wealthy magnate ability is tingling, and he's not one to turn down free treasure if he can help it. The mountain path is largely inaccessible, so he might just chance upon an incredibly rare item hiding in the woods. One of the reasons for the path's inaccessibility is the sinister spirits roaming around. One such spirit, an apparition with twisted limbs sprouting all over its body, tried to sneak up on Vilain to feed on fear. However, the professor did not even bat an eye on such cheap scares. The apparition tried, and he simply treated the thing like it didn't exist. Vilain finally stopped leisurely walking and turned to the spirit. Instead of running from fear or exorcising the apparition, he simply asked the thing if it happened to see an item possessing a lot of magic nearby. After being treated like it's just some sort of random guy, the spirit took off running and crying while cursing Vilain in an indecipherable tongue. The professor was annoyed that he didn't even get an answer from a local spirit, albeit an evil one. Nevertheless, his diligent search eventually led him to the thing he'd been looking for. Upon closer inspection, he identified it as a purified mana tree fragment. This naturally mana-rich wood has been purified by lightning, making it an excellent crafting material. After coming into this world, he completely committed himself to training and research without resting. However, he eventually reached a slump because of Vilain's middling talent. If he can make a wand out of this extraordinary fragment, he can supplement his talent and grow his power faster. For a random midnight stroll in the woods, the rewards are far greater than he could have imagined. The next day came, and the reopened meeting progressed with a strange atmosphere, to say the least. Just like yesterday, Vilain came in swinging with his ridiculous questions about the alleged demon blood flowing in the veins of blood shrouds. This time, Vilain opposed him with equal intensity. He argued that if salt is added to water, you can't call water salt instead. The heated discussion between the 2 pillars of Bercht made many of the attending sorcerers flustered. Some of them are starting to think that the professor is siding with the enemy instead of humanity. They thought he would be the one championing the eradication of blood shrouds, but he's doing the opposite. Even Vilain was stumped as to what picture the man was trying to paint. Sylvia, still sitting beside her father, can see the wheels turning inside everyone's mind. She could tell that everyone's opinion of Vilain was starting to sour. They think he has an ulterior motive, but they would be wrong. In her perspective, the professor is just stating the obvious. Seeing that a conclusion is impossible to reach at this rate, the arbiters decided that the matter regarding the blood shrouds would be postponed for the next meeting. They can't let the other agendas in the docket be sidelined by a single issue. Unlike the blood shroud issue, the other discussions progressed quickly, and the meeting came to a close after several days. By the time the Bercht summit had concluded, Vilain had surely incurred bad blood against Vilain. While he did not wish for this outcome, he needed to buy time for the sake of the main quest in the coming future, and becoming estranged from some people was the price to pay for that. Vilain stayed at Bercht a few more days after the summit. Today he's visiting the shopping district. Inside one of the magic shops he was familiar with, he was wondering how to properly use the purified mana tree fragment as the base of his new wand, and what materials would go with it perfectly. While he was browsing through the wares, Alan frantically called to his attention. His assistant pointed at someone, claiming that the person was the hero who made it possible for him to arrive at Bercht in one piece. Dekulin recognized her as Lilia Primian, the vice chief of the security bureau. So, they decided to take a break from shopping and treated Lilia to a meal as a form of courtesy to repay her for escorting Alan to safety. She appreciated the gesture and informed the professor that the investigation regarding the incident had properly concluded. Taking this as an opportunity to gain intel, he asked what happened to the escort guard, Vilain. She plainly stated that the guy died due to the ambush. The waiter served the modest meal, and the three started digging in. Lilia would not dare show it on her face, but she has her doubts about Dekulin, and it all stems from what Lockhart said to her. Under direct imperial order, the Imperium Security Bureau sent the mage killer to the most notorious prison, Lacordac, for his crimes against magic and humanity. Lockhart's arresting officer for his case was none other than Lilia herself. In the interrogation phase, the chatty mage killer had become tight-lipped. Seeing as she was not getting any relevant info from the criminal, the vice chief changed her tone and demanded that the criminal use his power. Her entire demeanor changed upon demanding as such. Upon understanding what she was trying to do, Lockhart smiled. He silently activated his power, sending thrums of nullifying magic throughout the room. When the waves hit the surveillance camera on the ceiling, it malfunctioned and eventually lost power. After making sure that the Bureau couldn't hear or see them anymore, Vice Chief Lilia Primian finally dropped the act. Her composure crumbled as she smacked her fist on the interrogation table. With rage, she cursed Lockhart for being caught like a fucking idiot. She had already told the kid not to be rash, yet he continued sullying the name of their kind, setting back the Blood Shroud plan because he just couldn't stop killing mages. In all honesty, Lilia just wants to kill this imbecile to get it over with. If it's revealed that he's a Blood Shroud, the public opinion will worsen beyond repair, putting pressure on her. Lockhart does not respect what she's doing for the cause. He thinks she's just leeching off the empire that hates their kind. Blood Shrouds are seen as different immediately upon birth, but they are not so easy to expose. Lockhart thinks humanity is simply terrified of the demonic abilities they are born with. Even so, their kind are not the only ones who are born with said abilities. Another mistake that the criminal makes is provoking Dekulin when they are supposed to silently keep an eye on the Euclines. Currently, they are supposed to be observers. If the man causes any trouble, they will escalate to assassination, not the other way around. Upon hearing that the Blood Shrouds are thinking of killing Dekulin, Lockhart uncharacteristically calls the man a true noble who should not be touched. Lilia was puzzled. What kind of true noble would have a mountain of criminal cases against him filed in the Bureau? However, the man that Lockhart saw had the grace of affirming that Blood Shrouds weren't demons, but humans. His eyes portrayed not a shred of doubt and only righteousness. The criminal genuinely believes that if there were more nobles like Dekulin in this world, then their kind would not be forced to hide their identity anymore. They can live alongside everybody else. He didn't even kill Lockhart, even though he knew of his origin. He had the power and the law to back him up. Yet he stayed his hand. Even though Lockhart is not one to joke around, Lilia still refuses to buy such horse shit. The Euclane family stood at the forefront of slaughtering and oppressing their people after all. The criminal argued that if they start treating the descendants of said ancestors based on the crimes of the past, they would be no different than demons. Realistically speaking, Lilia won't be able to stay in a position of power without getting caught sooner or later. However, she's confident in her ability to blend in. Humans and Blood Shrouds are indistinguishable from each other after all. The only glaring distinction is a certain food that Blood Shrouds cannot eat. Changing the topic, Vice Chief Lilia heard murmurs about the Emperor's worsening health. Someone new will soon be appointed to take the throne, and they have no idea how the new Emperor will view Blood Shrouds. They must lay low. For now, Lockhart will be locked down in Lacordac. Back to the present, Lilia chewed on her steak while eyeing this so-called true noble with utmost vigilance. No matter how hard she looked, all she could see was some annoying aristocrat. Suddenly, an uninvited guest walked up to their table, and the pungent smell of alcohol assaulted her nostrils. Without taking his eyes off his plate, Dekulin nonchalantly dismissed the drunkard without sparing a glance. It was the annoying brat, Ilhelm von Garion Rewind. Even after being shooed away, he insisted on staying and giving Dekulin a piece of his mind. While the confrontation was happening, grim news hit the Order of Freyheim. Julie von Diafrieden was just informed of the fate of one of her most valued knights. Hearing that Vilain had perished during the escort mission to Bercht shook her to the core. She stood up and ordered her men to get ready to depart. Julie wants to hear what the hell happened from Dekulin's mouth. Back in the restaurant, Vice Chief Lilia awkwardly stopped her meal upon Ilhelm's midday drunken intrusion. She recognized the brat as the current head of the Rewind family. Caught in the middle of two opposing powerful noble clans, she was confused, to say the least. Ilhelm wanted to get some clarity about Deculane's odd stance in the meeting. He can't wrap his empty head around it. He wanted to know why a U-clan would side with the Bloodshroud so vehemently. Overhearing such a bombshell, Lilia almost let her real reaction show. Ilhelm remembers this peer of his, declaring that he wanted to annihilate those Bloodshrouds before. So what changed? Even before that, Deculane always blabbered on about how such lowly species should not have the right to live at all. Furthermore, he published a paper condemning Bloodshrouds at the university. Ilhelm tried to get a rise out of the professor, accusing him of finding a Bloodshroud slave to perhaps conduct research for such a talentless hack. Surprisingly, Alan defended his boss vigorously. Carefully dabbing his lips with a napkin, Deculane instructed his assistant to pipe down. It's all good. They simply shouldn't waste words against a man with a brain akin to rotten cheese. Such a surface-level line of thought is obvious to come from someone like Ilhelm. Ilhelm took the insult pretty well, all things considered. He just reminded Deculane that there are only 3 months left until the university's research presentation. Everyone will see if the professor's shit talk is all for show then. Vice Chief Lilia tried her best to stay calm upon hearing a string of ridiculous revelations. Why would a U-clan make an enemy of everyone else by siding with the Bloodshrouds? She could not believe that the man with so many pending criminal charges in the Bureau would do such a thing. Maybe Lockhart's last words before being thrown to prison have their merits. The seed of Deculane had been successfully planted inside the mind of the Security Bureau's vice chief. The day after that memorable lunch, Deculane finally pulled the trigger and commissioned one of the best-named craftsmen to make a wand for him before leaving Bercht. Interacting with the man gave him a subquest to complete, Rockaloc's wand. To activate the quest, he needed sufficient fame, a kind heart, top-quality materials, and 2 or more visits. Upon completion, he'll receive 1 point of store currency and a wand crafted by Rockalock. Thanks to fulfilling every condition, he was able to clear the quest without a problem. After getting his new wand, Deculane and Alan boarded the train homebound. On the way back to the Empire, they shared the same carriage as the raging noble, Vilain. The guy did not bother hiding his hostility at all. Thankfully, no conflicts actually erupted throughout the long ride. It was just really uncomfortable. In his mind, the professor just wanted to get back to the magic tower. Finally, they got off the tension-filled carriage. There's only one more train transfer left, and they will soon see different scenery other than snow. On the platform, the whole order of Freyheim, led by Julie, had been waiting for them to disembark. Without pleasantries, she directly asked her fiancé about the ambush and threw him some polite words for making it out safely. It's obvious that she had already heard about the news of Veyron's passing. While Deculane doesn't know what version of the story the Order heard, it's obvious that they are not happy that he is the only one who survived, unlike their colleague. Julie, on the other hand, looked and sounded devastated. She heard that Deculane and Veyron worked together to save the civilians. So she just wanted to ask one more question. She simply wanted to know what Veyron's last moments were like. Julie's grieving and expectant eyes met Deculane's. For a moment, the professor did not know how to respond. Before today, he was planning to tell her everything. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. He was prepared to recount how Veyron tried to kill him, and that things ended up this way after a bloody fight. He wanted to be truthful to Julie, at the very least. But now that he's standing in front of her, seeing the grief, Deculane can't seem to bring himself to say anything. He debated whether to tell her the truth or to let her live without knowledge of the all-too-cruel truth. Julie's conviction will never waver, but her heart is not as ironclad as she presents to the world. That's the nature of the Julie he knew. If she hears the truth, she will certainly blame herself for everything. She'll claim her subordinates' wrongdoings as her own, and severely torment herself with guilt. With a heavy heart, Deculane would play the villain and withhold what truly happened on that train. He will undoubtedly receive the ire of others, but he's gotten used to that. They stood in silence for a while, long enough for the train attendant to call on the passengers heading to the Empire. It's time for Deculane and Alan to board the 4th train. So he gave his fiancée a brief answer that in Veyron's last moments, he was emotional. Technically, he just withheld a few more details, yet Julie still looked devastated. She politely thanked him for taking the time for this brief talk before they headed over north to escort their comrades' remains. Seeing her walk away, Deculane lamented. He felt laughable and pathetic for not being able to get a grip on the feelings that the previous Deculane had for Julie. After making sure that the Order of Freyheim was out of earshot, Alan expressed how rude those men were. They were also victims of the ambush, yet they did not even bother hiding their resentment and distaste. The professor didn't mind. Those knights are simply foolish. Unbeknownst to them, Sylvia had seen the whole conversation from a distance. She ran over to the professor and asked him why he held back. Deculain asked what she was talking about, but she refused to elaborate. Instead, she rummaged through her bag and handed him a gift, some sort of old book. After handing the gift to the professor, she ran away without saying another word. Deculain was stumped, and so was Alan. This trip has gone far too long. It had been exhausting until the very end. He just wanted to get home and rest. Finally, the professor and his assistant boarded the last train and made their way back to the magic tower. Upon arriving at the outskirts of Bercht, Julie demanded the rundown of what happened to Vilain. The local authorities recounted how, during the first ambush, Professor Deculain took care of the situation and rescued civilians with Vilain. With the second ambush, the train fell upside down, and that's when Vilain fell. However, the VIP car miraculously hung by the cliff. To summarize, the two heroes tried their best to salvage an unsalvageable situation, and it cost Vilain his life. Julie listened intently and thanked the local officer after the rundown. Her men asked if they could take home some keepsakes, but nothing survived. Furthermore, it is an unwritten law that crimes unfolding on the way to Bercht around this season shall be left alone. Julie had lost her reliable right arm, and he left this world in vain. The grief and sadness she's feeling was suffocating. Before heading back to the magic tower, Deculain swung by the family house to be greeted by his sister's reprimand. She just found out that he wrote another family check in Bercht, and she is livid. Uriel had already told him multiple times before that the family was in dire financial straits, yet he was spending like he had an infinite money glitch. At this rate, they won't last for more than 2 months. Admittedly, the fee to create the wand was greater than he was expecting, but he had to get it no matter the cost. Commissioning a named craftsman is no joke. Still, he was surprised to hear that their finances could only hold out for another 2 months. This is a wake-up call to take some sort of action. So, he asked his sister to calm down for a moment while he secured more funds. Deculain led Uriel to the warehouse where his recently acquired treasures were stored. This incensed Miss Eucline. She thought he was just flaunting his wealth. Honestly, he's more offended that she's been speaking like a brute instead of a lady this whole time. Uriel almost committed homicide right then and there. This guy is pushing the family to the brink of bankruptcy, and he has the balls to criticize her way of speaking. Meanwhile, Deculain is pondering the real reason why his wealthy magnate ability shone at the sight of these wares. At that time, he just thought they were art investments that could be used to store monetary value. However, he just recently came to a realization while he was getting ready to leave Bercht. He just found a way to exponentially expand his wealth, and that is by using his other broken ability, Midas Touch. His first target was the vase situated at the front of the pile. Uriel wasn't impressed by his actions. In her eyes, this dumbass brother of hers is just standing and holding his hand out like a moron. While she was complaining and talking trash, Deculain had finished modifying the first product. The next step is calling for an appraiser and putting the items back up for auction once more. Anyone with half a brain would think of him as insane. Selling antiques just days after buying them when you're supposed to hold on to them for an extended period of time is a surefire way to lose money. At this point, the items won't even go for half the price he paid for. Ignoring her complaints, he ordered Roy the butler to call an appraiser and get ready for transport. Looking at the new description of the vase of the Eastern Master Craftsman, its potential has been awakened. It now has the special effect of holding flowers that will never wilt. Additionally, said flowers will slowly transform, with each petal possessing varied effects ranging from mid to high-class fatigue recovery. He bought this vase for 2.5 million elne, but it had now turned into an item that he would have a hard time letting go. The transport team arrived fast, not even giving Uriel the time to yap and oppose the decision. In her perspective, this is just a dumb band-aid solution that will bankrupt them sooner or later. Absolutely tired of arguing with his sister, Deculain dismissed her concerns and got ready for work. Back in the University Magic Tower, the new Magic Exploration Club had established its own club room. Inside were 5 students of humble backgrounds playing cards in their downtime. One of them was Ephorine, who pushed her hand with a killer gaze. It was a full house with kings. Her clubmates were taken aback. When it comes to cards, she is practically unbeatable. She'll do anything to be exempt from cleaning duties for a whole week. The atmosphere in the clubroom was cozy and fun. The students without noble backgrounds finally have a place for themselves. Sometimes Ephorine wonders if she's dreaming. She came from a disgraced baron family. She could not even afford to go to the academy. Ever since she entered the tower, she received constant hate. The ire of a noble student was one thing, but even most professors did not take kindly to her either. There were a lot of incidents that pushed her to the limit, even risking expulsion. To think that everything would pass and she would be able to have mundane fun with friends is simply bliss. Out of nowhere, she joyfully expressed how much she loved this ordinary magic exploration club they built. Her friend warned her not to be too boisterous, as they never know what can happen if someone targets them again. Speaking of the devil, a professor barged into the clubroom and saw a bunch of peasants having fun, and was incensed beyond belief. A student who looks like he's cosplaying as Vilain and failing snitched on the low-class commoners, taking up space in the magic tower and doing pointless poor people activities. Ephraim immediately recognized Professor Vilain and that bastard Beck. These two are notorious for making an issue out of everything concerning commoners. Professor Vilain looked at the ordinary Magic Exploration Club signage and was utterly offended for no reason. Though this isn't exactly a welcomed visit, Ephraim and the gang had already expected something of this sort to happen. They need to handle this slob honorably. So, she stood her ground and calmly explained that they were granted permission to create an official club. Professor Vilain was beside himself. He knows no one who would co-sign such a stupid poor people club to be formed in the prestigious Magic Tower. Then, he recognized Ephraim as the lowlife from the Sylvia trial a few days back. Every time these so-called professors call her a lowlife, Ephraim gets closer to retaliating. Sensing her glaring eyes, Professor Vilain found an excuse to label her an arrogant brat, begging to be punished. Julia knows her friend well, so she tries to make Ephraim avert her vindictive gaze to no avail. Meanwhile, the bitch-ass rat Beck is laughing at the peasants being reprimanded. Vilain demanded to know who the hell would sponsor such an outrageous club as the man in question made his way to the room. Ephraim was the first one to notice who had just arrived. Meanwhile, the clueless pig, Vilain, was still yapping and getting his disgusting spit everywhere. Professor Vilain arrived just in time to tower over the elitist professor and claimed that he was the one who co-signed the new club. He exerted horrific amounts of pressure on the pig and asked if there was a problem with him allowing a new student organization. His presence relieved the other students, but Ephraim still felt wary of the man. Vilain felt his blood run cold in the presence of the awe-striking head professor. Vilain continued to press the plump bastard about the issue, for he had heard the demeaning demands from across the hall. The slick professor escaped home after getting harassed by his sister, and trouble kept chasing him all the way to work. He is not in the mood to argue with short-sighted people today, so he just lets his aura do the talking. He watched as Vilain squirmed and thought of a way out. The plump bastard's attitude made a 180-degree turn, transforming into the kindest-looking educator and claiming that the clubroom was too empty. He claimed that the mages of the Imperial University's Magic Tower needed better equipment and furniture, which was why he had been enraged earlier. He just lost his temper because the precious students weren't getting the resources they deserved. So, he volunteered to take responsibility for changing that and furnishing the clubroom himself. Vilain just let the fat bastard dig his way out of trouble and repent. Now he has to grit his class's teeth and help the Commoners Club. On the way out, Vilain side-eyed the snitch student, Beck, and offhandedly commented that those akin to cockroaches will always act like one. After basically calling the kid a cockroach, he made his way to his office. Beck, the brat, did not take that harsh but true comment too kindly. Later that day, Professor Vilain conducted his first lesson since his return from Bercht. It had been a while since the students had had the privilege of listening to him. Among the crowd, Silva was lost in thought. Her classmates were whispering about the train incident that appeared in the Wizard Journal. The image of the whole train floating in the air was front and center. Everyone was wondering if Professor Vilain would regale them with the story of what happened. The old Vilain might have bragged, but the new Vilain is all business. With a telekinetically controlled chalk in the air, he began his lecture. The first topic for today is pure elements and magic interference. You see, as the name suggests, magic interference is the act of another mage interfering with another's power. Before they dive deep into the basic theory, Vilain had devised a practical preliminary test. Alan entered the room carrying a box filled with some sort of mineral fragments. With a flick of his finger, the professor manipulated the fragments with telekinesis. He carefully sent each fragment floating in front of each student. Of course, the kids were equally baffled and amazed at such a high-level utilization of magic. Sylvia wasn't so easily entertained, and Ephraim was more curious than awed. The professor explained that these floating in front of them were magic stones that cost 3,000 elne each. He won't cast any other spell other than telekinesis, and they must try interfering with that magic to take the stone. Those who succeed may keep the expensive material for themselves. At the mention of making money, Ephraim was hyped beyond comprehension. She's just like me, for real. She would have screamed and shouted if her friend wasn't there to knock her down a peg. Deculain pretended that he didn't see such wild behavior, and he explained that blocking spells is just as critical as interfering with them. And so, the practical preliminary started, and every student tried their own method of extracting the magic stone from the telekinetic grasp. Silence filled the room as everyone was completely focused on their own stone. Deculain was able to stop a train from free-falling last time, but it hasn't been long since he memorized beginner-level telekinesis. He intends to use this test as a form of practice to familiarize himself with finer controls. At the same time, he's curious if his telekinesis could hold up against 150 debutante mages. Not to mention, this place houses only the most talented prospects all over the Empire. Two in particular stand head and shoulders above everybody else. Ephraim was solely focused on getting that damned magic material. Her scholarship funds are almost drained, so this stone would supplement her wallet nicely. While she is laser-focused on the cash, Sylvia is focused on beating her. Deculain's claim that Ephraim taught herself to overcome her own weakness still lingers in Sylvia's mind. Fueled by the desire to prove that she's no slouch, she refuses to lose. One is motivated by money, and the other is motivated by the desire to prove herself. Who will win? While the two were competing for first place, the rest of the class was struggling a lot. Most of them are trembling and feeling the pain of the spell keeping their grubby mana out. Alan praised his boss for not even faltering despite competing against 150 student mages. A lot of time had passed, and no one had succeeded in cracking his magic. Truthfully speaking, Deculain is starting to feel the strain of keeping telekinesis up. He didn't know that his debutantes would put forth all their effort to the point of bleeding out their noses. Finally, he felt one of his magic stones crack away from its telekinetic shell. The first one to succeed was the golden prodigy Sylvia von Josephine Elad. Upon accomplishing what everyone else was struggling with, she immediately turned her attention to Ephraim. Seeing that she was still in the process of trial and error, Sylvia smiled with confidence. Today she is the winner in this one-sided rivalry. Suddenly, the professor's towering figure moved to her desk. Deculain personally congratulated her for claiming first place. He already predicted that Sylvia could do it sooner or later. The question is whether anyone else would be able to interfere with his control. Just as he was about to call off the practical on account of everyone's inadequacy, he was surprised to sense another one succeeding. The bright green light attracted his and Sylvia's attention. Through literal blood, sweat, and tears, Ephraim had succeeded in securing her free 3,000 elne. Sylvia felt pressured. There were only a few seconds of difference between their clear time. She can't be complacent. Meanwhile, the rest of the class looked like they were collectively shitting their pants. But their magic stones were unassailable. Some threw up on their desks, some bled profusely, and most of them passed out from exhaustion before Deculain announced the game over. He called his failures pathetic for not even making his stones budge. He urged them to take a break and clean up the stinking mess thoroughly. The students gathered themselves as best as they could and followed the professor's instructions. Julia asked Ephraim how she succeeded when everyone else aside from Sylvia lost their dignity and almost lost their lives for a simple practical. Admittedly, Ephraim almost failed too. She was just fortunate to have an epiphany in the middle of the process. She does not know much about telekinesis, but when she tries breaking through Deculain's magic, she feels like she has broken through something tangible. A few meters away, Sylvia's mind is going a mile a minute. She simply cannot accept that the one who ranked at the bottom of the previous exam caught up to her pace so quickly. She knows for sure that no special considerations were given to the girl. She suspected that the rumors about Deculain teaching the commoner girl in private after work sessions were true. If that's the case, then Deculain must have lied to her back in Berkt. She simply cannot fathom what the half-wit commoner has that she doesn't. The prodigious young lady of Illade had the gall to call Ephraim arrogant without looking at herself in the mirror. After all the puke and blood were cleaned up, the debutantes returned to their seats in better shape. In that warm-up practical, everyone tried their best to perform magic interference, but missed out on the easiest way to stop his telekinesis. The two people who were successful might have an idea of what he's talking about. The method is hidden in the mana. Instead of the spell itself, one must interfere with the opposing mana. Unlike the commonly known methods that consist of blocking the demonstrated magic, mana interference is all about understanding the specific spell and disrupting the flow of mana. It sounds simple on paper, but there's a glaring reason why this method is not universally utilized. It has a big limitation. Mana interference only works if the user knows a lot of magic circle formulas by heart. You can only interfere with mana on magic that you know intimately. It is not a practical way in the heat of combat. In most workable situations, barriers are simpler and faster to use for defense. A solid block can be followed up by an effective counter. However, the professor intends to use this semester to properly hammer in the concept of mana interference into their bones. No pain, no gain. First, he gave them the crux of the technique itself. One must figure out a wide array of magic circle central circuits. These central circuits are formed based on the type of magic used, be it destructive or supportive. It also factors in what elements are being used. In other words, figuring out what central circuit the opponent is using at any given time would give them a free pass for interference. Once they familiarize themselves with this concept, the more complex magic interference should become easier. With that in mind, today's lecture will be focused on the central circuitry of commonly used magic circles. To demonstrate, Vilain displayed the magic circle of the spell called Stormblade All, a destructive type of magic with a circuit that combusts from the inside out. He moved on to demonstrating support magic, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, his students were locked in, latching onto his every word and voraciously taking down notes. After 2 hours of non-stop show and tell, Vilain turned to look at the clock and saw that it was time for dismissal. There's still a little more content they haven't covered. But time is up. The debutante simply wasted too much time on the practical earlier, plus the cleanup that ensued after. For now, they must rest and absorb what they have learned. Midterm examinations are coming up and he will conduct an open practical before that. He warned everyone to study hard and commit to what they learned to heart, for it will be important down the line. He bade his students farewell and left. He's not one to linger when the time to clock out arrives. He's not doing overtime without getting paid. Oddly enough, his class hates it when Vilain ends his lectures on time. To them, it feels like being stopped halfway through a good poop session. As usual, Julia barely absorbed any of what the professor imparted, and Vilain was lost in thought. Today, the wild commoner girl felt closer than ever to a huge epiphany. It's difficult to put into words, but she felt significant progress in her magic. She was having a nice day up until the snitch from earlier came to seek some more trouble. Beck, the ugly rat trying to cosplay as Vilain, did not even hide his disdain for the peasants. This time, the girls are not opposed to barking back at the moron. Beck had been all up in their business lately. He even brought Professor Vilain in just to cause trouble the other time. He's simply a jackass getting overshadowed by commoners. It infuriates him that low-class people are doing so much better than him in class. Today, Vilain is in a good mood, so she doesn't want to sully it by stooping down to the rat's level. That's what she was thinking before Beck brought up her family. He asked where she got the resources to bribe the professor to favor her when her house didn't have a penny to their name. This time, she's rearing to bust some ass and tear some smug noble's face off. Beck continued his provocations, bringing up the rumors about Vilain's private lessons with Professor Vilain after hours. Naturally, she vehemently denied such scandalous allegations. Not far from the commotion, Sylvia was listening intently. If the rumors are not true, Beck demands a proper explanation for how a half-wit who didn't even come from the academy managed to outpace everyone. The smug bastard reckoned that the professor must have felt pity and gave the poor girl the mana stone as a gift. Since she has no home, a broke-ass orphan with dead parents can only scrape by through miserable means. At this rate, if Beck says one more word, Vilain might lose control and commit murder right then and there. Refusing to back down with an air of arrogance, Beck dared her to make a move. Sylvia watched even closer as the conflict rose to its climax. Vilain would have torn through Beck's conceited face with her bare fist if Julia wasn't there to keep her level-headed. She reminded her friend that another punishment would essentially spell an end to her career before it even started. At this important junction, Vilain remembered the professor's advice that mages should maintain a cold and calculating disposition at all times. So she tried her best to rear in the rage and stayed her hand. She smiled and thanked her friend for keeping her grounded. She was worked up, but she's okay now. Vilain just goes a little crazy when trying to converse with idiots, so she apologizes and pretends as though Beck doesn't exist at all. She led the way and invited Julia to get something to eat in the cafeteria. From a few seats away, Sylvia quietly observed and reevaluated Vilain in her mind. Sure, the wild commoner girl managed to hold her temper, but that doesn't mean she's no longer pissed off. She really wants to teach that moron Beck a lesson he will never forget. Just as she was thinking of ways to deal with the elitist bastard out loud, she came across the golden prodigy, seemingly waiting for her to pass by an alleyway. Sylvia opened her mouth without a hint of conceit and asked if they could talk in private. Ephraim had no idea what this invitation to talk could possibly mean. She asked if Sylvia was trying to throw her hands again. Today is not the day for that, so if that's the case, she'll pass. Seeing how unreceptive she was, Sylvia just went ahead and asked her question of whether Ephraim was being tutored by Vilain outside of school hours. Of course, this allegation offended the commoner. She took it as another noble trying to pick a fight. The rumors don't even make sense. They have the worst student-professor relationship, so the secret tutorial allegations simply sound insulting. While Ephraim was fuming and rearing for a fight, Sylvia silently assessed her response. Upon seeing that the commoner was being genuine, she turned around to leave. Before going, she left Ephraim some relevant tidbits of information. As far as she knows, the professor hasn't stepped foot into a laboratory in 3 years. He hasn't returned once since Ephraim's father passed away. Blind as ever, the commoner took this info as confirmation that the scammer simply could not do anything right without her dad's help. He was a genius after all. Since Ephraim was so confident in her assessment, Sylvia asked if she knew that Vilain had been going to the lab every day for the past 3 months too. He cleaned the entire area, chose and hired an assistant, and even brought some new magical tools for research. That can only mean one thing, right? Ephraim was taken aback. Her mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario. Maybe the thief is going to extort her late father's research findings again. However, the scumbag Vilain everyone knew should not be capable of continuing such high-level studies himself. Still, this left her feeling an uneasy pit in her stomach. In front of Sylvia, she simply dismissed the matter altogether, projecting that this did not affect her one bit. Ephraim claimed that whatever the professor is trying to do in his lab is his business, and debutantes shouldn't pry. Sylvia could see through her act and hid her smile. After rattling her with an unexpected revelation and seeing her reaction, Sylvia bade Ephraim a dismissive farewell. The commoner was left to ponder the possibility of her father's legacy being exploited beyond his grave. Several days later, the continuation of the previous lecture commenced. The debutantes slowly petered out of the building and into the training field. Afterward, they neatly lined up under the sun for unknown reasons. None of them had a clue about what the professor was cooking up to require a class to take place outdoors. While everyone was wondering what was about to happen, Beck deliberately bumped into one of Ephraim's commoner buddies, making sure to knock her hard. This time, Ephraim was the one who had to rein Julia in to be the bigger person and let the offense go. A moment later, a calm and commanding voice demanded silence so he could start the lecture properly. As Professor Vilain mentioned before, today will be the last practical before the official midterm exams. With a snap of his fingers, he properly introduced today's lecture style. The tapestry hiding the stands fell from their clippings to reveal a sold-out crowd of spectators. As a surprise, the debutantes will undergo a public practical in front of countless people. Ephraim and the commoners had never seen such a large crowd gathering before. Vilain elaborated that the students will all demonstrate magic combat in front of all these watchful gazes. Using whatever magic they can manifest in their arsenal, the debutantes will fight each other. They will be required to properly showcase at least 3 forms of pure elemental magic. The wins and losses don't really matter. They will be scored on the quality of the fight and how well they conduct themselves within the rules. Vilain will personally observe and write down each debutante's strengths and weaknesses. He can only hope that most of these kids can use those notes as a foundation to improve their craft. In addition, Professor Vilain will carefully officiate to prevent any serious injuries. With such a capable mage watching, they are free to go all out without restrictions in place. Without further ado, Vilain kicked the public practical off with the first matchup. He called on to a random kid, Eurozon, and asked the flustered debutante who he wanted to go up against in the ring. The random kid picked another random nameless kid, and the two inched their way to the stage for everyone to ogle. Finally, the inconsequential first fight began as soon as the professor gave the green light. The fights came one after the other. The magic matches were high quality and progressed quite smoothly. These debutantes might pale in comparison to real geniuses, but these kids have their own respectable talents. On the sidelines, the professors pay close attention to the stage for officiating and scoring. At first, some of the students were moving quite awkwardly due to their unfamiliarity with real battles. However, their inexperience forced them to focus more on their magic usage. A few bouts in, a massive explosion nearly vaporized the arena with devastating heat. Sylvia was simply in another stratosphere compared to her peers. Beck and his goon buddies laughed on the sidelines. They've been obnoxiously reacting to every commoner on the losing side of the duels. Beck suggested that those who were lost should quit magic and clean his garden instead. Ephraim is keeping an eye on these cruel bastards. They've been deliberately speaking at high volumes without fear of retaliation at all. As one of her commoner friends stepped out of the arena with a limp after a decisive defeat, Ephraim offered some upbeat and comforting words. Finally, Professor Deculain called on a familiar name to step up to the plate. The rat, Beck. Upon being prompted to pick his opponent, the kid smugly smiled and scanned the debutante lineup. Without hesitation, he pointed at Ephraim and chose her to be his duel partner. Instead of feeling fear and uneasiness, she felt tranquil. Truth be told, this is the best case for her. Now that she's about to face off the kid who's been terrorizing her friend group non-stop, she cannot wait to tear him apart and get good grades from it. Before officially starting, Beck hurled some trash talk in her direction. He joked that there's no one here who can secretly tutor her now to get the dub. He's still clinging to that weak-ass rumor. Ephraim could not help but start to think that talking shit must be what passes as basic manners for spoiled nobles. Then, she hit him where it hurts. Ephraim called Beck out for trying to copy Deculain's style and failing miserably. Upon being called out in front of countless people, the kid squirmed with discomfort. Without giving him a chance to recover his composure, Ephraim activated her first spell, shining a green light across the entire arena. She intends to show Beck that his whack fashion matches his lame magic. With the thick air of animosity between the two, the next practical duel had commenced. Beck summoned a bright light magic circled in his palm and quipped that he'd help Ephraim meet her parents in the afterlife. She was a tad too slow to properly block, parry, or counter the fast attack. It sent her hurtling back to her corner. After knocking her down the floor, Beck continued his assault to keep her down there. With a cocky grin, he reveled at his own domineering show of strength in front of the crowd. He loved the cheering. This could have gone on forever, and he would have loved every second of it. But the reality has something gloomier planned for the brat. Despite all his efforts to take her down by force, it looked like the commoner girl was entirely unharmed. After coming to the magic tower, she's been pondering about this old saying she had heard before. A good beating perfectly suits a noble. Truer words have never been spoken. Using her own magic circle, Ephraim summoned some sort of gooey green slime life form stampeding towards Beck. The slime eventually took the form of a fist and sent the Deculain cosplayer up to the stratosphere with a single punch. When Beck landed back on the ground, he was crying and traumatized. Someone better check his underwear for some yellow. Maybe there's also some brown in there. Ephraim would not miss this chance to gloat and bask in victory while towering over the defeated rat. Even after the announcement of Ephraim's dub, the bitter Beck believed that she had just gotten a lucky hit. Deculain was actually quite annoyed as the last bout finished too quickly because some idiotic miscreant couldn't hold his ground. It would be a shame if they didn't give the spectators a proper show of appreciation for their attendance. Overhearing his complaints, Ephraim volunteered for one more chance to go up and fight. She needed to use 3 kinds of pure elemental magic to pass the practical, yet she had only used one thus far. Her opponent was so weak that she could not even show her true capabilities without going overboard. What she said made sense. She's clearly strong, but the criteria would fail her simply because of an inadequate opponent. So, the professor caved in and gave Ephraim a pass to challenge another person for a do-over. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and pointed at Deculain. With a confident smile plastered in her place, she loudly announced an unprecedented challenge for the professor. She already defeated the cosplayer. It's time to fight the real thing. Raylan was stunned. "You crazy bitch," he muttered. Everyone thought she'd lost it. Sylvia's brows knitted together, waiting for his response. Ephraim wasn't surprised by the commotion. She knew how it looked. She wasn't stupid. But this was her chance. A rare opportunity to face Declan. Something she had always dreamed of. Even if people thought she was insane, she was going for it. Woojin just smiled. Raylan kept hurling insults, even calling her a deranged child. Our MC, meanwhile, was calm and told him to relax, leaving Raylan confused by his attitude. Then Woojin gave his answer. He accepted. He had said anyone could be challenged, and no rules were in place to stop her. Still, he made it clear a professor couldn't go all out against a student, so he laid out the conditions. He wouldn't attack first. If she could make him move from his spot, she would win. Ephraim agreed without hesitation. She stepped forward, facing him head-on. Her heart pounded as she emitted a green glow. She had longed for this moment, a match against Deculain. He then gave the signal to begin. Ephraim activated her magic. She knew she was outmatched. She knew she was being reckless. But this was her chance. To see the difference between them, to measure the distance between her and the man she would one day surpass. She poured everything she had into a flaming magic circle while our MC stood in his place. Woojin was genuinely impressed. An explosion burst before him, but Ephraim wasn't done yet. This time, she used earth magic. Black smoke filled the arena, then came a swirl of flames. Rieland's jaw dropped. Sylvia leaned in, watching closely. The crowd definitely was in awe. Ephraim's magic circle was still active. The ball of fire surrounding the professor started to crack, and then he shattered it without even lifting a finger. He just stood there, arms crossed. Ephraim clenched her teeth. She launched a series of magic projectiles. Wujin calmly commented on her habits. He pointed out that the bigger her magic, the more obvious her patterns became. She felt it again. Magic interference. She tried to cast her next spell, but nothing happened. Panic flickered in her eyes. Was something wrong with her magic circuit? Did Vilain mess with it? He explained she could no longer use magic in front of him. Furious, she realized he had sealed her magic, but she wasn't giving up. Not yet. She was more confident in her physical strength anyway. She raised her fist, ready to fight barehanded, but then she hesitated. She saw Vilain's hand move. With a single flick of his finger, he sent her flying. Ephraim crashed to the far end of the arena. She hit the ground hard and groaned in pain. Wujin carefully observed how Ephraim skillfully combined pure wind and fire elements, then followed it up with an earth-based dust explosion. Her magical instincts were remarkable. Still, he knew that no matter how good someone's sense for magic was, it meant nothing without control. What made it all possible was Ephraim's unique talent. Vessel, with that green bracelet, she could wield all elemental magic, a power anyone in the world would envy. Wujin thought that if the real Vilain had seen her just now, he would have been rattled, maybe even jealous. He believed that if a virtuous named like Ephraim grew properly, she wouldn't lack anything. He then walked up to her. He told her that, unfortunately, the result was obvious, but he also admitted it wasn't bad. That alone moved Ephraim. Our MC then declared the public practical session over. He instructed the debutantes to focus on preparing for their midterms. The crowd was buzzing. They said it was rare for Vilain to speak highly of someone, but they agreed. Ephraim had done really well. They hadn't expected much after her boring match with Beck. Beck heard that and didn't look too pleased. Ephraim began to wonder. Had she just been acknowledged? Julia helped her up, smiling. She told her she was so cool. Everyone in their club agreed. They called her their pride. Meanwhile, at the pier, Ganesha spotted a ship coming in. She had been expecting them. As it docked, she greeted a man named Leo Carlos. It had been a while. A woman stepped forward and greeted her too. Ganesha welcomed her back and asked if she had missed her. Ria replied that she only missed her a little. This woman was Yuria, the island girl currently possessed by Ara, Wujin's ex-girlfriend. Ganesha told Ria how much she missed her. Yuria playfully complained that it hurt and joked that it was child abuse. Ganesha quickly apologized. Meanwhile, Ara remembered a blinding light just before she got into the car. That light consumed her, erasing everything, and all the sounds from her world vanished. She blacked out. When she opened her eyes, her original world was completely gone. Then she saw Ganesha, who was asking whether Vilain seriously planned to use a child like Yuria. Ganesha said she couldn't go through with the job. One of her subordinates told her she never should have accepted it in the first place. He teased her, saying she only took the mission because she fell hard for Vilain's face. He also asked if she even realized how expensive the cancellation fee was. Ara thought the people looked familiar. The faces, the voices, the situation, they were all from the characters and story she had helped create. She remembered the nights she stayed up designing them, and now here they were, standing right in front of her. Ganesha introduced herself to the child and asked if she was Ria. Ara realized it was truly them, Ganesha and the Red Garnet adventurers. Then she felt the warm air, the scent of trees, the textures of nature. It was real. She was inside the game. She answered that she was Yuria, and that was how Ara became Yuria, a character from the game she had once created. Later, Ganesha scolded the kids, Leo and Carlos, to stop running. Ara knew Ganesha well. She was the world's top adventurer. If she wanted to survive in this unfamiliar world, her best bet was to stick close to Ganesha. Ara was determined to live, and to one day find her way home. Back at the mansion, Wujin received a package. It was Locklock's Eucline wand, a special wand crafted by the master artisan Locklock, designed specifically for Eucline. The wand could store up to 500 mana and act as a support circuit, boosting the performance of any spell cast through it. Wujin admired its beauty. His aesthetic sense trait even activated. Made of ironwood, the wand carried all the powerful natural properties of the material, considered the best among magical woods. It also had an automatic learning function that helped the user better understand and refine their magic. Not only was it powerful, it was also an aesthetic item. Its design wasn't just beautiful, it could change its color to match the user's outfit. Wu Jin held it in his hands. Thanks to Euclid's bloodline, the wand had the potential to cast powerful spells capable of exorcising demons. He quietly noted that it only cost 9 million ellen. At first, he thought it was expensive, but after holding it, he felt its worth far exceeded the price. Its beauty and function were on par with a legendary relic. Just then, Roy knocked to let him know dinner was ready. Wu Jin said he would head down. An elegant meal was prepared, but RMC didn't look satisfied. Yariel noted that the meal was more extravagant than usual. She explained that she specifically requested those dishes to help him regain his energy. Roy mentioned that they had already sold the antiques Vilain instructed them to put up for auction. The items turned out to be highly sought after. He shared that each piece received bids as soon as it was revealed. So much attention, in fact, that it caused some trouble for the auction house. Roy added that both he and Yariel felt like they were dreaming. They earned far more than expected, enough to support the estate for years without worry. He said the meal was Yariel's way of expressing her gratitude. Vilain smiled, then simply said the food was good. Yariel looked smug, definitely pleased with herself. They ate quietly, but Vilain still found a moment to point out that Yariel was holding the knife wrong. She blushed in embarrassment. Later, in Declan's office, stacks of papers covered his desk. He sighed, calling it a complete mess. At the same time, Wu Jin was fuming. He was irritated at that pompous bastard Declan. For the upcoming midterms, Wu Jin had been working hard on preparing thoughtful exam questions to get inspiration. He looked at the past questions Declan had submitted and immediately got annoyed. Every question was insanely difficult. Far beyond what debutantes could handle, it felt like Declan was declaring himself superior, showing off how brilliant he was while making the students despair. Wu Jin could feel his arrogance just by reading the questions. He concluded that the original Declan probably confused difficulty with intelligence, using hard questions as a way to boost his own ego. But Wu Jin wanted to be different. He wanted to make good questions, ones that were challenging but fair, questions that tested real skill, sparked pride upon solving, and helped mages grow in understanding. That, he believed, was the right way. As a professor, he thinks that each and every one of his actions may have a critical factor in the new mage's growths. He reached the final box and wondered if there was anything worthwhile inside. He picked up a sheet of paper and scanned it. To his surprise, it was. Different from the rest, the questions didn't match the others. They stood out entirely, as if written by someone else. He thought it was probably written by none other than Ephraim's father. They were still difficult, but something about them sparked deep curiosity. He used comprehension magic to understand them fully, then infused his answers onto the designated magic exam paper. As he did, colored lights appeared and began to swirl above the sheet. It radiated light across the room. The lights gathered, forming the shape of a hand. Then, a woman's face emerged from the glowing mist. Wu Jin watched the transparent figure and quickly realized this wasn't just a test. It was a magical exam, where solving the question correctly would create a visual representation. The swirling colors represented the elements, and when the solution was perfectly executed, it harmonized them into something visually breathtaking. He recognized it as the perfect exam for the subject, understanding pure elemental magic. But as he admired its brilliance, a sharp, instinctive jealousy crept into his chest. Whoever made this, he was sure Declan knew just how perfect it was, its elegance, its structure. It was something Wu Jin knew he couldn't have come up with himself, and yet his thoughts turned to the woman in the image. Who was she? At the same time, in another place, someone was reading a letter. It stated that the topic of the blood shroud race would be discussed in the next council meeting. The message was from Berkt Elder de Zacton. The woman reading it commented on how the outcome of the discussion had shifted, likely because of a strong aversion to suppressing the blood shrouds. And unexpectedly, the matter now involved Declan. The woman was Adeline. She noted that the issue now extended to all the professors in her department. Adeline, the chairwoman of the Magic Tower, was a mage known for her overwhelming magical power and considered the top candidate to become the next archmage. But despite her reputation, she had a surprisingly laid-back personality. She enjoyed eavesdropping on students and always seemed to know the latest gossip, like how Declan and Knight Yuli recently had a huge argument, or how Professor Relin failed his diet again. Her love for worldly drama and idle chatter had a hidden cause. Adeline was actually half fairy. That heritage was the root of both her whimsical personality and her incredible magical talent. Though she often grumbled about it, she secretly looked forward to days like today. She remarked that it was interesting Vilain had sided with the heretics. Once a month, the professors of the Magic Tower gathered before the chairwoman, and that was what was currently taking place. And as usual, if anyone was absent, that would be Vilain. It was as if he were saying he was Klein above everyone else, and had no one he needed to impress. But this time, a sensitive topic arose while he wasn't even present. Professor Retlin reported to Chairwoman Adeline that Lord Luino would be attending this mage's conference. Luino was the woman who once rivaled Declan for the chief professor position, but ended up resigning voluntarily due to his schemes. She had been low-key living in the kingdom ever since. Adeline wondered why Luina had returned so suddenly. She asked if Luina intended to come back to the Empire. Retlin replied that if she were guaranteed a position, she would return. He added that Luina had achieved remarkable success in the kingdom, and her return would greatly benefit the Magic Tower. And considering Declan's recent association with the heretics, Retlin hinted at something deeper, but quickly clarified that he wasn't accusing Declan of anything. Adeline said that if Luina truly intended to return, she'd consider it. The professors in the room looked pleased to hear that. Adeline then dismissed them and reminded those who hadn't yet submitted their exam questions to hurry up. The professors quickly made their way out. Afterwards, Adeline noted that Declan had been acting a bit strange lately. She also felt the test he submitted was too well made, too polished, to be something he could have created alone. Smirking to herself, she decided she might have a little fun messing with him, and the thought of Luina, Declan's old rival, making a comeback only added to the fun she was already planning. A few days later, during the midterm exam for understanding pure elemental magic, the students were already in chaos. Many students were already doubting the exam. Whispers spread about how strange and impossible Decoulin's questions might be, and some were tempted to give up before even starting. Alan tried to calm them down. He admitted the exam was confusing, but reminded them it wasn't like their usual tests. He explained the format. The exam would run for 10 days, with a deadline at midnight on the final Sunday of the academic calendar. Each student would take the test alone in their assigned room. They could leave to attend other exams, eat, or sleep, but they weren't allowed to take the test paper outside, and to top it all off, it was an open book exam. Julia raised an eyebrow. An open book exam that lasted 10 days? That alone told her how hard it must be. Ephraim was already stressed. The last exam was awful enough. And now this? She complained that Declan never submitted anything normal. Alan wasn't done. He added one more thing. The professor said that if anyone scored full marks, he'd personally write them a letter of recommendation under his title as chief professor. The room went silent. That was a big deal. Advancing in mage ranks was no easy task. The archmage ranks went from rank 1 eternal to rank 11 debutante, but you couldn't move up just by completing courses or waiting for time to pass. You had to pass rigorous promotion exams, and they were brutal. So if a student could hand in a recommendation letter from a rank 4 archmage like Declan, a monarch, it would be like holding a wild card. It was practically a guaranteed promotion. But Ephraim didn't look thrilled. The idea of getting help from her sworn enemy completely killed her motivation. She didn't want to owe him anything, until she had a thought. What if she got that recommendation and used it to stomp all over his pride? She imagined a Cullen groveling at her feet, begging. The thought made her grin. Suddenly, she was motivated. Julia heard her laughing to herself and gave her a suspicious look. By day 4 of the exam, Ephraim looked exhausted. Dark circles shadowed her eyes. She realized just how hard the test really was. Each question was harder than the last, but they were also brilliant. Solving them was painful, but every time she cracked an answer, it brought her a level of satisfaction she'd never felt before. It made her wonder, could Declan really have made a test this good? And even though it's agonizing, she can't put it down because of the joy of satisfaction. She was determined to get that recommendation letter, but she was stuck on a question that she didn't understand. She thought of getting some fresh air, since her brain hurts the longer she stays there. Meanwhile, Sylvia was resting in the garden. Her shoulders were stiff. She needed a break, since it took her 30 hours just to finish one question. She clearly remembered the announcement that anyone who scored a perfect mark would receive a recommendation letter. At the time, she thought it was pointless, a dramatic gesture, when anyone capable of acing this exam probably wouldn't even need help passing a promotion test. But deep down, she still wanted to get that perfect score. Not for the grades, not for the letter, but for herself. Each question was a work of art. Every one of them opened the door to a new kind of insight. She believed that if she could solve them all, she wouldn't just pass, she would grow. She would become a better mage. Then someone saw her. It was Ephraim, curious. She glanced over, wondering how far Ephraim had gotten. At the same moment, they both blurted out the same question, asking how many problems the other had solved. They froze, both embarrassed. Sylvia admitted she was on No. 8. Ephraim was shocked. Had Sylvia already solved it? Sylvia quickly clarified she was still working on it. Ephraim said that was fast, then admitted she was stuck on number 7. Sylvia wasn't sure if she believed her. It was hard to imagine Ephraim being just one question behind her. But now wasn't the time to worry about it. She had to focus. She needed to finish. Ephraim asked if Sylvia was getting up. Because of her, Sylvia said no, and clarified that she had just been taking a break. Night fell while the students of the Magic Tower were still immersed in their exam. Then Wu Jin felt something. A massive upheaval was coming. He looked down at the newspaper. It reported that Emperor Kerbime was in critical condition. And he knew. This was the beginning. Wu Jin kept thinking about the news. Emperor Kerbime was in critical condition. The Emperor had always been known for his gentle, balanced approach. He carefully maintained harmony between divine and imperial power. He never enforced aggressive policies against the Blood Shrouds, choosing tolerance over oppression. But the real concern wasn't the Emperor's death. It was the one who would take the throne afterward. That new monarch, already crowned, was a far different figure. Wu Jin stated, Sofian Yekaterin August von Gebrine. Our MC knew without a doubt that the world was about to change. Dusk fell over the academy. It was the final day of the midterm. Wu Jin's so-called marathon exam had already claimed a large number of dropouts. Then something unexpected happened. Regardless of grades, students began to wear their survival like a badge of honor. They boasted about having done the exam as if it were an achievement in itself. More surprising, after it ended, most didn't go off to celebrate. Instead, they quietly reflected on what they had learned. That reaction alone captured everyone's attention. Even the professors at the Magic Tower became curious about the now infamous exam paper. And at that very moment, only 2 students remained working on the final question. No. 8. Ephraim and Sylvia. Ephraim stared at the last hurdle, visibly irritated. But no matter how hard it was, she refused to give up. Not after all the coffee she drank. She looked like a walking corpse. But she forced herself to focus. If she could just lock in for a bit longer. If she could just see what the question was really asking. Out in the hallway, Wu Jin and Alan waited. Then a sudden burst of light erupted from one of the exam rooms. Alan was in shock. Someone had solved the final question. Wu Jin already knew who it was. The doorknob turned. Our MC stepped inside while the student waited patiently. He then gently closed the door behind him. He looked at the student before him and told her that he knew she would be the one to solve it. He congratulated her. The student was none other than Sylvia. Her exam room had transformed into a living masterpiece. Like Van Gogh's Starry Night, the air swirled with magical light. Colors floated bright, filled with magic elements. Even the cool blues carried warmth. The lights were like the stars that shimmered with hope, mixing hot and cold hues, dazzling and sharp. It wasn't just magic, it was a masterpiece. Even Wu Jin couldn't believe it. In Wu Jin's mind, even he, who had created the questions, couldn't manifest something so beautiful. He knew his limits. Hidden inside that final question was Kim Wu Jin, a man who once dreamed of being an artist. He had wanted to stir hearts with his work, to move people, but he lacked the raw talent. Still, he pursued it. And along the way, Dekuhan's aesthetic sense was fused into this last question. Now, watching Sylvia's manifestation, both the Cullen lover of beauty and Wu Jin, aspiring artist, felt a deep, quiet sense of peace. He looked at Sylvia and told her once more she did well, and surprisingly, he thanked her. The student was caught off guard by that remark. Then he left. Sylvia also wanted to thank him. She played with the swirling colors, letting them dance around her hands. As she did, she remembered everyone who told her to become an archmage. But she realized that magic itself was already beautiful. She didn't need to become one. Back at the hallway, Alan went to Ephraim's room to tell her that time is up. She replied that it's a shame. Alan told her that she had done well. He shared that, even until the very end, there were 2 people attempting the question. She asked if Sylvia had finished solving everything. Alan nodded his head. She called her a monster, but she couldn't help but feel jealous. Then she thought about it. The thoughts about her recommendation letters and Decoline had all vanished. The only thing that remained was her inquisitiveness as a mage and the desire for knowledge. She wanted to answer everything too. Even when the exam is finished, she still has the questions, so she decided she'd continue to solve the questions. She smiled at Alan, and Alan smiled back, admiring her persistence. He told her that he will be cheering for her. Wu Jin's exam was finally done. Ephraim went out to the garden. She was exhausted from the marathon exam. If she answered all the questions, she would have felt better from the sense of accomplishment. But in her mind, the only thing waiting at the end of the exam is a door marred with graffiti and a cold bed. Then 3 shadows appeared. Someone called Ephraim. It was Julia and her clubmates. Julia told her that it's standard to unwind after an exam. She invited her to go eat something yummy. She felt touched. Julia asked her what was wrong because her face looked dumb. Ephraim held back her tears. She then asked if the exam was hard. She looked at Ephraim, genuinely admiring how tough she was. Then she told them that since Ephraim was the reason why they're doing it late, she's the one paying. That got Ephraim out of her sentimental mood, and she yelled that she didn't say that. A few days after the final exam, Ephraim finally solved the last question she had previously skipped. Gazing at the sparkling light before her, she smiled gently, her eyes shimmering with joy at her accomplishment. Overwhelmed with emotion, she quietly murmured how beautiful it was. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind the door. It was Julia, her close friend, asking if Ephraim was ready. Wiping away a tear at the corner of her eye, Ephraim responded with a soft smile that she would be out shortly. The two of them later met at a nearby cafe near the academy, where they let their thoughts drift into heartfelt conversations. Now that the stressful exams were finally over, they both admitted how relieved they felt, though also acknowledged that the calm wouldn't last long. These peaceful days, they agreed, were precious. Ephraim mentioned she was looking forward to the upcoming meeting, and Julia nodded in agreement. Then Ephraim's expression darkened slightly as she confessed how grateful she was for not giving up on the exam. She considered it one of her most meaningful experiences related to magic. Suddenly, Julia interrupted Ephraim's thoughts, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She asked if Ephraim had heard the news. Startled, Ephraim asked what she meant. Julia pointed toward the sky with a mysterious tone and began to talk about Professor Vilain. Apparently, word had spread that the professor's exam had caused quite a stir, and he had been summoned to Sky Island, an island known as the Floating Isle. Ephraim was visibly surprised. Julia went on to explain that the floating isle floated perpetually at an altitude of 1,500 meters and was a marvel created by the greatest minds in magitechnology. It was a haven for mages around the world, holding the most advanced magical knowledge and existing as a neutral domain that celebrated individualism. Naturally, it had become a sanctuary for eccentric scholars obsessed with research. According to Julia, Professor Vilain's exam had been praised for its creativity and difficulty, becoming a hot topic on Sky Island. He had been invited to give a lecture there, especially to explain the concepts behind his midterm exam. The scene then shifted to the floating isle. Vilain, now present there, found himself unexpectedly pleased that his exam had gained such popularity. Not only did this lecture opportunity enhance his reputation, but it also granted him a boost of 30 mana points. He considered himself lucky, and the payment was quite generous too, equivalent to 1 billion Korean won. He began to entertain the idea of pursuing this path more often. Setting down the exam paper, he stepped into the lecture hall, where familiar faces such as Professor Vilain and many mages from the Royal University were already gathered. Standing at the podium, Vilain greeted the audience with composure. He introduced himself as the chief professor of the Imperial University's Magic Tower, a mage of king rank and master of the elements. He announced that the topic of the day would be the midterm exam of the Magic Tower University, and that the lecture was expected to last 2 hours. Before diving into the questions, he said he would begin with a brief explanation about pure elemental forces. No sooner had he started than Principal Adrian was heard whispering to someone beside her, asking if they had seen the exam questions. A cold voice responded that it was clearly plagiarized. There was no way Vilain could have come up with such brilliant material on his own. The speaker was none other than Luina von Son Ross McQueen, a mage who had once competed for the position of chief professor and lost to Vilain. Despite the murmurs of suspicion, the lecture proceeded smoothly. Vilain made a concerted effort to help the attendees grasp the concepts by referencing past lectures from the Magic Tower. The audience found themselves drawn in by the fresh, organized structure of the presentation, something they hadn't experienced before. As he was about to move on to question 6, Adrian raised her hand and asked a question. She drew a magic circle in the air and inquired how one could optimally combine magic number 6 with destructive elements. Based on the distinction between pure elements and magical properties, Vilain, inwardly amused at the principal's presence, quickly grasped her intention. He recalled her reputation for mischief and suspected that her curiosity might stem from doubts about the exam's authenticity. Deciding to play along, he drew a straight line across her magical formation and subtly altered. He explained that simply adding a linear core circuit would suffice. Adrian, caught off guard, stammered her thanks in surprise, but she didn't stop there. With childlike curiosity, Adrian bombarded Vilain with a series of difficult questions. Nonetheless, he maintained his calm, answering each one fluently, using his deep understanding of magic. Gradually, some attendees began to frown, clearly annoyed that Adrian was disrupting the flow of the lecture. Noticing the shift in mood, she eventually fell silent. With only 10 minutes left, Vilain began to wrap up. He announced that due to the time spent on questions, he wouldn't be explaining the final question of the exam. All eyes immediately turned to Adrian, who pouted with dissatisfaction but remained silent. Suddenly, another voice cut through the air. It was Luina, who asked if question number 8 had truly been created by Vilain himself. Her eyes were filled with bitterness. Vilain frowned, recognizing her as the professor he had once expelled from the magic tower. She pressed him again, saying that she only wanted to know if he had genuinely authored that question. The room erupted in whispers. Was she implying plagiarism? Vilain responded coldly, saying that drawing inspiration from others was common. Then, with a surge of mana, he conjured a magnificent magical image in the air, one reminiscent of Van Gogh's Starry Night. He declared that everything in the question had been his original work, and that what he had just created was entirely different from the controversial exam question. He then turned to Luina and asked whether that answer satisfied her. Her face contorted in frustration, but it was clear she no longer had control over the situation. The lecture concluded. His task was complete. His mana had increased by 30 points. On his way back, Vilain pondered the future. According to the story, his relationship with Luina was destined to be strained, though things had ended peacefully for now. He sensed trouble was on the horizon. Just as he was mulling over these thoughts, he stopped abruptly. A mysterious figure was approaching. He narrowed his eyes. It was a woman whose face looked oddly familiar. When she turned to face him, her gaze was sharp and filled with murderous intent, as though she had harbored a grudge against him for a very long time. Feeling uneasy, Vilain muttered to himself, wondering who she was and why she looked like she was ready to punch him in the face. The two of them stood silently for a while, their faces showing discomfort as they stared at each other. Vilain sifted through his memories and eventually recognized her as one of his fellow students from university. He stepped forward and extended a hand in a friendly gesture, mentioning how long it had been since they last met. However, Schlot's expression turned puzzled, and she remarked that she didn't believe they were close enough to be calling each other by name. Vilain remained calm, and replied that if she preferred, he could address her as Princess Maho. He then asked whether she truly didn't care about his relationship with Charlotte, stating that what mattered most now was Princess Maho, the one under Charlotte's protection. Given the current state of affairs, Emperor Crabane was likely to pass away soon, and when that time came, it would mark a turning point in the game. Numerous named characters would find themselves in life-threatening situations, and new events would unfold. This time, the person Vilain needed to protect was Maho, a character he had created himself. She was destined to play a pivotal role, positively influencing the main storyline in the second half of the game. Because of her complicated bloodline, Maho's life was always at risk. She was second in line to the throne of the Uran Republic, and third in the royal succession of the Kingdom of Laok. A princess with royal blood running through her veins, she was currently residing in the Empire under the pretense of studying, but once the Emperor passed and she left the Empire, her life would be in jeopardy. Schlot squinted in irritation and remarked that even after all this time, he was still skilled at forcing others to speak harsh truths. Just then, Vilain suddenly presented a crystal orb to her, catching her off guard. He calmly explained that she shouldn't be too alarmed. He would serve as a lifeline for a comrade who had chosen the path of death. Charlotte couldn't make sense of anything Vilain was saying. She returned to her room, holding the crystal orb he had given her. Reflecting on their earlier conversation, she realized the orb was a communication crystal. He had told her to contact him once she had made up her mind about what she wanted to do. Later, Schlot yelled at Vilain in frustration, demanding to know if he really expected her to rely on someone like him. That would never happen. In response, Vilain simply stated, in a composed tone, that there was no time left. Surely even she understood that by now. However, if she still refused his help, then so be it. The choice was hers. With that, he turned and walked away coldly, leaving Charlotte alone with her thoughts. She sighed in exhaustion, unsure of what the right course of action was. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind, noting that Charlotte didn't look too well. It was Princess Maho, the very person Vilain was meant to protect. Schlot quickly stood and assured her that she was fine, that she understood the situation and Maho shouldn't worry too much, but Maho's gaze was distant, filled with sadness. She explained that the henchmen of her older brothers would soon arrive. They would either try to manipulate her or remove the thorn in their side. She said she couldn't care less about the succession, then turned to Charlotte and admitted that she was scared. She had fled to the Empire under the excuse of pursuing education. But in truth, this place had become a sanctuary for her, safe and livable. However, she also knew that the new emperor wouldn't let her be. That's why they had to leave as soon as possible. Charlotte held her head, processing everything, and replied that she understood. Maho seemed to notice how tired and pensive Charlotte had become. She approached with a suitcase and handed it over, saying that it contained the money she had saved up until now. Charlotte was surprised and asked why Maho would give it to her. Maho calmly responded that she knew Charlotte lacked the funds to hire mercenaries to escort them home. Charlotte insisted that she could manage the cost on her own, but Maho turned away and told her not to shoulder everything alone. The money belonged to everyone. It wasn't a waste. Hearing that, Charlotte didn't argue further, and quietly replied that she understood. She acknowledged that what she was about to say might be inappropriate, but she planned to use the money to hire more mercenaries for their journey. Outside the window, a shadowy figure lurked in the distance, seemingly watching something. Charlotte, sensing something wrong, rushed to the window, flung it open, and shouted, demanding to know who the intruder was. The figure fled without a word. Charlotte's expression turned grave. She muttered that things were getting dangerous. If she didn't accept help, the situation would only get worse. Meanwhile, back at the Vilain family estate, Vilain was quietly reading in his study. Uriel entered with a playful tone, remarking on how much he was reading and noting that she didn't recall him being such a book lover. She added that, at the very least, he should respond to his sister. As she paced around the room, she brought up the rumor that he had been invited to give a lecture at the floating island and that he was supposedly being paid quite handsomely for it. Vilain calmly told her he wouldn't give her a single coin. Uriel was taken aback, asking what he meant, insisting that she hadn't even asked for money. She quickly changed the subject, informing him that an official document had just arrived. The new students of the Magic Tower University wanted to visit their territory, Hidakine, as part of a field trip. Before she could say more, Vilain bluntly refused. Uriel asked in surprise if he had just said no, pointing out that he should at least consider it. But Vilain had already imagined those students getting drunk and vomiting all over the estate, which he found completely unacceptable. They wouldn't be able to clean up a mess like that, so he wouldn't allow it. Uriel looked at him in confusion, wondering what on earth he was talking about. She reached into her pocket, as if intending to take something out. She told him not to be so stubborn and insisted that he look at the document. After all, they weren't doing this for free, and this was a great opportunity to introduce their magic to the freshmen. However, Vilain immediately raised a hand to decline. He told her to leave. Uriel, slightly surprised, urged him to just glance at it once. But Vilain's face had taken on a strangely serious expression. He told her firmly to go, right now. Although confused, she ultimately agreed, replying with a reluctant tone. Uriel turned away in irritation, muttering to herself that he was just as stubborn as ever. Vilain watched her until he was certain no one else remained in the room. Then slowly, he retrieved a crystal communication orb from his hand. In a low voice, he began to speak. He addressed his comrade on the other side, Charlotte, and said that, although he didn't want to admit it, he believed they needed to leave immediately, there was no time left, and he asked for her assistance. Turning to the corner, Vilain summoned a map with his mana. He said it was very good, and then asked her if she would follow his every instruction. She seemed confused, asking what he meant. As he examined the map spread out on the table, Vilain explained that Princess Maho had only one possible escape route. It was an extremely dangerous path, and precisely because of that, it was also the safest. When she questioned what it was, Vilain calmly answered, the Crevasse Gorge. His answer made Charlotte flinch. She reminded him that the place was heavily contaminated by demonic energy, and someone like him should be well aware of that. Irritated, Vilain asked whether she truly believed they could avoid death by taking the so-called safe routes. He told her to trust him, that they would make it through the Crevasse Gorge safely. That perilous mountainous region was known for being densely saturated with dark energy, resembling a den of demons. There were even rumors that real demons occasionally appeared there. Moreover, the area did not belong to any nation, meaning it was free from all legal and institutional constraints. Still, it was the only viable escape route for Princess Maho. Once they crossed the gorge, the Duchy of Aeron would be within reach. Charlotte's voice sounded skeptical. She said that they had already considered the geographic advantages, but that was before realizing someone from the Yukon family would be involved. Vilain tried to reassure her, saying that she didn't need to worry. He would personally guide her. Charlotte was stunned and asked in disbelief if he really meant he would lead the way himself. She then questioned why he would go to such lengths, asking what benefit this journey would bring him. Leaning back in his chair, Vilain answered calmly. He said that he was a man who deeply valued politics, and in terms of intellect and foresight, he always surpassed her. Offended, Charlotte asked if he was just boasting about his achievements, but Vilain, his eyes narrowing, clarified that he only wished for Princess Maho's survival because it would benefit his family and territory. This wasn't about kindness, it was business, pure and simple. She shouldn't overthink it. After a brief pause, Charlotte asked about the meeting point. Vilain responded without hesitation. 3 days later, at the entrance of Crevice Gorge, he added coldly that if she couldn't even make it there, then they weren't worth saving. On the other side, Charlotte responded with steel in her voice. She said she understood, but hoped his skills would prove to be as reliable as his bold words. A system panel appeared, marking a new independent quest. Liberation, with a pre-store reward and potential for bonus achievement. 3 days later, at the Hidakine territory, cheers erupted throughout the area. Some of the newcomers marveled, exclaiming that this was Hidakine. Others agreed, commenting that it felt like being in an entirely different country. One noted how beautiful the scenery was. Hidakine was the capital of Vilain's domain, a tourist city filled with leisure and excellent cuisine, modeled after the most livable cities in the real world. Despite repeated requests in the past to hold gatherings there, Vilain had always declined. Until now, Uriel teased him, asking why he had suddenly changed his mind. She reminded him that he used to say gatherings shouldn't be held there and had often ranted about how dirty those people were. Vilain remained silent, deep in thought. The real reason was its proximity to Crevice Gorge, their secret meeting point. It was only a 3 to 4 hour horseback ride away. When the time came, M would be able to retreat quietly and without incident. He turned to Uriel and asked where the newcomers would be staying. Uriel promptly replied that she had reserved an entire floor of the Hen Romance Hotel for the arriving students and professors. Standard rooms would house 4 people each, but those who wanted privacy could pay extra for their own room. Vilain responded approvingly. Uriel giggled and said it was only natural. As both a professor of the academy and the Lord of Hidakine, Vilain then provided basic guidelines to the guests. He stated that gatherings should always be free and relaxed. He wouldn't interfere, no matter how much fun they had. However, he made it clear that he had a few non-negotiable rules of his own. His expression darkened, and his voice turned cold and threatening. He warned that if anyone dared to defile his hotel or territory, they could forget about enjoying their future days at the Mage Tower. Following that, Vilain began laying the groundwork to turn Hidakine into a strategic field base. Everything was already in place. Uriel arrived with the city's mages and proudly boasted about them. She asked him how the mages from their Hain Tower compared. Surely they were the best among all the regional towers. Vilain said nothing. He simply stood there, silently observing. Thanks to the combination of his clairvoyance and divine sense for treasure, Vilain was able to perceive a golden aura radiating around talented mages. Without hesitation, he pointed at some of them and stated that the salary for those 2 mages should be raised, while the bespectacled one should be fired. His decision drew confusion. Someone questioned aloud why such a judgment was being made. But as everyone remained engrossed in their tasks, time passed unnoticed, and before long, dusk had settled upon the horizon. The group eventually gathered around a massive bonfire. The professors sat neatly, as though taking part in a supplementary test. Sylvia was the first to step forward. She launched something into the sky, which exploded in a series of dazzling bursts, painting the dark canvas above with radiant magical flowers. The brilliance lit up the night sky, drawing admiration. One of the older professors couldn't help but shower her with praise, declaring it utterly flawless and awarding a perfect score of 10. The female professor beside him shared the same sentiment, also giving her a 10, marveling at the beauty of the fireworks. Julie, however, sighed with frustration. She silently questioned why the professor would assign homework even during trips like these. Were they really expected to conduct actual magical firework experiments? Ephraim, standing nearby, echoed the sentiment with a dry laugh, seemingly resigned. Then it was Ephraim's group's turn. Without delay, she began explaining their fireworks project, mentioning how they had combined destructive magic with harmony magic. But before she could finish her sentence, the professor interjected, cutting her off mid-thought. He told her to spare him the boring explanation and to just fire it already. Ephraim hesitated only briefly before obeying. She lit the firework, and it soared into the sky. The resulting explosion was brilliant, illuminating the sky with radiance no less splendid than Sylvia's. Even the students below were visibly impressed, voicing their admiration for the beautiful display and the performance of Ephorine's team. However, the elderly professor didn't seem to share the same enthusiasm. He looked displeased and gave it a mere 6 points, criticizing the volume of the explosion. The female professor was even harsher, awarding only 4 points. Julie, unable to tolerate the injustice, wanted to protest, but Ephorine stopped her, assuring her that it was all right. Then, unexpectedly, Deculane's voice broke the tense silence. He declared that the performance deserved a perfect score of 10. He explained that it was a perfect balance between destructive and harmonic magic. Both professors beside him gaped in astonishment at the score he had just announced. Ephorine's face reflected pure disbelief. She couldn't believe she had received a 10. Once the evening assignment concluded, Mie quickly headed to where she had prepared her horse. With everything finally over, she thought she could now leave. She wondered whether Charlotte had arrived safely. Just then, from behind her, a familiar voice called out, taking Deculain by surprise. The voice asked if guilt was what brought him there. Turning around, Deculain asked what she was doing out here at that hour and told her to return to camp. Ephorine, however, confronted him with her thoughts. She asked him to tell her why he had treated her the way he did during the disciplinary hearing, the club incident, and even today. She asked if it was because of her father. Deculain climbed onto his horse and simply told her to find the answers herself. He reminded her that she was no longer a child who could only sulk in frustration. Hearing that, Ephorine clenched her teeth in silent fury. She watched his silhouette fade into the night and suddenly shouted after him. She announced that she would apply to become his assistant and vowed that she would uncover the truth. Why her father had taken his own life and why he had felt compelled to do so. No matter what, she swore she would surpass Deculain and become greater than him. After speaking those words, she remained standing there alone. The silence of the night seemed to emphasize the loneliness within her small, fragile heart. Wiping away her tears, she turned back toward the camp. At the same time, Deculain himself was consumed with chaotic thoughts. He wondered whether Ephorine would really follow him to become his assistant. But if that were the case, his role as a villain had yet to fully unfold. He questioned just what Deculain had done to Ephorine's father. Even in this context, the answer remained unclear, and if it turned out that Deculain had truly committed something unforgivable, then he would surely be doomed. Later, Deculain arrived at the rendezvous point and dismounted. He spoke to his horse, instructing it not to proceed any further due to the presence of ominous energy in the area. He told it to return to the stables and come back at noon. Once the horse departed, he looked around, wondering if Charlotte's group had arrived yet. He considered contacting them via crystal, but before he could, Charlotte's voice called out to him. Deculain responded calmly, remarking that they must have gone through a difficult journey to get there, and asked if that was true. Charlotte appeared alongside Princess Maho. Only 2 guards remained, both of them bearing numerous injuries, though thankfully, none were fatal. After arriving at the designated meeting point as promised, Deculain encountered Charlotte's group, along with Princess Maho, who appeared heavily injured. He approached them and gave a courteous bow, introducing himself as Deculain von Grahan Uklein, the head of the Imperial Royal Magic Academy. He declared that from that moment onward, he would take charge of creating a path for the princess to escape, and reassured them not to worry. Upon hearing this, Princess Maho promptly expressed her gratitude. Deculain then remarked that the journey to this point must have been arduous, noting how weary the princess appeared. At that moment, Zalat approached and handed him a letter. Deculain, slightly surprised, asked what it was. Zalat told him to keep it, explaining that it was a piece of paper she had taken from a group of mercenaries. Deculain read the letter in silence, his expression growing more serious. Then, with a grim look, he crushed the letter in his hand and muttered that it was utterly disgusting. Those people truly had no sense of limits. Concerned, Zalat asked if he would be all right. Deculain reassured her confidently, saying that of course he would be fine, and that everything would go smoothly as long as they followed his lead. Princess Maho, having overheard their exchange, looked slightly puzzled by his words. Deculain then turned back to the group and announced that if there were no further issues, they should begin their journey. Without delay, they started moving through the mountain crevice. As they ventured deeper, a suffocating miasma of demonic energy began to fill the air. The 3 behind Deculain had to cover their noses, yet he alone seemed unaffected and walked without any need for protection. Curious, the princess turned to Charlotte and asked what the content of the letter had been, commenting that Deculain's expression hadn't looked good after reading it. Deculain, although worried, chose to answer her honestly, He explained that the letter mentioned they were being pursued by 37 assassins and a particular individual named Dianantes. At the mention of that name, Zealot's face darkened. She slowly explained that Dianantes was a hybrid creature born of a demon and a spirit. Because of this unique origin, defeating him through either physical force or magic was extremely difficult. She added that compared to the assassins, Dianantes posed a far more troublesome threat. Someone else expressed disbelief, and Zealot continued, saying that what was even more horrifying was the fact that Dianantes had been created through a contract. This revelation raised further questions, and she elaborated that Dianante could only be summoned using a dark magic ritual known as demon invocation. The process required a human body and the horn of a demon as sacrificial components. In other words, their enemies had used forbidden sorcery, dark arts so vile that only the most depraved of witches would dare employ them, to hunt them down. She questioned bitterly whether such people truly intended to become rulers of a kingdom. And yet, if there was still something for them to place their hopes in, it would have to be the man accompanying them now, a member of the Euclid family, a lineage historically revered for its demon-exorcising prowess, passed down for centuries. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. It revealed that the bloodline of the Euclid family possessed overwhelming power when it came to eradicating demonic beings. When facing demons or navigating through areas dense with demonic energy, those bearing this lineage could purify the surrounding miasma and convert it into personal mana. Once purified, the mana's quality would rise to the first tier. The deeper they advanced into the canyon, the more Vilain realized that the crevice gorge was infamous for good reason. It truly was the den of demonic beasts. The demonic energy in this place was so thick it could be distinctly felt on the skin. An ordinary person would likely suffer greatly just by breathing in such an environment. But for Vilain, it was the opposite. What would have been a danger to others became an unimaginable advantage for him. Surrounded by such dense miasma, even temporarily, his mana quality had risen to the 4th tier. Mana quality was a crucial factor. Just a difference of one level could create a significant gap in a mage's capabilities. Typically divided into 10 tiers, commoners generally had mana quality at level 9 or 10. Anyone who could reach level 7 already qualified to attempt becoming a mage or a knight. From level 5 onward, the number of individuals capable of reaching it dropped sharply. Renowned figures across the continent usually possessed mana at level 3 or 4. Level 1 was but a symbolic concept, one associated with divinity, a realm no human had ever reached. Even at level 2, only 4 individuals across the entire continent possessed it: Jekdun of Bercht, the Imperial Guard of the Gayfried Empire, the Archmage de Macan, and finally, Adrian, the headmaster of the Royal Academy of Magic. Vilain narrowed his eyes in contemplation. With his mana quality currently at level 4, dealing with someone like Dianantes was completely within his grasp, so long as no unexpected variables arose. From behind, Charlotte's voice broke the silence. She asked if he could pick up the pace. Vilain turned to her and calmly responded, questioning whether she had allowed her urgency to cloud her judgment. He advised her to remain composed, warning that haste could lead to contamination by demonic energy. Hearing this, Charlotte's face fell. Just then, Princess Maho gently tugged on her sleeve and said in a soothing voice that everything would be all right and not to worry too much. Charlotte gazed at her with silent sorrow. She thought to herself how truly kind-hearted and warm the princess was. Even though Maho herself must have been more frightened and anxious than anyone else, she still showed concern for her subordinates' emotions. Charlotte swore in her heart that she would never let anyone harm the princess. If danger arose, she would stake her life to protect her. Suddenly Maho shouted and pointed ahead, claiming to have seen something. A swarm of bat-like demons came flying out of nowhere, targeting their group. Though not individually powerful, their numbers were considerable. Charlotte unsheathed her sword, remarking that they had finally arrived. But before she could act, Vilain stepped forward and told her to leave them to him. Utilizing his object manipulation abilities, he prepared to attack using a barrage of razor-sharp stones he had prepared in advance. Without hesitation, they shot forward at blinding speed. The sharp edges of the stones made them deadly. The swarm, unable to evade attacks coming from all directions, was shredded. Some split in two. Others had their skulls blown apart, their bodies falling to the ground like autumn leaves before even getting close. Once it was over, Vilain calmly turned back and said they should keep moving. They didn't have much time. The group behind him expressed awe and admiration, remarking on how a single strike had obliterated such a large horde of creatures. One of them exclaimed how truly extraordinary the professor was. And so, the journey continued. Any monster that emerged to block their way was swiftly dispatched by Vilain. With a mere flick, he sent them to their deaths. A guard commented on how only low-level monsters had appeared so far. He wondered aloud why they hadn't encountered any real threats yet. Suddenly, someone noticed something and narrowed their eyes in irritation. He scoffed that it was far from noble behavior, and warned that if anyone dared approach, he would tear them apart on the spot. Both Vilain and Princess Maho grew tense and alert, yet Vilain himself remained calm, his expression unreadable. From above the cliff came the sound of approaching footsteps. A sneering assassin revealed himself, remarking mockingly that for people about to die, their senses weren't bad at all. Dozens of assassins began to appear on the cliff, having waited there since the afternoon for an ambush. The assassin assumed they already understood what fate awaited them. Calm as ever, Vilain turned and instructed Charlotte to escort the princess to the Vilain Principality. Charlotte was shocked and asked what would happen to him. Vilain responded without hesitation, questioning whether she truly expected him to be concerned for his own safety. He declared that such concern was unnecessary. Charlotte shouted in frustration, calling him impossibly arrogant. Vilain simply pointed toward the assassins and told her to look over there. At the site where the assassin stood, Vilain raised his wand with menace. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted, engulfing the entire area and annihilating the assassins. One by one, they fell without understanding what had struck them. Sharp stones sliced through them like unstoppable lightning bolts. They all collapsed, drenched in their own blood. Charlotte was left speechless by the display. Vilain then asked if she was ready to act decisively now. What she needed to do, he said, was escape this place immediately. Charlotte narrowed her eyes thoughtfully and then turned to the princess, urging her that they must leave at once. But suddenly, Maho pointed and called out. She had spotted something. Charlotte turned her head toward the cliff where the princess had gestured. There, standing among the bodies of the assassins, was a mysterious figure cloaked in dense, terrifying mana. His aura was overwhelming, his presence commanding. He stood tall, gazing down at the group with arrogance and utter confidence. Maho asked in alarm what that thing was and cursed under her breath. Despite their growing concerns, Vilain remained unshaken, stating that the plan had not changed. He told Charlotte once again to escort the princess to the Duchy of Uri. Charlotte protested, saying that he wouldn't be able to defeat such an enemy alone. The swordsman beside them chimed in, saying he would assist the professor and urging Charlotte to leave quickly. Charlotte's expression darkened, guilt surging within her chest. Sensing this, Vilain reassured her that she didn't need to feel remorseful or sorrowful. He told her that once Princess Maho regained her power, she could repay Vilain for his sacrifice. He would summon some magical constructs to escort them. There was no time to waste. Clenching her teeth in frustration over her helplessness, Charlotte grabbed the princess's hand and dashed away, vowing they would meet again in Urin. Some lesser assassins immediately gave chase, shouting that they must not let her escape. One even laughed, mocking that the two women couldn't possibly get far. But Vilain interrupted him coldly, saying the man would do better to worry about himself. The mysterious figure turned toward Vilain and accused him of arrogance. He mocked that Vilain intended to kill his physical body with mere constructs devoid of mana, and added that neither spells nor mana would serve him here, as both would be drained by the demonic atmosphere. He questioned what Vilain planned to do under such circumstances. He stood proudly, his words full of madness and scorn. Vilain studied him quietly, thinking to himself how that confidence bordered on hubris. But he admitted the man wasn't entirely wrong. Defeating a giant with only physical or standard magical attacks was nearly impossible. The enemy's form was nearly liquid, and this place was far from ideal for casting spells. However, that limitation applied to other mages, not to the Vilain bloodline. The advantage here was not solely the enemy's. Vilain's own mana quality had improved, yes, but so had his mana regeneration speed. Along the journey, he had layered enchantments on his summoned constructs, enhancing them significantly. As a result, this opponent was no longer beyond reach. A summoned object suddenly appeared above Grain, launching a surprise attack. This was the moment. A stone projectile instantly flew forward at an incredible speed. It cleanly sliced off Grain's head, but his body, unlike that of an ordinary human, showed no sign of falling. Vilain knew that alone wouldn't be enough. Without hesitation, he launched a relentless barrage, tearing the monster's body apart piece by piece. Grain countered using a dark and twisted magical force, but Deculain easily neutralized it. Behind him, the swordsman expressed concern, saying that although the creature moved slowly, he had finally realized something, then urged Deculain to just focus on the fight. The look in Deculain's eyes burned with determination. He resolved to keep attacking until the creature was completely dead. He summoned dozens of razor-sharp stones, preparing for a swift finishing blow. As soon as he lowered his arm, the attack commenced. Before Grain's body could regenerate, another wave of stone projectiles hurtled toward him, ripping his body into hundreds of pieces. Helpless to resist, Grain could only let out pitiful, agonized screams of despair. The only thing left was that wretched cry. The swordsman praised Deculain, saying he was incredible. As the final shard flew directly toward Grain's head, the battle came to an end. At the same time, elsewhere, Charlotte had finally managed to defeat the group of assassins who had been pursuing them. Exhausted but not delaying, she hurried to the princess's location and shouted to ask if she was all right. Maho had collapsed to the ground, visibly drained. She replied weakly that she was fine, only a bit nauseous. Charlotte immediately recognized that this was a preliminary symptom of demonic energy poisoning. She told the princess that they had just escaped the rift and urged her to endure a little longer. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind them. When Maho turned around, she saw the familiar figure of her grandfather, Gieland, the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Uran Empire. Seeing him brought her a sense of relief. Approaching her, he acknowledged that the group had gone through much hardship, and he apologized that all they could do was wait from their position. Maho assured him that it was all right. She said she understood and even felt grateful. Turning to Charlotte, Gieland asked who she was. Charlotte bowed politely and introduced herself as the escort of Princess Maho. Gieland acknowledged this, calling her Knight Charlotte and thanking her for bringing the princess here safely. He asked if she had escorted Maho on her own. Charlotte's expression turned slightly melancholic. She explained that others had also helped them. Turning to look back toward the ravine from which they had just escaped, she asked the minister to wait for the rest of them for a while longer. Gieland agreed without hesitation. And so, the group waited, from early morning until dusk, but no one else came. The only thing that greeted them was a silent, empty road stretching into the distance, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. With worry in her voice, Princess Maho asked whether Professor Deculain would be all right. Charlotte remained silent, her thoughts heavy. She knew he had truly staked his life to protect the princess. Gieland gently placed a hand on the princess's shoulder and suggested that it was time for them to go. Maho and the rest of the group quickly entered the city gate. Though they began to move, lingering glances filled with reluctant hope stretched those final moments. And then, not letting them down, the person they had been waiting for finally appeared. Deculain approached slowly, his voice echoing clearly through the air, remarking that it seemed she had arrived safely after all. Ron, scratching his head awkwardly, replied with a sheepish grin that they were still alive. The two girls, upon seeing them, ran forward with joy under the fading light of dusk, emotions welling up within them as if they were meeting for the very first time again. After dealing with all the assassins and bringing the princess to safety, Deculain quickly said his farewell, stating that he would return. Charlotte, alarmed, immediately asked what he meant, wondering if he should at least take some time to rest. Deculain, while brushing the dust off his coat, calmly replied that there was no need. He added that the matter was already settled and that she could hear the details from John later. With that, he turned away, leaving Charlotte and the princess silently watching him from behind. Charlotte narrowed her eyes in thought, carrying doubts with her before embarking on this dangerous journey. At first, she had assumed that Deculain intended only to stir up trouble. Yet he had truly risked his life to ensure her and the princess's safety. Alone, he had shouldered the dangers and guided them to safety. Despite all the past conflicts between them, she now felt she must at least express her gratitude. She quickly stretched her hand forward, called his name, and with a soft, relieved smile, thanked him. But what she received in return was only Deculain's familiar indifference. In a cold voice, he dismissed her thanks, remarking that judging by her appearance, she had probably only just arrived and had not even had the chance to wash. He said he could not shake hands with blood-stained hands. Hearing those words, Charlotte froze, grinding her teeth in frustration and silently cursing that he never seemed to change. Deculain continued his slow walk down the road, bathed in the morning sunlight, his figure gradually fading into the distance. Suddenly, Charlotte called his name again, which clearly irritated him. Wondering what it was this time, he heard her call out cheerfully, telling him to travel safely and promising that she would one day repay the favor. The Princess Maho also waved happily, thanking him warmly and addressing him as Professor. Vilain merely looked at them in silence, his face expressionless. He turned away without answering, offering only a light wave as his farewell. A notification then appeared, indicating that the independent mission had been completed, awarding him 4 shop coins and 30 points of mana. Time passed swiftly until evening. At the minister's residence, a familiar voice rang out as Charlotte announced her presence. The minister permitted her to enter. Charlotte walked in slowly, performed the usual bow, and then took a seat before him. Her mind, however, was filled with anxiety. She wondered what he intended to say. Could it be that the Duchy of Vilain also refused to accept them? Or was there another hidden scheme behind all this? Yet she reasoned that if there had been any intent to harm them, such a plot would have been carried out during their first meeting already. The minister sat down in the chair beside her and addressed her, telling her to remain calm and not to be too surprised by what he was about to reveal. Speaking with composure and solemnity, he declared that the Grand Duke wished for Maho to become his successor. He explained that a Grand Duchy was a founding noble house, entirely independent, unlike ordinary dukes who were subject to the royal family. Charlotte was stunned, unable to comprehend what she had just heard. She hesitated for several moments before stammering a question, asking if he meant that the princess would truly become the next Grand Duchess. The minister confirmed this, adding that perhaps even before receiving Maho's letter, the Grand Duke had already reached this decision. It seemed he did not place much trust in his nephew. He reminded her that this matter was of the utmost secrecy, known only to the Grand Duke, to himself, and now to her. Charlotte's eyes narrowed with unease. Could such a thing really be possible? Not long ago, the princess had nearly lost her life in the struggle for succession. She had been but a frail, powerless girl with nothing to her name. And yet now, upon her arrival in the duchy, she had been chosen as the heir. Everything was happening so quickly that Charlotte struggled to make sense of it all. Suddenly, Charlotte realized something. She turned urgently to the minister and asked if, aside from herself, anyone else knew about this matter. The minister lowered his head and replied slowly that such a thing was impossible, insisting that even he had only heard of it from the Grand Duke just minutes earlier. Hearing this, Charlotte reluctantly accepted his answer, though deep inside she still carried a lingering sense of doubt that she could not fully explain. Her thoughts wandered back to what Vilain had once told her. He had stated that he only wanted her and the princess to survive because their survival would benefit his family and his territory. He had clarified that he was not protecting her, but rather making a deal advantageous to himself. He had advised her not to think too deeply about it, adding that if she felt guilty, then her place was not there. He had told her to repay the Vilain family once Princess Maho gained power, because the princess was an invaluable ally. The more she thought about his words, the more entangled Charlotte's mind became. She wondered what he had truly meant, for his behavior made it seem as though he had already foreseen that something like this would happen. He had once declared that he was far too accustomed to the political arena, that in intellect and understanding he surpassed her by a great margin. At first, Charlotte had dismissed those words as nothing more than arrogant self-praise, but now she wondered if he had in fact grasped the situation from the beginning and calculated everything so precisely. Her expression darkened as she muttered to herself that he truly was a monster, yet the deeds he had carried out remained undeniable facts. At that thought, Charlotte let out a faint sigh of relief and smiled softly, still unsure whether Vilain had managed to return safely. At that very moment, within his own residence, Vilain was lying on a warm bed. After a short rest, he sat up, realizing he had only slept for about 2 hours. He glanced out the window, where the sun had not yet fully risen. As he put on his nightclothes, he reflected that the steel-like constitution he possessed allowed him to erase all exhaustion with just a brief sleep. No matter how harsh and draining the previous day had been, his body was already fully restored. That fact alone reluctantly forced him to rise from bed. He thought that he should first test his ability to control objects with sheer willpower. People of the modern age, he mused, would surely envy such a trait. But suddenly, he froze, feeling something stir deep within himself. He exhaled a weary sigh, wishing he had cultivated this habit much earlier, waking up only to train, training without pause, never resting, never stopping, always seeking his weaknesses in order to overcome them. Perhaps this habit had formed because he had always lived at the edge of danger, but that alone did not explain everything. Discipline, an unyielding will, and a spirit of steel. These had allowed him to live a life that was never wasted. As he gazed up at the ceiling and thought, he reflected bitterly that if only he had been like this before. He recalled the expression of his girlfriend back then, the look of boredom and disappointment in her eyes. He had asked if something was wrong, if she wanted to say anything. She had only answered that there was nothing, before telling him she was leaving. He had simply replied with a distracted acknowledgement. At the time, he had not realized how pathetic he had become, absorbed only in meaningless things. He thought that if Kim Woo-jin had been like the Vilain of now, perhaps she would never have walked away from him. Vilain let out a sigh, lamenting that even the simple wish to sleep a little longer became inconvenient when someone made things troublesome. For someone like him, trapped inside this game, 22 hours a day felt unbearably long. The scene then shifted to the harbor, where the students had returned to the capital. They were brimming with excitement, remarking among themselves how fun the trip had been, how they felt a little regret at leaving, and how, next time, it would be wonderful to bring their whole families along. In a narrow alley nearby, Ganessa was hiding from something. The children with her, however, were visibly thrilled. They whispered to each other that there were so many wizards around and that they wanted to watch too. Someone explained that those were the new recruits of the Magic Tower who had just come back. From the corner, Leah looked confused and asked why they were sneaking around like that. Ganessa forced an awkward smile and replied that it was only because the place was too crowded, insisting they were just standing aside for a bit. Another muttered that it hardly seemed like hiding and commented that her behavior was suspicious. Ganessa's eyes flicked toward the station gate. She cursed under her breath, wondering why Vilain had to appear there at that exact moment. Even though there had been rumors that he had changed recently, showing up in public alongside the subject of her previous mission was hardly a good idea. Still, she could not deny that his face was so strikingly handsome that she could gaze at it endlessly, even while forced to hide. She wondered why someone like that even existed in the world. While she was lost in that thought, Vilain passed by her calmly. He muttered that no matter how crowded it was still less uncomfortable than squeezing into this cramped alley, and announced that he would step outside. Ganessa panicked and tried to stop him, shouting in protest. Her cry drew his attention, and he turned to look directly at her. She cursed inwardly, realizing she had been discovered. When she glanced back, she noticed Leah standing frozen in astonishment, as if confronted with something beyond comprehension. Leah's face grew stricken as she looked at the man before her. Vilain. In that instant, memories from the past surged within her like an unexpected tidal wave, sweeping away all the barriers she had tried so hard to bury. Tears welled up in her eyes as she recalled the 8 years they had once spent together, a time that could never fade from her heart. She wondered why that figure had suddenly resurfaced in her mind. He was supposed to be nothing more than a character in a game, so why did she remember him so vividly, with such aching familiarity? On the other side, Vilain was no exception. He gazed at the girl before him, recognizing how much she resembled Yara, the radiant smile that shone like the sun, the very thing that had carried him through countless hardships in the previous world. The two of them stood motionless, staring at each other in silence. The entire space seemed frozen, suspended in that fateful moment.